monkey. Back! Oh, you got your baited so hard! I don't think I can handle any more of this bot gameplay.
Spilo.
Once again, we start things off by me cramming carrots down my gullet as fast as I possibly can because I've been so busy this morning. Well, here's the thing. I have to eat lunch because when I stream I don't like to eat. We spoke about this on Tuesday. So here I am cramming food down my gullet because I'm probably not going to eat for like 6 or 7 hours. I was going to get water, but I've got a cup of tea right here, and that's just going to have to do. Wow! Again! Thank you for the gifted subs. Alright, we're done chewing. Lucky, thank you. Good to see you. Neo, 55 months. Honestly, honest question for you, Neo. Were you sub before you even got coaching? There's no way I coached you 4.5 years ago, right? Hope you're feeling better, Neo. Locky as well, 28 months. Appreciate it. 100 bits. Hello, Falco Tank. Thank you for the bits as well. Can you please stream a bit less? I want to catch up on the previous streams, bro. Trust me, I hear you. I hear you. I'm like at this point now. Just yesterday, did I catch up with the editing? Yesterday, I was still editing the stream from last Thursday. It was a mess. And I just not caught up yesterday, and then I'm streaming again today. Toxic Sora, thank you for the 7 months as well. Looking forward to coaching you later. I love this Lord of the Rings soundtrack. Oh my gosh. Smooth Rain Spilo coaching due to head injury. Yeah. I mean, how are we looking today? Actually, I haven't even looked at it yet. My hair just gets in the way. It's all right. Okay. Falco, I just roll the Cursplosion, Prixma, Mindless, and Valinor. Congratulations on the subs, y'all. Yeah, okay, let's the Kiriko David is very helpful. Great work, Spell. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm actually gonna drop my desk here. I was standing for a little while, but I'm gonna drop it. You still haven't uploaded the Diva Reaper Brig clips? Well, working at that. I actually was editing that yesterday. So you guys want the juice? Do you guys want the legitimate absolute juice to the max? Here's the juice. Make sure I'm not gonna like leak anything too crazy here. I think we're okay. All right. Do you guys want some juice here? Here's your juice. Here's your juice. The mini noises of Spilo. That's upcoming. Lazy cooldowns. That one's not quite finished yet. Diamond Bastion. 1812. No leaks as to what that is. You can probably guess. GM Lucio. GM Mercy. Misunderstood. Competitive versus quick play. Diamond Widowmaker. Tempo. Gold Kiriko. A scheduled video of Kiriko coaching goals aren't good. Usually I literally chat. I have like so many videos to release. And that's not again including today. So gosh Wally almighty. Yeah. It's a joke. I have to listen to every stream I do all over again. Thankfully, obviously with the Owl Coast stream, I didn't have to listen to that one again. At least that section. But yeah. Oof. I need an editor. Okay, let's do this. Let me get my thing pulled up here. My coaching form. Okay. let's do this. Yo, what's up?
Hello.
How's it going?
It's fine.
Good. I'm getting your coaching form pulled up. Let me get the... Okay, so we should be good to go. All right, so nice to meet you. Hope you're doing well.
Nice to meet you as well.
Yeah, I'm looking through your form here. 3K in Overwatch 1, 3,500 peak. Okay, sounds good. So what got you interested in coaching?
So I'm invested in the game and I play quite a lot, but sometimes it's not really fun when I lose the games and I don't know why, and I don't know what to work on. So yeah, I want to improve and like get better for my team, and also probably like get more motivation to grind the game.
Sure. Okay, sounds good. So you said for your team, do you play in a team right now?
I play in a uni team. Like
Okay.
it's not very serious, but it's a lot of fun.
Okay. How often do you guys scrimmage?
We scrim once a week, and we play matches once or maybe twice a week.
That's fun. Okay, cool. You've been enjoying that? How long have you been doing that?
Like I've been doing this for the last year, this year as well.
That's awesome. I've heard a lot of great things about the university teams. Even if it is just casual, it's like a fun little side venture. I mean, and a scrim is honestly pretty decent. Even if it's just one scrim a week. How many maps do you guys usually play? Like 5, 6?
Like 2 hours, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that sounds fun. Okay, so looking through your form here, what hero are we going to be coaching today?
Genji.
What hero?
Genji.
Okay. Shoot me over that replay code when you get a chance, and I'll get it pulled up as I'm going through the rest of your form here. Diamond 2, awesome. What do you hope to get out of the session? Okay, so this is the juice, right? So understanding of what is the most important I should work on and what I should be looking for in your future VODs. So you want to find out what the most important thing for you to be working on and what you want to be looking at in future VODs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, interestingly, you said what to look for in future VODs. So do you do your own VOD review?
It is sometimes, but often I don't find it very useful because like I can't prioritize like the stuff I should work on.
Okay.
Or I staggered there, I peaked there.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Okay, so you would like to do VOD review, but you don't really know exactly what to look for specifically. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We'll try and do that today to help you to understand what to be looking for. Okay. So let's look at what does your typical training week look like? 15-20 minutes of warming up in custom game tryhard FFA. Awesome. 7 to 12 matches of ranked. Awesome. VOD reviewing sometimes, but that doesn't seem helpful. Is this something that you do about every single day? The 20 minutes warm up, the 7 to 12 matches, is that almost every single day?
On normal days, yes. Sometimes less, sometimes more if it's weekends.
Gotcha. On not normal days, are there days where you don't play at all, or are there days where you play a ton? You said you play more on weekends. Kind of give me a breakdown of what an average week might look like.
Well, usually like it depends when I have free time. Usually it's in the evening. Sometimes I have more time. I can play like 10, 12 games. Sometimes I only have time to play like maybe 5, 7. But usually I would say like on average 9 games.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is mostly just Genji?
Yeah, in Overwatch 2 it's mostly Genji.
Okay.
Now I'm trying to learn Reaper for the new meta, but it's Genji mostly.
Okay. All right, so let me look at this here. So you said mostly only Genji, a bit of Echo, Hanzo, or Pharah. Now I got an honest question for you. When you say mostly Genji, you seen the patch notes for what's going to happen at about a week and a half or so, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm with you. I think that especially the ammo nerf really makes me sad. Now, Genji's going to be weaker. Now, it doesn't mean that he's not one-trickable, but he's going to be weaker. So, do you have any plans?
Well, as I said, I'm learning Reaper now. especially because he will be strong in the new meta, and I will be playing him in the university matches.
Okay. And then when you're playing your ranked, are you going to keep one-tricking Genji, or are you going to try some other heroes to see how they feel as well?
Well, I play Echo. I think is my second best hero,
Do you
but
enjoy
it's
Echo?
worse than
Okay.
but it's worse than Genji.
Do you
I
have
also
any?
like playing.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I like playing Tracer and Sojourn, but I feel like it will take too much time to learn them
Yeah.
because my aim on them is not great. And
Okay. So maybe Genji, maybe some Reaper with the university team, and you said Echo is probably your second favorite. Have you played Echo recently? Do you have a replay code of your Echo?
A bit, just a bit, I would say. Yeah, like the fourth of the map.
Okay. So not very much at all. Okay.
Yes.
That's unfortunate. I was going to offer maybe we could do a little bit of Echo as well, considering the Genji nerf upcoming, but we can just do Genji. It's fine. The sleep looks good. That's awesome. Good to see. Okay, and then this is the really important question, okay? Short-term goal is to get GM. Long-term, get better and be a better teammate for your university team. I look at your training schedule, and I think if you work hard and you're focusing hard during those 7 to 12 games, I think you can probably get to GM playing like that, but it's going to be tough. Now, what's stopping you from getting there? What do you feel like is holding you back? That question. You say not understanding what to do at each moment and feeling lost in team fights. Can you explain to me what do you mean by that?
Well, it's usually it happens when I play Genji sometimes. It happened more in the higher ranks when I was like in High Masters in Overwatch 2. It's when like I'm shooting, poking, and then the enemy team pushes, and I'm not sure what should I do. Like sometimes I try to engage and feed, or like I'm not sure like what option to choose.
Okay, so knowing what to do in each situation about whether to die, whether to engage, just to poke.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I feel like when I drop to the diamond, it's a bit less of an issue.
Okay, because you don't get punished, right?
Yeah, and like probably the team fights are a bit slower.
Okay. Let's take a look at this. So I'm gonna start streaming. Thank you. What I want you to do is I want you to try and point out points in the team fight where you can tell, oh man, I really didn't know what to do here. You know what I'm saying? Do you remember this match? This was yesterday, right? This replay code?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember this replay code, Oasis, much?
Yes.
Okay. That's good. It's because I'm going to have a lot of questions about what you were thinking at that point in time. Let me start streaming really fast. Okay. Let me update my command really fast on Twitch. Command init diamond Genji. Okay. Let's take a look at this. All right. If you have any questions, just holler and I'll pause and we'll talk about it. Sound good?
Yes.
Okay. How you liking the new Genji skin, by the way? I don't have it yet.
It's fine, I guess.
You seem less sold. You're not so sure.
I mean, it's pretty good, but anyway, it's a Genji skin, so I had to.
Yeah. You know, I'm just not looking at the shuriken. I don't like the shurikens that much, actually. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Okay, let's get started. Okay, let me do something really fast before I turned you up just a little bit. All right, let's do this. So, before we get any further, what is Genji good at? Would you say? What is Genji's strengths?
Well, like at controlling off angles, high grounds, maybe dueling.
Sure. You look at the enemy composition right now. What are some things that you can do versus this composition, do you think?
I would say maybe like pressure soldier. Maybe Tracer sometimes if it's
Sure.
if she's too deep.
Sure. You actually don't do too badly versus Tracer in the 1v1 now, especially with her damage nerf. Now you're about to get your damage nerf too,
Yeah.
but Tracers don't like 1v1 and Genjis very much right now, so that's pretty good too. I think the soldier thing is 100% accurate. Okay, let's see what happens. So you're not going to be able to really chase soldier necessarily, but what you can do is you can prevent him from taking good angles on your team a lot of the times, right?
Yes.
Huh. Okay. Just need to be careful about this. So what were you thinking at this point in time right now? Let's consider it. Right now.
Well, I'm thinking that my Doom is going in and like they are focusing him, so maybe I can go in as well. I'm full HP. I have deflex.
Sure, but you're missing your dash, right?
Yes.
You see? So you need to be careful about how far you go in until you get the guarantee of the kill. So my question for you, is there a big difference between you being here and you being here?
Yes.
What's the difference?
Well, I can go to cover if I stay here.
Right. Now, you don't actually do that much more damage, right? It's a little bit easier to hit shurikens when you're closer from here to here, but it's not a lot easier. But it is a lot safer playing this particular position than playing here, right?
Yes.
So just something to keep in mind. We won't talk too much about it, but I would like you to be able to deflect and then be able to go to safety. This doesn't really feel like safety to me. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Okay. Ooh. Now, let's consider this again. Right here. Who should be your target?
Probably Soldier.
Why?
Because he does have escape cooldown. And he's a threat.
More so than anybody else on the enemy team, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to dash on the soldier, what would your what would you be thinking? You're dashing the soldier. What's the play?
So I'll probably shoot him until I get attention from the enemy team. Then I can climb on the high ground. Maybe.
Exactly. The only reason this dash makes any sense whatsoever without you immediately dying is because you already have an escape route planned, don't you? You already know where you're going as soon as you go in. Okay? So obviously things from you right now are looking a little bit messy. We're missing a lot of shurikens. We're kind of clunking about. But I'm more concerned that you're making the right decisions, right? Even if you're not hitting the shots. Now, is what you're doing right now bad? You said we'd go for Soldier, but you go for Kiriko. Is that bad?
Not really. I think they are not focusing me.
Can you kill Kiriko?
Well, only if she doesn't have the TP.
Okay. What happens if she has TP? I'm asking a lot of questions, so don't just keep going. You're doing great.
I think it's still like a lot of pressure. Even if she TPs, she will be low HP. Maybe she even TPs like close to me. The Soldier and Lucy are here as well.
True. And if she TPs, that might be a spot where she doesn't really want to be. She just has to run away from you, right? So okay, so I'm okay with this as long as you have an escape path with your wall climb and your deflect. I'm okay with this. And hey, there you go. Unfortunate. Okay. You got Doom Punch. Nice. Now, I want you to be careful here. I know that you're up 2 right now, but you need to be cautious right now, right?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, now I don't have my dash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, that's mostly it, right? And you're going on a target that's not going to die very fast either, and that could theoretically chase you if you do wall climb away. So just be careful. I think you're probably okay. Just be careful. Shocking that you guys use beat. Shocking that they use primal, but okay. Probably just focus the Kiriko now, yeah. So I would have liked you to focus the Kiriko after this guy pops primal. Or the Lucio even. Right? Why?
No, well, I won't be able to kill Monkey.
Yeah.
I think I kind of missed Kiriko, but it didn't.
Even Lucio here would have been fine. It's about killing what's easier. Usually a tank isn't the easiest thing to kill, but he was low, so it's okay. But then he pops primal, no longer a good target to focus. Get off of him. Find the Lucio, find the Kiriko. Burn those guys down. Because you're not even like a Reaper, right? That could maybe blow him up or burn him down really fast. You're Genji, right? Not your strong point, okay? Nice. So some mechanical things here as well, okay? So let's actually talk about mechanics here. How should you be dashing right here?
I would say in his feet.
Why?
So I can lens shurikens after.
Correct. Now you can dash. Why would you maybe want to dash through him and past him? Why would you ever want to do that?
Well, if I'm afraid, maybe
Yes.
that he, flashbangs.
Yeah, just afraid. Period. If you're afraid of flash, if you're afraid of death, then the dashing through him and into safety is fine too. But you dash through, and then you turn like you want to go in and fight. But if you wanted to go in and fight, you should have dashed at his feet. Either through him or behind him. One or the other. So not great. Same thing here, right? Let's watch this dash too. You see this? Look how far you dashed past the target. You see?
Yeah.
There's no possible way that you can 180 damage on this with this dash through here. You've got 2 options for here, right? One, you could have dashed immediately at the floor in front of him and hit him with the hitbox, and then, or you could have dashed through him, but at the floor right behind him, and then right-clicked here. You see?
Yes.
Okay. It's something to practice. It's something that you can practice in your warm-up, right?
Yeah, I'm not really used to dashing in the feet.
Yeah. It's a tricky tech, but it is unbelievably important. Probably the most important Genji tech that there is. Right? Let's see, like even here. Let's watch this slow. Do you need to short dash this one at the floor? This is a dumb question. No, obviously not, right? Obviously not. So you need to be good. You need to be good at eyeballing the dash distances and then making the decision about it, each one. Why are you blading this? What do you see?
Kind of going in, I think.
What is it? I didn't hear what you said.
I think we're going in.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I didn't. This blade wasn't great.
Okay.
No.
What makes a good blade? What do you need to have a good blade?
I need to have information and like my team going in.
Don't you have those things right now, though?
You kind of have.
What information do you have? What information do you need from the enemy composition to have a good blade?
Also, maybe the state of their escape cooldowns.
Okay. Now, can you blade even if that Kiriko has Suzu or TP? Can you still blade?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do then? How do you make it work?
I mean, I can use dash then blade. And so dash after she TPs.
Right. But that maybe is a problem here if you wanted to go for the Kiriko, because you don't have dash here, do you? Yeah. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because what else do they have? Who else do they have?
They have Kree.
So who should become your priority number one?
Yeah, him.
Yeah. One kill is a kill, right? One kill.
Yes.
And maybe she uses Suzu on that Cassidy, and then you can make your decision from there, right? So let's see what happens.
Yes.
Now, a little bit unfortunate because that Cassidy dies. But my question for you is, did you even know that he died mid-blade? This looks like you were just focusing on the Kiriko immediately.
Yes, probably I didn't see him.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, the thing is you cannot, unless you're crazy good at Genji, which you aren't yet, you can't track everything, right? You can't keep an eye on everything and all the people at the same time. But so you need to find your priority here. Is it a Tracer? Is it a Cassidy? Is it a Kiriko? Is it a Lucio? I mean, you can make those targets work, but if you're just popping a blade and jumping at the first squishy target, you don't know the status of the cooldowns, you don't really know 100% where they are, that's no good. You see?
Yes.
So this ends up being fine because the Cassidy dies, but that's lucky. That's not a good decision. That is luck. And because of that, your blade ends up not getting as much value because you didn't know if she had TP or not, did you?
Yes.
And so you could have, as you said, dashed, then bladed, but you didn't because you didn't have dash. You didn't plan for it. So it ends up working out, but your blade didn't have much to do with that, did it? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I hate it.
Let's think about. Let's think about what goes wrong here. So obviously you mess up going back in the window, right? So that's not a big deal. If you mess that up, it happens. Don't worry about it. You'll fix it next time. But I will point out one other mistake. Let me see if you can see it. Watch it again. Watch really carefully. You see?
Yes. I'm jumping in the open.
We've seen that before, haven't we? Remember?
True.
Yeah. Something to keep an eye on. This is a very common mistake for Genjis because you've got double jump, climb, dash, whatever. But really, you want to almost position like you're playing support in terms of using corners whenever you can. It will save your deflect and it will save your life many, many, many times. Let's look at this again.
Yeah.
What am I going to say about this dash?
This is bad.
Right? No reason for you to be this far away from the Cassidy. No reason at all. This should have been immediately on top of him. And you can even see that it's a mistake because you dash through and you're like, look at the distance here, right? I mean, you were even further away a second ago. Way too far. Way too far. So you miss the shots, but I don't care about the missed shots. I care about the misplaced dash. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
All right. Like even here, you need to be careful. I'm glad that you're using the tree. Just be careful, right? Ooh, wait a second. What was this? You kind of did it there. Kind of. You kind of did it.
Yeah, I was in the air, so it's...
Yeah, it's a lot easier, yeah. Oh my goodness, what happens here? What is he doing? What is he doing? He doesn't even need to touch.
No way.
I don't think he knows. Okay, I'm sorry. Do you know? Okay, do you know how overtime works in Overwatch?
I think if you touched and they kept well, they have 99%.
Yes.
Like,
here's what it is.
You still get overtime.
The Lucio now doesn't need to touch again. If you touch at 97%, and then walk off, it will proc overtime. And then he can get off and then touch back in. So he doesn't. Yes, right now he doesn't need to touch anymore. He doesn't need to touch anymore. He really does not need to touch anymore. He dies for it. That's unfortunate. Now, yeah, that's silly. I mean, this is a mess. I don't even know who you go for now. Lose track of the Cassidy. Okay, so what are you seeing so far?
Well, sometimes not using cover as much, and not dashing in the feet.
It's just the 180s. That's really, it's the 180s that need to happen to the, whether that's short dashing, dashing through them, whatever. The dash placement on these duels is like really crappy. I think you can even see it here too.
Yeah.
So, I know what you're doing. I think what you're doing is the right thing. But here's the thing.
I don't have cover, yes.
You don't have cover. You either do one of two things right here. Let me be very clear. You either play here, and you just throw shurikens to do the safe play. Or you go for the aggressive play. Where would you go if you're playing aggressively?
Maybe like to the right.
Yeah, maybe here, right? And then you're really threatening. I mean, maybe even here, and see if you can deflect his pulse and then dash out again. But any of those places, either aggressive or defensive, is better than here. Do you see this? This is neither. This is just out in the open. Now you start to use cover a little bit, but that has to be immediate use of cover. Bye, Winston. Let's look at this again. So you're gonna have your deflect soon, so we should be okay. You use cover here, so that's good. Good. But were you aiming at the... Was this on purpose or was this an accident? You see what I'm saying? That's the question. What did you say?
You mean what's
the dash
what is the
distance? The dash distance. Do you see? Like, was this just happening?
I think I'm kind of used to dash distance.
Okay. So there you go. Nice job.
Just not used to dashing into feet.
Yes. Okay. Okay. The rat gets away. Unfortunate. It's all right. Nice job. So let's look at this again.
Oh.
So, what do you think about your potential cover usage here? Like, how close are you to the wall?
This one, not really.
Yeah, I think it could be a little tighter here. It's not bad, but I think it could be a little tighter here. Now let's look at your dash. A little too far, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what's the main problem here? With the dash. It's not the dash itself, but watch this. See how awkward that was?
Yeah.
So, need practice with this. And I would go as far to say that I don't want you to rush the right click after the dash. You need to dash, focus on placing the dash exactly where you want it to be, and then aim the right, take an extra quarter of a second to aim that right click. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Maybe you ran out of mouse pad here. I'm not really sure. But I look at this, and I do not see that was not a bad play. That was the proper play. You just were not good enough to make it work.
Okay.
So you need to be good enough to make that work consistently. Okay. little slow on that 180. I think you were trying to go for the monkey and they're like, oh, I'll just shoot the Lucio instead. Okay. Do you have any questions so far, by the way?
Not really.
Okay. We're taking our time. We're talking a lot about micro, maybe more than we normally do. But I think it's going to help you a lot. Careful. Nice. Not a whole lot, honestly, happened this fight, so not a whole lot to say. Okay, here it comes. Here it comes. You know what's coming next fight, right?
Yes.
All right. Bless your heart. What do you have to focus on? What has to happen with this blade? What did we talk about last one?
I have to like probably choose a target to blade like first.
Yes. Choose a target. Know the status of the cooldowns. Let's see.
Yeah.
Now we don't even need to say who. We know who it's gonna be. So let's just see. What do you think?
I think it was good. I think it was fine. Maybe this one a bit risky, but my team is like taking the attention.
Mm-hmm. Now, my question for you: did you know the status of sleep or nade?
I don't think.
I don't think so either. They just used nade, but you didn't know. So my question is, can you blade if they have sleep dart and anti-nade? Can you blade?
Probably not like this.
Okay, then how would you blade?
I would need like cover maybe.
Ooh. That's a good suggestion. Some sort of cover to juke it, to bait it, right? Maybe some sort of verticality. Like if you could dash, wall climb up, and blade up top, you know, so it's a lot harder to land the cooldowns on you.
Yes.
Here's another question.
I wanted just to dash through so I can slash dash.
Yes, that definitely makes it better. But here's another question for you. Right now, you don't have cover. You don't have high ground to play around for your blade. You have to just walk in. So then how can you make this blade safer? What should you do right now?
Deflect, man.
Deflect. 100% agree. I was fully expecting you to get slept this blade because of how you're approaching her directly in front of her. You needed to deflect this. Right here, deflect. Right?
Yeah.
Dash slash. Right? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And that way, no chance that she's able to kill you. No chance. Now, I will say that would have meant that she would have gotten beat and she probably would have survived. So actually what you did was the best thing that you could have done. But if there's no Lucio on the field, if there's no support, that's what you want to do. But let's keep thinking though. Let's keep talking. Let's keep talking about this. So they did have sound barrier, and that sound barrier would have countered your ult, right? If you had not gone immediately for the kill. If you deflected here, the Zana lives. Crap. Is there a good answer?
No.
Okay. So what's the solution then? We've brought up a lot of problems. So what's the solution?
Well, it depends on the if they have sound barrier or not.
So they do have sound barrier, and you know they have sound barrier. How do you win this fight? What do you do with your blade?
Well, I could either force sound barrier early or just maybe wait.
Okay. You could. How could you force sound barrier? Because what's the problem with if you deflect here and they sound barrier? Look at you.
I'm in without dash.
Yes, correct. So then you would die. So that is not a good solution. Give me another solution then. How would you survive?
Could save dash, for
Ooh.
example.
Yes, you could. You could deflect, choppity choppity, look scary, and then dash out here, right? And then maybe chop on that Tracer, chop on that Lucio, Sombra, Diva, something like that, right? I like that one a lot. What if you didn't want to force Sunbury? What if you wanted to wait? What could you do?
Maybe, I don't know, pressure Lucio maybe.
Sure. You could just play normally and look for an opportunity when somebody's split or by themselves, and you can just quickly one-shot them with Blade. Like if, let's say this Ana, the fight starts and you're just playing, and then you see the Ana use Sleep Dart, or you see the Ana use Nade, there, and she maybe takes a little bit of damage. There you go, right? There you go. You know you can kill her before. So something to think about. You're a smart guy. You understand this. Like you're giving me good solutions with these. So I think you'll be able to figure these out if you're able to think about them. And when should you be thinking about this? Because we just talked for ages.
Before,
right.
I'd say before.
Right. Before. When you have time before, but in the middle of the fight, there's too much going on for you to be able to think about this. Nice. This looks very good. I like the Sombra focus. Run! Ah, I was hacked. That's unfortunate. Okay. I think you played that fight pretty well. Like I said, the blade thing was something to consider, though. Oh, dear. Surely you survive. Alright, there's the rematch from Diva. Now, here's the thing versus Sombra Tracer. Would you say Genji is very good versus a Sombra Tracer?
I don't know, average, I would say.
Average, yeah. It doesn't feel very juicy because you can't like one-shot them, you know? But then also if you land shurikens on a Tracer, it's really annoying for her. You know what I'm saying? It's really annoying. Even just a couple of body shots, it's really annoying. Sombra, same thing. If Sombra decloaks and you dash her, she has to go. Like it's really, really annoying. So you can actually be really, really annoying. You're not going to do a lot of damage. You're not going to get good medals. You might have like bronze damage, but you could be really annoying to their DPS. Like what you're doing now is it's not terrible. If she doesn't have mini, different story. I don't like that much. Dash into Diva is just like, who cares, right? She's not gonna die from that. Right there is perfect. That's what we talked about. But I'll say this too. Mid-fight, think about this. Do you see? What is good about this dash location that you see?
Well, it's behind them.
Right.
So yeah.
Right, and there's cover too, right? But again, my question was this on purpose, or were you trying to kill the Lucio or do damage? In which case, why did you dash so far?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
Well, probably I knew that I would end up there. So that's fine, but I didn't think like of maybe dashing into the feed.
I think a lot of your dashes just kind of happen, you know? And sometimes they're good because you end up with cover, and sometimes they're bad because you don't get the kill because you're dashing too far, right? And again here. Let's watch this dash. Just slow. If you were ready, you dashed perfectly, right? But how was your 180?
It was very fast.
It was not good, right? Not good. Ooh, wow. Nice. Don't get lazy. Don't get lazy. This is a lazy blade. You know how I know?
I didn't have information.
You had literally zero information. You're thinking, oh, we're just gonna win this, right? You actually walked right past them. Yeah, not good. Not good at all.
Mm-hmm.
Probably still gonna work because, you know, this fight's won, but not good. Okay, fight's won. How you doing? Do you have any questions yet? We're moving along pretty fast.
I don't know. I don't think I have questions now.
Okay. If you do, as always, just let me know. Do you see what I'm saying with your dash, though?
Yeah, I should probably like think a bit more about my dash usage, like power dash.
Now it's going to slow you down, but you know the Bruce Lee quote: "Slow is smooth, smooth is fast." Right now, you need to build up slow, really consciously aiming at the feet, and then once that slow decision becomes very smooth, then you can do it very fast, and then you won't need to think about it anymore. You see?
Yeah.
But right now, it just seems like you just press the button and you don't ever think about where you're dashing to. Are you going for the kill? Are you dashing through them? Are you dashing at their feet for the combo? You just press the button and stuff happens. I don't want that to be happening. Okay, let's keep going. What is this diva doing? Do you see? My question for you is, what was the purpose of that dash? Was it just to try and get the Lucy and you just missed?
I think I was afraid.
Okay. I think you're mostly okay. Position is good. Oh no, you missed the ledge.
Oh.
Okay. Very aggressive considering how low you are, right?
Yeah, I thought I would kill him. He was.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. What do you think about this dash? Here it comes.
So, it was fine.
I think it was okay. I will say one thing, by the way. I don't know if you know this, but just a good thing to keep in mind. Do you know how Genji's fire rate works with dash?
Yes, I think.
Okay. So then tell me
Like
tell me what's potentially wrong with what you do here. Watch carefully.
Probably I shouldn't have fired the shot.
Yes. Why not?
So I can shoot after the dash faster.
Exactly. Because this delay here is partially due to how slow your 180 is. But if your 180 is faster there, then you needed to shoot sooner. You see what I'm saying? So for those of you in chat that don't know, right click and it can be animation canceled, but it does not speed up at your rate of fire. So if you right click and then cancel that with dash, your next right click after the dash will be delayed. So in a situation like this, where you're at a distance and you're likely only going to be landing one shuriken anyway, this right click is a mistake because it means that this right click, he can't fire off right click right now. It won't go off until now, and now it's too late. He's gotten away. Okay. Something to keep an eye on. What's your sensitivity? DPI, DPI.
So DPI is 1600 and sense is 4.
Okay, that should be fine.
And it's 2 for like hit scan and other things.
Okay, so 4 and 1600?
Yeah.
Okay, that should be more than enough for Genji. Careful, careful, careful. See, I would already be setting up here. Like, I would already be taking this angle here, trying to DPS this Tracer. It's less juicy than farming here, but there's always the off chance that Hanzo headshots you, and you can go and be setting up for your dive by clearing out this Tracer early. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think this is just kind of, like, lazy. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you to be here, really. Okay. Again, I know sometimes it feels bad fighting tracers like this, but this is still okay, right? You're happy with that matchup. Let's look at dash again. What do you think? Obviously, the dash execution was bad. The mechanics were bad. But what do you think about the distance?
The distance a bit too far, but I'm not sure how I can make this like closer to him because he's wall right in there.
Yeah. I think it was fine. Just obviously need practice on actually dashing correctly. That's all. But I think distance-wise seemed okay. Oh, almost got the Ajax. How low did he get? I think he got pretty low. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. I thought you got him close. Oh dear. Haha. Haha. Is this because Lucy was low?
I don't think. I think I panicked a bit here.
Yeah,
I thought
I think so too.
I thought we'll lose anyway. So
gotcha. Okay. Yeah, you might be right, but I would at the very least, if you're gonna lose, pick a target and kill it. You know, don't just mash your dash into the middle of the enemy team. Find a target and kill it. You know, that Lucy was killable if you'd really focused on him. But I think you just press the button. Okay. Oh dear. You try and get healing. Your comp is not very good at healing you, but you need to really be careful here. Okay. Let me pause for a second. Remember what we were talking about with Blade?
Yes.
What were we talking about with Blade?
Well, I need information.
And you just saw Suzu, right? Who are you going for with this Blade?
Hanzo, probably.
Did you know where Hanzo was right at this moment?
I'm not sure.
Okay. That would have been priority number one.
Yeah, I got beat, so I just rushed the blade.
Right.
Yes.
And I don't want you to rush the blade. I think you can take your time. I know that that's a window of opportunity, but what's worse than than blading late is then blading early without information, even if you have beat, you see? So, right now, you did not know where Hanzo was. Now, it turns out, he's walking up here. If you had known that, then maybe you would have waited. You might have dashed here, right? Popped blade, and then you'd have perfect information, no chance he escapes. Do you see?
Yeah, I see.
Okay, so I think you choose the right target. Obviously that 180 is too slow. He would have died if he'd been a little bit better with that, but that's okay. Oh my gosh, 4 HP. So my problem isn't the mechanics, which is obviously not great, but you didn't have information on who you want to be going for, so it really messes you up. Have to fix that. Okay, let's keep going. Nice. I knew it was coming. Huh. You see it?
Yeah.
It's tricky with the stairs, yes. But even with how you were aiming it before you dashed, even here, you knew that this was going to be too far. That's a big distance. That's a big distance. And even if we look at the mechanics of your right click, let's see if you did you do the right click thing? Did you do it? Let's watch again. I missed it. I keep going too fast. Huh. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see. Here it comes. There it is. You see it?
Yes.
Yes. Something to address. You know, you're probably not even noticing it because your dash 180s are kind of slow and clunky. So by the time you turn around, you have the right click again. But as you get better at this, if you practice this in your workshop codes and if deathmatch, and you practice it consciously, then you're going to need that right click sooner. You don't need it now because you're slow, but you're going to be fast.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? All right. He was isolated. That's a lot of HP. Wow. Positioning looks okay as long as you guys push into this. Here comes the beat. You guys get the DMAC before. Let's look at this again. Almost get the kill. Deflect. Oh, you guys are okay. You got an escape route and you had to deflect. Now, this is tough because there's no wall to dash into, right? Or no floor. So you have to dash through him, right? But you do get the 180, you get the shot, and he dies for it. Really nice job. But...
Oh, yeah.
Here it is. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Wait. Right click. Dash too far. The 180 is actually really good, but the dash is too far, and you right click before.
Honestly, this would have won us the fight, I think, if I
My gosh!
if I kill him.
Oh my gosh! Oh no! What is this man smoking?
Yeah, then he kills half my team after.
Oh no! This guy is insane! Holy crap. Holy crap. That was some professional Hanzo play. And you would have beaten a professional Hanzo. Yeah, that sucks. That's right. Learn his lesson. Oh man, and you actually have a close to getting this one too. Ouch. That sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks. Okay. Do you have another replay code of a Genji? I would like to do something different. So we have a few extra minutes. Unless you have any questions. Do you have any questions?
I mean, in terms of positioning, how do you think?
I think you did okay. I think you did okay. I don't think it was your primary issue. I think we talked about cover usage, right? And I'm also the guy that always obsesses with positioning. So I think you did okay. I think cover usage could have been better. But I think besides that, I think it was all right. So shoot me another Genji replay code. And I would like to look at just your blades.
Okay.
And we'll go from there. We'll look at two. We'll look at one or two. And we'll see if you had your checklist here. Because we have a couple of things you need to work on. We have your cover usage. We have your 180s. Your right click into your 180s. The dash distance on your 180s. And scouting before your blade. Which means that you've got to have your work cut out for you. You got a lot of work, don't you? Left to do. Which is good.
Yeah.
Which means we can keep things... Which means that you've got something that you could work on for this week, you got something to work on for next week, you got something to work on the week after that, and you got something to work on for the week after that. Okay, let's scout these blades out. Let's see if we can get a couple of decent blades in here.
Yeah, the first two deaths, complicated.
Yeah, I just want to look at the blades. Let's just look at the blades. Okay. Did you have information?
I think I knew Soldier was here.
Now, what's the only problem with this blade that I can see? Because remember, what are these guys going to do? You press Q. What are they going to do?
Like, I don't know, shoot me.
They're just going to run away.
Or run away,
right.
yes.
So what's the only problem with this blade right now that you can see?
Well, I won't be able probably to kill Soldier now. But Soldier, I don't think he can run away.
Okay. What I would like you to do is, this is where this blade is fine if you're able to get just a teeny bit closer, because then you can force their Sojourn shift and then have dash to chase. The problem here is that you'll be able to, you might have to dash to get to her. You know what I'm saying? From this distance. This is just a little too far. So let's see. Yeah, see that right there? And then she can shift away. I don't want you to just have to use dash there. I want you to dash up, press Q like right here in this cover, and then just turn the corner and you got your pool noodle and you smack him with it. You know what I'm saying? The difference between you being here and here is massive. Huge difference. Because the Sojourn now cannot shift away. She's done. It's over. You see that?
Yeah, okay.
Now, the good news is you get the kill, so it doesn't matter. Just something to consider, though. Did you have scouting, though?
Well, I knew the Soldier was up there.
Yeah.
I was thinking I would probably get Nano.
Sure. So I think scouting-wise, pretty good. Okay. Remember the Lucio beat thing, right? So what's the rule with Lucio beat? What's the rule?
Like have an escape plan.
Yeah.
If he beats.
Or
you find an isolated target.
Okay. Let's see.
And one shot.
What do you think?
I would say pretty risky.
Yeah. How so?
Well, everyone is there. I don't have Nano.
And you don't have what?
I don't have deflect.
Yeah, you don't have deflect. To me, that's the big one for me. It's like you this would be fine to like slash and then escape and then deflect out. You know what I'm saying? Force the beat, go from there. But my concern here is that you're gonna. I mean, you can see it right there, right? You can see it. You needed your deflect for that. You force beat, you survive, but you really need. You might actually still die. Okay, right? Now, let's watch one more and then we're gonna talk. Okay. All right. Scouting, obviously. Team fight is happening, right? Right? There's stuff going on, right? Okay. So. What do you think?
I think fine.
I think so too. Yeah, I think it could have been better, but I think it was fine. You were able to. You had information on scouting. You had your deflect. You forced his run before you pop blade, right? So then you knew that you were going to be able to catch him, right? So okay. You're crazy. Not bad. Not bad. Obviously, doesn't end up working out, but I think it was pretty good. Okay, so we've talked about a lot of different things, and one of the specific things that you said in your form was that you didn't know what to really look for. You feel kind of lost. Now, it's normal to feel a little bit lost in the middle of a team fight in Overwatch. Like, it's just a chaotic, crazy game, right? Obviously. But what can you be looking for? What should you be looking for in your VODs now? Because you said you want a VOD review? Okay, now what do you VOD review with your Genji?
Well, firstly, my blades, I think.
What about your blades? What are you looking for in your reviews?
Like having information.
Yeah. What else?
Like also my dash, how to use dash and right click.
Sure. Sure. And you're smart enough to know what to look for now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. What else can you be looking for in your VOD review?
For cover usage.
Sure. Okay.
Oh,
What else can you be looking for in your VOD review? This is more micro. We talked a lot about this one.
180s.
Yeah, the 180s, the right click into the 180s, and the dash distance, right? With those 180s. And you now have a plethora, a massive amount of things to look for in your VOD reviews. And the thing is you can just pick one of those things that you want to practice that this week. Look once a day, maybe take 10, 15 minutes, look at a couple of fights from different maps and be like, how am I doing at my 180s? How am I doing at my dash distances? Are my blades good? Am I really scouting for my blades well? Am I using cover well? Just pick one thing, practice it, and then go into the VOD. And I don't want you looking for anything. That's my job. My job is to look at everything and then try and narrow it down. That's not your job. Your job is you already know what to look for before you even load up the replay. Right?
Yes.
And your job is to see, how am I doing? Am I practicing? Am I staying focused on that? You don't care if you make other mistakes or you mess up your deflect usage or maybe your positioning isn't great. That's okay. Your focus is on what you are practicing. So you got really 3 things. You got your blades, you're scouting within the blades. You're playing around defensive cooldowns within the blades, right? And your second thing is your cover usage. Just your corners, cover, all that kind of thing. And the third thing is 3 little things combined into one. Your 180s, your dash distance, and your right click into dash, right? So you have a lot to work on. But pick one of those things, go practice it for a week, VOD review yourself every now and then, see how you're doing. Am I practicing? Am I getting better at those things? When you feel like you've made some progress, not when you've mastered it, because you'll never master it. But when you feel like I've gotten about 30, 40% better, I think I'm doing better at that overall, then what do?
I start working on the second thing.
Exactly. On to the next thing. And you get to pick whatever you feel like, right? The other thing is you don't want to be working on something too long because you're going to get bored with it, right? You're going to get bored thinking about it. So find something else after that and practice something new. And then practice something new. We didn't get a chance to talk about things that are not Genji oriented, but this is something that, like, let's say Genji falls out of meta and you stop playing Genji anymore. Well, you can do the same thing with Echo. Like, did I have a plan with copy, right? Was I using cover well? How is my right click placement, right? My stickies, so there's a lot of things that I hope that you've learned from this, that you're able to apply to some other heroes as well. Do you have any questions?
I have a question related to not Genji.
Sure.
So I'm learning like Reaper a bit.
Yes.
Primarily to play in that meta comp. And so what's my job as a Reaper in that comp? Should I focus Monkey or Reaper?
You tell me. What are you thinking? What have you seen so far?
It probably depends.
It does. It sure does. That's it, 100%. So that's your goal, is to find out when you should be focusing Monkey, when you should be focusing Reaper. Now, if you can get good shots on Monkey, that's great. If you can get good shots on the enemy Reaper and force his Wraith, then that's also really good. If you can get good shots in backline and still be able to Wraith out safely, then that's also good. So the number one thing that you need to be worried about, that applies to every situation and does not depend, is that you and your Monkey need to be on the same timing. You don't need to be on the same target, but you and your Monkey have to be breathing and on the same mental wavelength all the time. If your Monkey goes backline and you want to shoot the enemy Monkey, great. If you and your Monkey go together on the enemy Reaper or on the enemy Monkey, great. If you both go for backline, then that's great, but you need to be in the same time. That is the biggest issue in neutrals in Overwatch League. Every team, they struggle with the timing. So that if instead of giving you a depends answer, I'll give you that's the answer that doesn't depend.
Okay. One little question.
Yes.
How do I use my Reaper TP? I feel it's kind of awkward sometimes.
It's not very good right now, to be honest with you. Because the
So I shouldn't.
problem with Reaper TP is if you TP on backline, what's the problem once they force your Wraith?
Oh yeah, might be too far.
Maybe too
for my
far.
team.
Maybe too far. Right. So you'll see this a lot in Overwatch League. They don't use TP a lot. They'll hide or lurk or play in corners and maybe go for backline when they have like a good flank. But TP is not something that you're going to be using mid fight to go for backline very often because it's too far. Oftentimes, it's too
Yeah,
far.
makes sense.
Yeah, that's too far. Okay. If you have any other questions, please DM them to me. Keep me updated with how your practice is going. And if you want to shoot me a replay code, do it like what we did with the blade there. Be like, hey, what do you think about this blade? Or what do you think about these 180s here? And just send me a timestamp. I'll look it over and send you my thoughts on what I think. Sound good?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
All right. Cheers, mate. Have a good rest of your day. It was a pleasure working with you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. You're very welcome. Bye-bye. All right, that was Vova, Genji Extraordinaire. I hope that you guys enjoyed that one. We got very fortunate. I was just going to weep so much if we had to talk about deflect again. I'm be honest, guys. I'm putting up a professional facade, but I'm like, oh no, a Genji VOD, another one. Oh no, let's please. I don't want to talk about deflect. I don't want to talk about angles anymore. I just want to talk about something different. And we did. Vova came in clutch. Vova, we were able to talk about mechanics a little bit. We were able to talk about some scouting for Blade. It was different. It was a nice change of pace. I'm very grateful. That was great. Okay. Full mode of transparency there. Okay. Athens? Nope. I will call you momentarily. Okay. Let's keep going. We're gonna move on here. Okay, Athens here. Okay, let's do this. Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
How you been?
I'm alright.
All right, doing all right. I'm gonna turn you up just a little bit. I've gotta get your replay code. Is it the replay code that you sent me still relevant? Is that still what you want, or do you want something new? Yeah. Okay. If it's expired, I'm gonna be sad. I think we're good. I think it's Esperanto, right? The push med?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, we're good. I'm gonna get this pulled up, and then I'm gonna start taking a gander at your form again. You are who in this game?
My form. So whenever I filled it out, I remembered I noticed at the end of it that there was a part about the routine that I, for some reason, didn't finish.
That's fine.
I didn't do the form in order, and I stopped typing halfway on the routine part.
Yeah, sometimes I'm like, this form is a little bit intensive, but the more information often is the better sometimes of that. So I apologize. Yeah. But okay, who are you in this replay code?
I'm the Widow.
Okay, you're the Widowmaker. Oh, sick. Are we getting Widow coaching?
Yeah.
Oh, I love Widow coaching so much. Okay. All right, let's look through the form really fast. Okay, so Athens. Okay. What rank are you at right now?
I'm a mid. I'm plat on this account. I'm gold 1.
Gotcha.
So basically the same rank.
We'll say plat. All right, just making sure because it's been a little bit since the form has been filled out. Let me update my command. All right, so let's start with this. What got you interested in coaching?
So I played a good amount of Overwatch per day. I haven't been playing for very long. I started playing this year,
nice.
In March, Overwatch 1.
Okay, cool.
And so I play a decent amount every day, and sometimes I just feel I don't know, I don't understand why I lose, because I'll feel that I'm better than some of the people that I lose to, and it's just kind of frustrating. I know it's an ego thing that I kind of have to get over.
Yeah.
And I've been getting over it recently, but it still happens sometimes.
Okay.
And it's really also annoying to not see improvement, even though I try really hard to improve, if that makes sense.
Makes sense,
and I've tried looking at my own VODs, but it's hard to look at them because when I look at them myself, it's just I didn't misplay here, but I did. But it's just an ego thing.
It's hard to be objective. Well, it's hard to be objective even if you have all the knowledge and information. And if you don't have all the knowledge and information, it's still hard, right? It's still hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's very difficult. So that's wanted someone else to look at my gameplay
Okay.
that is better than me and knows more than me about the game, so that I can get over myself, basically.
Okay.
And
Okay.
have someone else tell me that I'm bad instead of having to tell myself that I'm bad.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I won't do that. I'll save that for later. Looking at your typical training week here, you play Overwatch in your free time. I usually have about 3 or 4 hours a day, and you have a warm-up routine as well. So please leak the warm-up routine, please. Every Hitscan player I know is obsessive about it. So, what do you do?
I started this current routine that I have like 2 weeks ago. I have like a Kovacs playlist that's like an hour long. I do that. And then I get on Overwatch, and then like I go in like the training range, and I just kind of mess around with the characters that I play just to actually feel for the game. And then
how long are you in the training range?
Like 5 minutes, and then I go into like a custom game. That's like an aim training custom game. It's like,
can you leak the code?
It's like the Vaxta one.
Vaxta?
I think is what it is.
Vaxta 1 or Vaxta?
Or like Vaxta, but I just said like Vaxta.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, the Vaxta one.
Vaxta.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
so Vaxta. Alrighty.
And then
how long are you in Vaxta?
Like 10-15 minutes.
Okay.
And then I press Q, and then I usually go into What a Headshot while I'm in Q, and then I get a game eventually.
All right. Well, here's the good news. Well, let's start with this question, okay? Have you noticed improvements in your aim since doing this playlist? I mean, it's only been 2 weeks, but have you noticed?
Yeah. I don't want to say no, but I also don't want to say yes. I think I'm just like more confident in like how I aim, or not how I aim, but when like, you know, I'm playing the game, I'm more confident in my aim in general.
Yeah.
I feel like that has helped me a lot.
Right. Okay. So let's offer some advice, because I think what you're doing is you're putting an unbelievable amount of effort into your warm up and your aim training routine, which is excellent. Yeah. That's awesome, especially for a hero that requires obviously a lot of aim.
Yeah.
But there are a couple of low-hanging fruit that you can make adjustments with. Now, to be very clear, one of the underrated, I guess, benefits of having your own aim training routine is the confidence in getting yourself warmed up mentally and doing something that you enjoy. So what I'm not going to do is say, oh, you need to completely change this and completely change that, or that's not optimal. If it's something that you're comfortable doing and you enjoy doing, there's benefits from that, right? So I'm going to be honest with you, having an hour-long Kovacs playlist is probably not going to be helping your aim that significantly much. But if that's something that you really, really enjoy doing, then I'm not going to tell you to just not play Kovacs. I might say, is there a way that you can cut down on that time to use it a little bit more efficiently? Is there certain aspects or certain training modes on the playlist that you find you get the most benefit from or you enjoy the most? Focus on those. But I think that you can be more efficient with your time there. That's number one. Number two, I would cut out the training range entirely. If you could be spending that 5 minutes even in a random arcade deathmatch, or more time in a workshop code, or more time in a try-hard deathmatch mode, or anything like that, that's going to be bigger return investment in the practice range. So again, low-hanging fruit there. Next thing I'm going to point out is, what do you see as being a potential problem with Vaxta? What do you see? Look at my screen. What's good and what's bad about this, okay? What's good?
What's good is I'm like shooting at actual character models,
right.
I guess.
Exactly. Okay.
And then
what else is good?
For good, I guess it's just like, I don't know, like I'm filling out the character when I actually get on, I guess.
Sure, exactly. You get to play the character that you're on. They're moving around. You got a lot of different hit boxes to practice shooting versus as well. Yeah. And the movement, I give Seda credit. This is pretty good movement, right? Like this looks pretty decent, especially when you crank it up to hard. Okay, so what's bad about this?
I guess it's not like representative of like what would actually happen in a game when I'm shooting at someone. Right.
It doesn't feel like there's a lot of pressure on you, right?
Yeah.
There's no stress, there's no cooldowns, there's no actual threat of death, so you're not really practicing duels. Okay, what's the other problem with this? And this is something I've said a few times in the stream, but it's worth mentioning. What else is the problem? Let me look at where I'm at right now.
Like not on a real map, I guess.
Right. Do you know how aiming works like this, right? I mean, you should, right? This is horizontal aim.
Yeah.
This is vertical aim. I'm gonna ask you the question: what's the problem with this?
So there's no like actual like changes in like terrain,
right?
Or, like angles, or
right?
Anything like that.
My only vertical aim is on a very slow-moving Pharah, right? This is the only thing I do. Maybe a little bit of Genji. I think sometimes they have an Echo as well. I don't remember, to be honest with you. But there's no very little aiming up, okay? And there's really no aiming down at all.
It's a grapple shot.
Right, exactly. So I have to like find a way to aim down like this. So this is my problem with Vaxta. I think it's an excellent aiming code, but it has its weaknesses, okay? Yeah. It provides a lot of repetition and a lot of different movement speeds, which is excellent, but it's got its shortcomings. So what I would like you to try and do is I would like you to, let's not say this. I would like you to experiment with cutting out practice range, shifting a little bit of your time away from Kovacs, and throwing that into maybe a deathmatch mode. Maybe a little bit less Vaxta. I think Vaxta is probably okay. Maybe a little bit less Kovacs, no practice range, and try throwing a deathmatch. So what you'd have is you have Kovacs, which is rapid over and over and over and over and over again, plus giving you immediate feedback, hit scan practice, right? But it doesn't feel anything like Overwatch. Then you've got your workshop codes, which are, again, rapid, not as rapid as Kovacs, maybe not as entertaining, not as score-oriented, but feels a little bit more realistic like Overwatch, but there's no threat of death, okay? And then you have the complete opposite end of the spectrum from Kovacs, which is actually going in deathmatch, where the engagements aren't super rapid. They're rapid enough, but they're not super rapid, but there's an actual death threat. There's verticality, there's aiming up, there's aiming down, there's actually dueling versus real people. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's a spectrum, and I think aim training can be done in a spectrum to kind of warm up in different aspects. And I want you to toy with that and see what feels good and what you enjoy. Maybe you're like, I really hate deathmatch. Maybe I'll just do more Vaxta and less Kovacs, right? Maybe you're like, I actually really like deathmatch, right?
Instead of deathmatch, I do Widow headshot in Q, so would that be better?
Okay, well, again, what are the strengths and weaknesses of Widow headshot?
Yeah, I'm only shooting at Widow.
Only shooting at Widow. What's another weakness about that?
I guess like a lot of Widows kind of stand still.
Wow, sure. Well. But what's the title of the
or headshot only,
headshot only, right? Now, obviously, you're going to be aiming for headshots 9 times out of 10, but not always. Not always. Yeah. You get negative feedback for hitting a shot sometimes, which is not what you want to happen.
Yeah.
So again, that is not a bad mode to train at necessarily, but it would be a bad mode to rely off of exclusively. So I think you already have a little bit of a variety with your training, which I think is awesome. But I think the variety could be of a higher quality, and also I think you're spending a lot of time. What is it? This is almost like an hour and a half, really. And I think that could be used either more efficiently, or if you are going to spend an hour and a half, you can get more quality out of it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
No.
Now, again, what I did say is find what works for you. I don't want to tell you exactly what you should be doing, and this is the only way to do it, because I don't know the answer to that. You don't know the answer to that. And I would also like you to be leaning on the side of what's more comfortable for you than what's technically the best. There's like science, there's like studies out there, like you could have the world's best doctor, but if he's a real jerk and a jackass, he actually doesn't help people get well as much as a doctor who's maybe not quite as good, but who makes people more comfortable. So whatever works for you works for you, but I'm going to tell you if it is actively bad. Okay, let's keep going through this form here. 3 to 4 hours a day. Okay, so when you're saying 3 to 4 hours a day, is that including your warm-up or the ranked games after the warm-up?
No, that's after the warm-up.
Okay, so 3 to 4 hours.
Longer.
Right,
yeah,
so you get
longer, so.
at least 10 games per day. At least. Okay, that should be good. And do you have any off days, or is that consistent?
No, it's pretty consistent.
Okay, that's good. Let's see here. Usually 7 or more hours of sleep. That's good. Okay. All right, so this is where we get to the real juice here. So your hero pool: Widow, Ashe, Sojourn, and occasionally Cassidy. Is that still the case? Those 3 plus occasionally 4 heroes?
Yeah, it's mainly the 3. I don't really play Cass much anymore.
Okay.
I like play Cass in Overwatch 1 a lot. And I played him like when Overwatch 2 first started, but he kind of sucks, so I don't really play that character.
Fair enough. Do you consistent with playing those 3 heroes, or do you play other heroes as well?
Yeah, I pretty much play those 3.
Okay.
Sometimes like I have to like counter pick just because I want to win.
Sure.
So, like if they don't have like a hit scan, I'll play like Echo or something.
Interesting.
Like that.
Interesting. I'd avoid that because especially with the hero pool that you've given me right here, there are no situations where this hero pool is going to be bad. If they're playing hard dive, Sojourn is still going to be fine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My only concern would be is if Sojourn does end up getting nerfed and then you end up playing up into Sombra Tracers, Genjis, things like that, then you might have a little bit of a hard time. But as long as Sojourn is still relatively strong, there are no weaknesses in this hero pool. There's no reason for you to spend time in Echo. And you play each of those heroes, I assume, at least 1 or 2 games per day?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then let's look at the last section. This is the really important one. Okay. Long-term goals. Not necessarily sure what to consider a short-term goal for myself, but long-term goals, I'd definitely be happy if I peaked at contenders or even Al, but hitting top 500 would be honest enough to me. Okay. So you've not been playing for very long. You're progressing. We're going to give you some practice and structure and goals that will help you to continue to progress. So I think this is all relevant. It's going to take a lot of work to be able to get to top 500, but I think given what you're doing right now, especially if we can tune it up a little bit, I think it's a possibility for sure. And this is the most important question, really. What do you feel is holding you back? Mentality. I occasionally struggle with confidence in game despite having above average mechanics for my rank at least, which leads me to choke when using ults after getting a good flank in 1v1s against a character mirror or just 1v1s. Okay, so break that one down for me. Mentality, lack of confidence. I know you kind of explained it a little bit in your forum, but explain it to me a little bit more in detail here, please.
So I think where I was saying like the character 1v1, so like I think this happens the most with Widow, where like I know how to take them because whenever I first started, I watched a lot of your like older VODs because I found you through Kadror, and I just like watched a lot of your coaching to like learn the game a bit. So I know how to like take them. Like you take them when you have an advantage, like with your ult, if they don't know where you are, if you have a pocket, or things like that. If they're distracted, but like still sometimes like I like get a bit like not necessarily nervous. I'm just like not fully confident in my ability to win the 1v1, like, especially if I can know where I am. Because as like when I was like a lower rank, a lot of the Widows that were in Widows weren't the greatest. But, like I mean, even now they're not amazing, but they just like have more awareness of where I am and like how to actually play the game rather than when I was in Silver when I first started. So like I am less confident in 1v1s, and that character mirror specifically.
Yeah.
So I think that's mainly what I'm in there.
Okay.
And like sometimes like so for the flank thing, like I like to flank a lot on Ashe and Sojourn too, because like when you have a real gun and you flank, it's really good. Like with Ashe, I'll like flank and dynamite, and then I'll just like miss all my shots on the Ana, and then she'll sleep me and nade me, and I'll just die. And I don't know why that happens to me, because I don't know. I just choke a lot basically, and I don't know why it happens. I just don't know how to like not choke.
So does that tend to discourage you from trying this plays then afterwards? So like you choke, then what happens?
I guess it depends on the game. Like if I was playing well before and I choke, then sometimes I don't think about it. But like if I'm like having like an off game and then I like go on a flank that's actually really good, but I choke, then I just like will kind of tilt a little bit for the rest of the game and just not play well at all that game. So I guess it just depends, like a situational thing, I think.
Okay. Here's the thing. So obviously in the game of Overwatch, things like flanks and winning 1v1s are really important, but there's a lot of confidence that can become from not necessarily believing that you're the best player to make those type of plays, but knowing that those plays are necessary to win or to play at your absolute best. And then also understanding that if you're going to be the best, you're going to have to expose yourself to those difficult scenarios over and over and over and over and over again. So the best way I could describe this is as I want you to go out of your way, not feed, but I want you to go for these high risk, high reward plays where you have to win those 1v1s, where you have to hit those shots. And I know that you're going to probably choke a lot of them and know that you're probably going to miss a lot of them. Because here's the thing. What is the cost for messing up those plays? What happens?
It's like a learning experience. Like
right.
You can try to figure out.
Do you suffer IRL? Do you get injured?
No, not very often.
No. Right. No, I mean, right. So there's no real drawback. It's a video game. Do you see what I'm saying? So yeah, you might look like an idiot. You might get people making fun of you or be like, I'm avoiding this guy. This guy's a feeder. But who cares? You're never going to see those people. You might not even see those people again in game. You know what I'm saying? So who cares? You should be the type of person that is actively looking for the high pressure situations, because that you know that I'm probably going to choke it right now, but I'm not going to choke it next week as much. And a year from now, I'm going to be like the most clutch player ever, because I've been in thousands of these situations where I had to hit the shot or we lose. So unfortunately for you, I'm not a psychoanalyst, therapist, big brain sports psychologist that's going to give you a quick tip. I can tell you to breathe. I can tell you to just not think. I can tell you one thing. Don't overthink those situations. When you go on them, don't sit there and think. Just feel and play, right? Yeah. That's the worst thing you could be doing, is process through analysis. But I can also tell you that I don't really have any secrets to you. What I am going to tell you is keep doing them over and keep pursuing those plays. Okay. Have some confidence in yourself. Here's the thing. Don't even have confidence that you're going to make the play. Just have confidence that eventually I'm going to make it. I just know I'm going to. Yeah. And then you do it once and you build a little confidence, and then you do it again, you build a little confidence, and then you fail again. You're like, crap. But then you do it again. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like it's very similar to like rank anxiety, to where it's just like, I'm just no longer scared of ranked anymore. I've played so much, I know I'm going to do fine. I'll play it. We'll see what happens. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Now, what will happen is you will get better at not choking, but you'll also be very familiar with failing, right? Because even if you don't choke, there's still a pretty good chance that you just might miss the shot. So what might be good about being exposed to failure over and over again?
That I'll like feel like less worse about it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, oh yeah.
When I fail,
exactly.
So failing.
Exactly. I'm so used to failing, it's not a big deal. It happens. Yeah. It happens. That is a powerful skill. Having emotional armor that you don't really care if you look like a jackass, that is a unbelievably powerful skill to develop. Yeah. Not even as a player, but as just like a human being. And don't be that guy that pursues those high risk, high reward plays when everybody else is too scared to. You know what I'm saying? So that not only are you better at those plays, but then you also develop an iron mental. You're just not scared of failing anymore. Like that is a scary person to play versus is somebody that has nothing to lose, right? And if that could be you every game, that is a scary thing. Okay, does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, that does.
I don't really have like a life hack how to make you feel better, but I'm telling you, keep going, keep pursuing that. Okay. It's not even fake it till you make it. You're not confident, you just aren't. So, but that doesn't mean that you should change your behavior at all. Okay, I'd struggle with decision making and slightly with positioning. Explain what do you mean by struggling with decision making?
For decision making, it's more of like, not necessarily, I don't really know. I was gonna say target priority, but I don't think that's a large issue. I think it's just like deciding what to do in every specific moment, which I know I can't always make the right choice. Like I'm gonna make the wrong choice eventually, but like I want to make the right choice more often, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I know, and I think decision making, and then you said slightly with positioning, those things really, at least with the Widowmaker, often go hand in hand. So, because really, like, there's Venomine placement, there's grapple usage, there's ult usage, but overall, the hero is mostly just positioning, and positioning yourself in good timing. So we'll take a look at that, and we'll look at your decision making with that positioning. Okay. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, actually, got this crosshair? This crosshair is really nice. I've been looking at it the whole time.
Yeah. Here, let me. I haven't changed my reticle in so long. And here you go.
147. All right.
I'll just watch this. We'll do this. Here you go. There you go. It's uploading right now.
All right.
There you go. Okay. Okay. If you have any questions, just holler. We'll pause and we'll talk. But okay. I don't really have a whole lot more to add here. So, stupid question. What is Widowmaker good at?
You mean like playstyle wise?
Yeah, just general playstyle. If you explain it to a bronze player.
So she's really good at like getting a pick like pre-fight to give yourself a numbers advantage, and then you should try to time it to where like your team can follow up and win the fight for you.
Sure. Now it can also be vice versa. You could be the one following up off of your team's pressure.
Yeah, that's it.
And because they forget and they're distracted, then you kill 6 or kill 5. Maybe you kill 6 because he shot deflecting Genji right before, but yeah, you kill 5. Why would you play Widow over Ashe or Widow over Sojourn? Not necessarily in this map, but in general. Like, what are you looking for with Widowmaker?
Actually don't think I know how to answer that question.
Okay.
I guess like
What is Widow good at compared to Ashe?
She's really good at like has higher damage output. Like if you headshot, she has like higher kill threat, I guess. For Sojourn, I think it's kind of equal, but like Sojourn, it takes longer to get to the kill threat because you have to build up a railgun.
Who is the truest sniper in the game? Like just sniper, like IRL, sitting there holding an angle with a one shot, like
yeah, Widow.
Right. How do you know that? If I were to play Widowmaker here and shoot an Ashe over here, who has the advantage in the duel?
The Widow. Right.
What if I move the Ashe to here? Who has the advantage in the duel?
The Ashe.
Right. It's
like
the range. It's the range. That's what we're looking for. So Widowmaker is the most ranged hero in the game. So then I ask you again, where do you play Widowmaker, and then where do you play Ashe/Sojourn?
So I guess Widow is on like more open and longer sightline maps.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Jungle Town first, right? The most open point in the game, arguably. So she's great at that. Now, what makes Widowmaker? Why would you pick Widowmaker on this map?
On this map,
sure.
It's really open. There's a lot of like straight long sightlines.
Sure, of course.
So
now,
it's really easy to
here's my caveat with this one, okay? So I agree that Widowmaker feels really good at some times, but I also think that Widowmaker can feel really, really bad on push. The great sightlines benefit her, but what sucks about push sometimes?
It's kind of like the game mode is like a lot of back and forth, so you have to reposition a lot.
Yes.
And the comps that like you're playing into aren't like favorable sometimes.
Right. Because there's so much back and forth, there's a lot of movement and readjustment of positioning, which Widowmaker can do, but that is not her strength. So this is often where like I'm not saying don't pick Widow here. I think Widow is totally fine, but you just need to understand that it is going to be tricky. Whereas a hero like Soldier, Sojourn, Tracer might have an easier time repositioning consistently and constantly. This map has a lot of flank routes, somebody in chat says. That's also true. So it is easier for them to sneak up and close the distance on you on this map as opposed to other maps. Now, this means that you can still play this hero. You just need to understand the strengths and the weaknesses.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, for example, they can come stairs, they can come here, and they can also flank around behind on you. So there's a lot of opportunities. So let's, do you have any other questions before we get into the gameplay? Finally.
No.
Okay, let's do it. Look okay? Or audio okay? Is it a little too quiet, too loud?
No, it's fine.
Now, here's the thing with Widowmaker. If you pick a good sightline and you're hitting shots occasionally, even if you're not popping off, you're still getting value. Look at what that Sojourn just did. Did you see this?
Yeah, she didn't move.
Yeah, she had to move. You controlled the sightline, so then now it makes it really difficult for the enemy team to do any damage. Now, you can look at this Cassidy as well. This Cassidy is also going to have a hard time. So then that means for your team, all of the threats are often going to end up coming from one direction because you're basically gatekeeping. There's a really, really cool way of thinking about Widowmaker that I learned working with Christopher, who learned it a little bit from KDG, and who was previous Overwatch League Philadelphia Fusion. And it's not really revolutionary. It's just a good way of thinking about it. It's called like CCTV Widow theory. And basically the idea is that you are basically just kind of controlling a sightline and angle, providing scouting, which is whatever, but mostly just kind of guarding your team's back door. So what you can be thinking about here is even if you don't hit a shot, if you're able to funnel everybody into this position, that's immediate passive value with the hero. Do you see?
Yeah.
Okay. There it is right there, right? That Cassidy has to make a choice. Do I AFK or do I try and rotate? And then as he rotates, it becomes difficult. Now for you, what does this open up?
That entire flank.
Right. So you don't necessarily need to because you have a pretty decent sightline right here, but you have the opportunity to rotate and take away that sightline.
Yeah.
All right. I think what you're doing here is probably the better play. And you can be a body shot Andy. It doesn't matter now. The fight's won. That's the one thing you're going to need to track versus this comp, is Railgun.
Yeah.
She is better than you in the duel when she has Railgun. She is worse when she doesn't. It's that simple. Nice. Not a whole lot to say. A lot of theory discussion, but I think you've played this fight reasonably well. So this is the funny thing. Okay, so let's actually pause. So this is where you have to kind of get a feel for Widowmaker, because what's the problem with where you are right now?
Too close.
You're too close, right? Now, why are you here and not where you were on bridge?
Not sure.
Let me give you a little hint.
There's no one there.
There's no one there. So this is the tricky balance of the Widowmaker. It's finding value from your initial positioning and then deciding, should I just stay and hold the sightline or adjust it slightly, or should I try and contribute to the team fight in a way that I might risk my life? So for here, I don't really have a problem with this. I would just be very cautious. And this is why knowing the map is really important. For example, I look at this here, and this is not good.
Yeah, I should
right?
be like farther back.
What if you were here?
Yeah, in that room.
You see? This is where you or even better. Can you see from here? Oh, you can't. Crap. Okay. This is better. Even like here is better. So this is where you just need more repetitions on this map to know these positions, but you also actually have to be looking for these positions.
Yeah.
You know? What about the other side?
I mean, I could just flank to the bridge behind them.
Yeah.
And just play from up there.
Yeah. If you were like really sneaky, maybe you could peek late here. Remember we talked about like following up off of your team's pressure after they push into after once they're distracted. Yeah. You could peek here now and pop off. I don't know. I mean, this is again where map knowledge is really crucial here. You know.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the best bet for you. I mean, you could get really greedy and hold your grapple here, but there's options. There's options, right? But there's a lot of options that are better than where you are right now. You need to know what to look for. You need to look for some form of distance, and you need to look for good cover and then a good sight line. But the problem here is obviously like this feels really uncomfortable for you, right? This is no longer a massive advantage for you anymore, and you're probably gonna die. Yeah. Okay. You see the issue there?
Yeah.
Okay. Not the best positioning, not the best decision making about your positioning is a really crucial part. Now, I understand, if I were you, I would be pretty tilted because I'm like, how many more do I have to kill y'all? Like what's going on? But you could have played better. Yeah. Okay.
I remember in game there, I was really mad that I didn't headshot that cast as well. I barely missed.
But see, this is the thing. If you are putting yourself into positions to where you have to hit the shot, otherwise you die, then more often than not, that's a bad position. Now, that is a contradiction of what we said earlier, where we want you to be putting you in those positions. We want to be putting you in those high pressure situations. But what's the balance there?
I guess the balance would be like, is it beneficial to the rest of the team fight?
Yes. It's high risk, high reward. But the problem with this positioning is it was higher risk with no chance of a higher reward, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to here, where it was high risk, high reward. But there was actually it was a much lower risk, right? So what I want you to be thinking about is when I'm taking these aggressive plays, is there a better way to do it to get the same amount of value, but to do so with a lower risk? That's the question.
Okay.
That one was just high risk, not that great reward. So this is just, again, a little bit of map knowledge here. I think given the position of the robot, you need to know that there's no way that there's anyone going to be peeking there anytime soon. So what I would do is you could probably walk over here, and if they don't have like a Tracer or Sombra, you can grapple or a ball. You could grapple, you could even, and then crouch and then peek here, right? This would be a better sightline here. And as long as obviously you're going to be way ahead of your team's timing, but you're playing at such a favorable distance, I think you're okay.
I think the reason why I'm so far back is because my team isn't spawn.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's fine, but I also don't think there's any reason for you to not be taking a pot shot here to here. I don't think you're going to get punished versus this composition. So I respect the timing, but yeah. Yeah, this is goofy. You're playing like Remember we talked about the CCTV, right?
Yeah.
But you're basically controlling like if they go for crazy hard flanks, but like the bot's like way over here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't think the odds of that being an issue is like very high. Okay, so what should you do here?
I should Venomine that and then walk forward.
Yes, Venomine this and walk forward. I cannot have you AFKing for hours just because somebody might peek there when there is an actionable sightline right here.
Yeah.
There it is. Unfortunate. There you go. You could probably infosights this, to be honest with you, because that makes
hold fights for really long.
Yeah, I think here it's I understand why you don't pop it just because you're like, oh, I know where they are. I don't need that information. But remember, it can also just be used to win a duel. Like as soon as you pop this infosight, now you're just wall banging, right? And now the Sojourn's like, crap, right? I don't want to be taking this duel, right? Because you can just go, yeah. I think it's fine to pop here if you wanted to. Again, it just would make that kind of a duel so much easier.
Yeah.
I think you taking that duel is reasonable, but you need to use it. This is a mess. This is a real mess. Nice. Again, it's just like you're just doing strange things, to be honest with you. Because like I understand, like okay, we're checking here. Just scope down the choke. You know what I'm saying? Like you're behaving as if you were playing up against a Tracer Genji permaflanking you, but they're not. And I respect you doing that, but your downtime is like actually crazy because you're just you're constantly checking flanks that are just completely uninhabited. And the problem with that is that what's going to happen is you're going to keep doing this and it's just not going to work, and you'll be like, man, I'm wasting time, I'm not going to do that, and then a Tracer's going to come up and kill you when you play up against Tracer. You need to understand when it's good and when it's bad, right?
Yeah.
It is bad right now. You have full information of where the enemy team is. That is questionable. Oh, she pops Sojourn ult? What are these guys? These guys are crazy. Like right now. Why are you playing CSGO? Walk forward. Right? I don't know why you guys use Junker Queen ult either. Nice. Keep walking. Keep walking. Keep walking. Keep walking. Keep walking. Keep walking. Get off the robot. Get off the robot. Get off the... Like right now here. Like why are you not popping sights here and just like absolutely making these guys miserable in this position? There's a fight happening, right? Yeah. Basically. Abuse your range. Take a good position for it.
I think this fight will whiff really hard. I remember this. Yeah, it is this fight.
I mean, that doesn't look like a whiff.
I think after this, I'll whiff on the Lucio.
Gotcha.
Times. Yeah. It's pretty bad.
That's okay. Inconsistency is consistent for everybody. Everybody's inconsistent. But do you see what you did there, even though you whiffed?
Yeah.
You see, he's out of the fight. He's out of the fight. This Zarya is not isolated. Huh.
It's pretty bad.
That's okay. It's okay. It happens to everybody. Literally everybody. It happens to Overwatch League players. Remember we talked about failure now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then the goal for you have been, and you have taken the shots, you've been in situations where you've whiffed every single shot. So if this happens again in a game, you're like, oh yeah, this has happened before. It's okay. I can shake it off. I can shake it off and I can do better next time. Now, I'll be honest with you right now. I've not really seen an opportunity for you to press the info site, so I think you're fine now. I don't know why you're leaving though. Honest question. Do you know why you're leaving that sideline?
No, I do not.
I don't either.
I think in game I thought the fight was like about to be over, so I think.
Right. So then why are you going here?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Very strange. Run. You guys are winning the fight. This is a weird game, man. I'm telling you, this is killing me. Okay, let's keep going. This is wild. Okay, let's keep going. Now this situation is where in about 6-7 seconds I'd probably pop in for sight. I don't know what your frig is doing. Now, here we go. Where should you be? When should you press Q? And why?
I think based on where the enemy team is, I should like back up a bit more. Like I think there's like a little green sign behind me, I think. And I should press it as soon as I get there, pretty much.
Yeah, good sight line. Now here's an interesting, if you talk about high risk, high reward, what if you just pop sights and then just hit here?
Yeah, that could work because when they walk forward, I can just drop. No, or not drop. I can just peek from behind them.
Yeah, yeah, and again, look at their comp. Is there any reason for you to be scared of being by yourself versus this composition?
No, not really.
Not really. No, not especially not with info sights.
Yeah.
Because now you're on the move, and this is what we talked about with push, right? This doesn't feel great. Okay. Uh-oh. See the problem?
Yeah, too close.
Yeah, this is too easy for them to run you over. It's a nice shot, but way too close. This is very, very unsettling, right? Whereas if you'd been able to hold this position here or press Q, this would have been significantly easier. This would have allowed you to get just simply a crossfire and just to burn, like their Zarya would have died. You don't even need to get a kill in the squishy. Or you could have hard flanked behind, and we're talking about high risk, high reward play, and you could have peeked in here, right? Can you imagine this?
Yeah.
You know, that would have been really rough for them to deal with. Okay, good use of cover. I think this positioning, given where you've gotten stuck, has been okay. Surely you get healing. Nice shot. Again, it's the micro of the positioning. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not the idea, it's the application, right? Now you tell me what's wrong with this positioning.
I should be more to my left.
Right, better towards cover.
So
in addition, you could be even further back. You could be here. You could be even, I mean, I wouldn't say here, but like you could be just CCTV and controlling the angle from here, right? There's no reason for you to be closer versus these guys. There's no reason whatsoever. That's just more damage for them, not more damage for you. So I think you guys probably still win this fight. And probably get the lead. Very important that you guys get the lead here. You do. Excellent. Huh. Kiriko says, we're ahead, and then just screams. Okay. Now what should you be doing right now?
I can't really tell if we're up or not, or like if we're down.
I can't either. So what should you be doing?
I don't think I should walk forward necessarily. I think I should kind of stay where I am and then be ready to leave.
Yeah.
If we do start losing.
Yeah. Plant your feet, hold the angle, make their lives miserable. Scope, shoot, scope and shoot. Okay, so your team is pushing around the corner, so you have to move, right?
Yeah.
Our prediction was completely wrong. This is whatever, to be honest with you. I think this fight's lost unless you pop off, so I have no problems with this. Huh. Don't waste time. Killer. Trust your mechanics. I'm not even joking. Don't waste this time like screwing around. Try and kill this Cassidy. You know what I'm saying? Ruin their day. Just you could even pretend like, oh, I'm just crouch jumping and then hard scope kill a Cassidy. You're gonna miss it 9 times out of 10, but the one time you do, it's gonna feel amazing, you know? And it's gonna mess him up too. It's gonna slow him up for next fight. So be heartless. You gotta role play if you're gonna play Overwatch correctly. Alrighty. So again, push issues here, right? Where's the fight going to break out?
Like I guess right where the bot is in a couple seconds, pretty much.
Yep. So then where does your positioning need to be?
On top of the bridge right there.
Probably on top of the bridge would be okay. You doesn't have to be on top of the bridge. You could scope here. You could scope here. You could grapple up to bridge and play like back here. You could grapple up the bridge and this, cheat here. You could honestly, I don't know. So this is pro Overwatch coach, by the way. I don't know this. I really don't know. I've actually never coached this map. Well, okay, I have coached this map, but I've never coached this map in Overwatch League, so I haven't like studied it as much. But like you could like grapple across here and then peek late here. You know what I'm saying? There's options. I just don't like the grapple usage there. And then now like I probably grappling across here and controlling the side lane would have been best. I think that probably would have been best because now that Cassie's close the distance on you. Wow, I would not have given away my positioning there.
I think in game I thought he knew where it was, but he didn't. I thought he would have heard me because one of those footsteps are really loud.
He's a little dense.
Yeah,
and I probably would have scoped at that point too, because I don't think it's possible that you can beat him with SMG at this range. I think he's just gonna stick you and you're just done. Like there's just no way to win. You have to hit the shot. And okay. Not the best positioning there. This is good. Just keep shooting this. Just keep shooting. This is like do you see the panic, right?
Yeah.
This is really, really rough for them. And again, timing wise, this Zarya is dead.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to Kiriko ultimate her. Or Nano, maybe both. I mean it's just miserable for them. Even if that Cassie hits like 2 shots, still not gonna matter. That Ana is an idiot. Respectfully. Oh my gosh. That was a mess. Okay, so fine angle. Now, what should you be doing right here?
I think I should go to the Mega. That's like to my left.
Maybe.
Better.
Maybe. What else could you do?
Ult.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
And then what would that ult allow you to do?
Go to the Mega easier and I should be able to.
It would tell you what to do.
Yeah.
That would tell you exactly what to do. Either they're gonna panic, in which case you stay here, or they're gonna push you, and then you're gonna grapple away, and then if they want to keep pushing you, it's really, really scary, and then you're still gonna have a good angle on them, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Press the Q. You took your shot. Press the Q. Press the Q. Like if you had pressed Q here, you would have seen this.
Yeah. That he was actually there.
Which do you see? Nobody's here now. So the Cassie drops, the Kiriko drops. You just walk forward and kill the Ana, and or just go to your team and you're fine. Press the Q. Yeah. It is a powerful, powerful, powerful ultimate. No! I'm sorry. I just have to look at this. just running along here. Whoa, no. Please help me. Please help me. Please. Oh my gosh. That's the funniest thing I've seen in a long time. Oh my gosh. Just kind of taking a stroll with Kiriko. Just don't. Maybe if I just act real natural, they won't notice. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. You got plenty of time though. I mean, maybe you just Joker can just straight up wins. Oh no, she doesn't. Okay. All right. Surely we press Q soon.
I think I do press it here to find this.
I think this is actually, ironically, this is probably a little too early. The one time you pressed it, I think you could have waited a few extra seconds here.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay. Nice. Oh, that's annoying. Stupid hog. Get him. Ah, come on. You didn't even see him. He can't charge a skull on you immediately. He can't see you. You didn't see Cassidy, did you?
No. I think I was scared of him like walking out. Though.
Yeah. But he can't charge it immediately, even late in the high noon. You should have time to peek here. Probably won't matter because you got the kill immediately. I think if she triggers Venomine, I think you could just SMG her, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you need to worry about hitting the shot because again, it's like, okay, why take the gamble? You know what I'm saying? She triggered your Venomine. She didn't get the hack on you. You can win the 1v1. Just SMG her out. this is just unnecessarily taking risks, and you might actually die for it. She's still here too. She should have been forced out. No way you guys lose this. No way.
We lose the fight. We win the game, but we lose the fight.
Oh my gosh, that's actually unreal. Okay. Okay, so let's pause for a second here. Do you have another Widow replay code?
Yeah, I do.
Give me another one.
Okay.
Push game moves are always so short.
Yeah, this one is Circuit Royale, so.
Oh, that's a great Widow map.
Yeah.
I'm debating if I just want to watch like one more team fight or two, or if I actually want to. Or if I want to look at your info sites. Guess we can just watch for now. So what are you seeing so far?
My guys and like mistakes.
Things that you need to work on.
I need less downtime.
What's causing that downtime? What decisions do you need to be making to prevent that downtime?
I guess like preemptively positioning around where a fight's gonna happen instead of like checking flanks for no reason.
Right. Okay, what else are you saying?
I guess ult usage. Like if I ult better, then I'll know like where to position better for like a fight. I guess. And I guess grapple usage too. Like I don't like grapple to position. I walk to it more often than not, so I can get there quicker and have better timing.
Okay. I think what I would do is I would focus on your uptime. Look at your uptime. Look at your positioning. Honestly, uptime and positioning really the same thing for me, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You need to figure out how you need to be positioning best, and then that will deal with your uptime. And then I would look at your ult usage.
Okay.
Let's keep looking. At least from that 12 minutes of gameplay, that's what we saw here.
Yeah.
So the first thing you need to be like asking yourself right now is, are they on Widow?
Yeah. I think I always usually worry about throwing Widow, especially on defense. It's like the main thing I worry about.
Right. Because then as soon as you see that they're not on Widow, then you just take whatever position you want and you just shoot whatever you want, right? So.
Yeah.
I mean, she's kind of an idiot, but sure. This guy's kind of an idiot as well. Bastion's just free low for Widowmaker. I do like your Venomine usage. It's not always perfect, but I like the fact that you're at least using it. Like that case in point right there saves your life. Okay. Don't love that grapple, because I don't like where you're at right now, right? You do run up to here, but obviously a little late here. And then by the time you get back to where you want to be, the fight has already broken out. Like 3, 2, 1. You need to be scoping in right now, and you're running right now. You're jogging.
I should have initially grappled up there.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And again, you look at their comp. Like, what do you need grapple for?
I guess like.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, so you might as well. They're not running a dive comp here. So okay.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, we could describe that fight. Obviously, grapple usage. But it's actually not even really grapple usage, is it? It's more downtime and positioning, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know. So hey, all right, we'd love to see it. Nice. Now, right now, you could press Q.
Yeah, okay.
I know you're thinking, okay, it's 4 versus 5. You're right. But this is a very important fight to win, is it not?
Yeah, because they're about to cap.
They're about to cap. I would not be angry if you press this Q just to guarantee that this fight is won. Would totally be fine. I think this positioning here is fine as well. Ooh, careful of the shot, careful of the shot. Remember, she has the advantage in the duel. When she has shot, she has the advantage in the duel. I would try to not take the duel, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because she can move so much more fluidly than you do.
Yeah.
And so it's a lot easier for her to hit the shot. Like right now, obviously, she's not looking at you, so take it. But do you see what's happening here?
Yeah.
Like, if you had pressed Q here, or, like, it's easier for us because we see perfect 20/20 vision with the replay code. But just press Q. Just press Q. It would not have given you a major advantage, but it would have given you a minor dual advantage. Press the Q, because guess what? You've lost this fight. It's over. I don't even necessarily think your positioning was too bad. I think it was okay, but all it took was, like, literally a sneeze on the enemy team, and then you would have won that fight. So there we go. We got our 2 focuses smack dab in the first fight, essentially.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll watch one more and then we'll stop and talk. Okay. Don't have a really lot of space for much else other than this. Oh my gosh. Oh, nice. I was about to be depressed. Careful, right? Railgun. I think your positioning adjustment was good though. So your Diva's walking forward. What does this mean for you?
I need to walk forward as well.
Take a more aggressive angle. You could still press Q here. Again, you could still press Q. You see? Because remember, the other thing with Q as well is that you're like, I might not get a massive benefit from this, but remember, everybody on your team gets that scouting information. Yeah. Everybody. So it's a good ult. It is not a bad ult. And once again, we're gonna lose another fight without you pressing Q because you felt like, oh, I didn't really need it, but you did. You did. Would have given you information, would have allowed your team to push more aggressively, would have allowed you to win duels easier, would have scared, and honestly, it's a psychological advantage as well. If you're able to press Q there, let's go exactly where we would have pressed Q. Okay, press Q here. This scares them. They give up space, your team takes space, they guarantee the team fight win. Right?
Yeah.
Let's watch one more. I lied. Because I keep waiting for this Q to be pressed. I mean, at this point, it's actually the worst time to have pressed Q. You can see literally everybody, and your team is like literally on top of the middle of the enemy team, so they don't get anything out of it either. I'm not going to complain about you pressing it for once, but it's just ironic that out of the 3 fights where using it would have been okay, you used it at the legitimately the worst possible time. This is what we talked about in terms of the aggression. Is this a high-risk play?
Yeah.
Is this reasonable that you should go for this?
I guess, because if I, hit my shots, I guess I could win.
Right, and look at the shield, right?
Yeah.
There's no real other option for you right here. So I respect it. This is what we spoke about. You'll win this duel. There you go. You'll hit the shot. Trust. There it is. Fight win. Nice. Good work. Do you have any questions?
No, not really.
Okay. What are you seeing so far? What did you see in your gameplay?
I need better ult usage, or I need to not necessarily better ult usage, but I need to actually like use it at the right time. I guess. Like,
what is the right time?
Push an advantage. I guess like a team fight win.
Sure. You can use it to push an advantage when you have a pick to guarantee. But that's actually the minority of situations in which case you'd use it. What are most of the time when you're going to use this ult? When are you going to use it, and how are you going to time it?
Like right before like a team fight happens, to give everyone scouting and myself scouting, so I can try to get a pick.
Or immediately as it starts, right? Yeah. So then there's no opportunity for the enemy team to kite out, and you get information. Okay. Yeah. That's got to be crucial. All right. What about your positioning and downtime?
I need way less downtime, and I need more uptime. I need to.
Yes.
I need to like position like quicker, especially like if I need to, like if there's like nothing that I need to run from in the comp, like if then I have a flanker like Tracer or Genji, then I need to like actually grapple to my positions better, or not better, quicker, I should say.
I think the way that you were handling like Esperanza was, again, you were playing very cautiously and reactively to flankers, but a lot of times there wasn't a flanker for you to be concerned about, so you were wasting time. Yeah. But yeah. I think that skill set, if you can channel it properly, along with your pretty decent use of Venomine, will help you a lot when you do play up against these Sombras and these Tracers and these Genjis, right? You'll have that skill set built in. You just need to know when it's important for you to be doing things like that, and when it's not important, and when it's going to be taking down your value elsewhere. Because remember, if you're playing your life versus a Tracer Genji, that Tracer Genji is going for you. They're not going for your team.
Yeah.
But if you are playing really cautious and checking flanks and checking angle, and you're not really doing anything, not really taking an angle on the enemy team when they're on like non-flankers, that Cassie's just lighting up your tank, and he's getting away with it for free. So you need to adjust that accordingly to what you see. So, do you VOD review much?
No, not really. Sometimes, like if I lose like a team fight and I like don't understand why I lost, like if I like killed 2 and we still lost, then I'll go back and look and like see how I could have made it.
It's not a necessity, but what is a necessity is like actually taking what we talked about and having a goal set for training. And then what VOD review can help with is being able to look back afterwards to find out how you did at that set task.
Yeah.
How is my downtime? How is my ult usage? And then being able to give yourself feedback off of that, because you know now what to look for and you know what you're trying to accomplish with those things, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that's something to kind of keep in mind. I don't really think have a whole lot more than that. What I would like you to do is go forward with your Widowmaker games and start applying what we talked about. Pick one of the ones that's the priority for you and save the other one for next week or the week after, and then go from there, you know?
Okay.
And then if you get a chance to review, whatever, we'll see how it goes. The only other thing I would say, the 2 things don't forget. Remember some of the feedback or tips or ideas that we had for maybe maximizing or experimenting with your warm-up. Yeah. And then the other one was not being afraid of more aggressive plays, more like the aggressive plays that may or may not fail. Because remember, if you fail, you've learned from the experience and you develop a thicker shell. You get used to it. You get used to losing. Yeah. If you succeed, you build a little bit of confidence and you get good positive feedback on actually doing the play right. There's no loss. There's no drawback from doing it. Do you see what I'm saying? So there you go. Do you have any questions?
No, do not.
Okay. As always, let me know if you do. Just DM me anytime. And if you have any questions about a specific team fight, just shoot me the replay code and the timestamp, and I will let you know what I think.
All right.
Appreciate working with you, mate. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Yep. Cheers, mate. That was Athens, Widowmaker Extraordinaire. As I said, I really do enjoy coaching Widowmaker. I think there's a common misconception, maybe not within my community because y'all are big brains, but within the general Overwatch community, that Widowmaker is all aim, no brain. Could not be further from the truth. She's actually, I mean, really, truly just as dynamic and as difficult with the micro as really any hero. If you're good with aim, that can cover a multitude of sins, but ultimately, when even at the pro level, I talked about this very openly when we were talking about like ons and what made ons very difficult. So whenever we would scrimmage ons, gladiators, he's just so intelligent is how he was taking duels. He's very difficult to track, very difficult to predict, and that was what made him so good. His aim was unbelievable, but he was just so darn smart when it came to duels. Will I speak to you that nicely when you coach me? I might not speak to you at all. I haven't decided yet. We'll see. Okay, let's keep going. We have our last in-depth coaching session coming up here with Snazzy. Let me check to make sure Snazzy is ready. Ready? And then we're gonna go. Did I do a Lindiel's dance from yesterday? No, I will do a Lindiel's dance from yesterday. Listen to me. As soon as the coaching sessions are done. As soon as the coaching sessions are done. More DPS, I feel spoiled.
Hello?
Hello. How's it going?
It's going good. How are you today?
Doing well, thank you. I'm getting your information pulled up here. What rank are you?
Yesterday I was Masters 1. Today I'm Masters 3.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Well, Masters Sojourn nonetheless. That'll still be fun. Okay, so let me get your replay code pulled up here, and then we'll go from there. So what got you interested in coaching? How did you hear about me?
Well, I heard about you because I used to watch your YouTube videos like a while back.
Okay.
And then I kind of fell out of Overwatch for a bit and stopped playing it super competitively, and then I picked it up again a little bit before Overwatch 2 came out and started watching your videos again, and I figured, what the hell, might as well get a coaching session.
Sure. Okay, sounds good. And then skipping ahead to your form here, you said long term you want to join a GM OD team as a DPS. And then
That would be nice.
Okay, and then short term is achieve consistency in your gameplay and stay in DPS. Now that is a very strange answer. The consistency is not so strange, right? We talked about.
Did I say stay in DPS?
Stay in DPS, yes. Is this?
I think I meant stay in GM.
Oh, okay.
Because I was GM
okay.
When Overwatch 2 first came out.
I true story. Yesterday, what was I said? Something I was typing to somebody something, and I flip-flopped the words, and I'm pretty sure I just ended up saying I need dinner, and I didn't mean to say that at all. It was just completely like the most non sequitur ever. I need dinner. I was like, wait, why did I type I need dinner? So too many concussions. Okay, so long-term GM team. Now, have you been on a team before?
Yes.
I figured.
Yeah. Not any like I haven't been an OD or anything, but I've played in a couple tournaments.
How was your experience with the teams that you've worked with?
Well, the ones that I've played on have mainly been like college teams and stuff, and just like community stuff. So it turns out that I've been the highest ranked player on most of the teams that I've played on, which, like, I don't know, doesn't really mean that we're going anywhere, but it was an experience in, like, I guess, coordinating 6 people together.
Gotcha. You see an experience, you say?
It didn't always work out how I envisioned it, but you know, what can you do?
Yeah. So you've had experiences working with teams, but never where it didn't feel like you were probably having to like herd cats.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, so that's the goal. Why haven't you joined a team? I mean, you're masters, right? Are there not teams? I mean, I don't know what the status of like teams are, but I feel like masters there are a decent number of teams out there scrimming once or twice a week. No,
I mean, there are. I just want to be confident enough in my own gameplay.
I see.
To where I feel like I can actually bring value to a team.
Gotcha.
And I feel like if I can consistently stay in GM, then I'll be able to be at a point where I can bring value to a team.
Well, I'm gonna agree with you, but I'm not gonna agree with you in the way that you might think. So what you're saying honestly doesn't make a lot of sense, because you're saying, oh, I need to bring value to a team, but the problem is that you would be joining a masters team. Where you would be masters. So that doesn't make a lot of sense, because that's the reason I'm pointing that out, is because that's a slippery slope. You know, what's a GM team? Is it 4K? Is it 4.2? Is it 4.3? Is it 4.4? And the problem with that, the higher you climb, the harder that extra little jump is going to be. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
I see what you're saying.
I don't disagree with you, because if you're thinking, oh, I'm gonna be planning on just establishing a personal goal first and then going from there, that's fine. But it also doesn't make a whole lot of sense that you're like, oh, I have to get to this certain rank when, like, if you were plat, I get it, but you're masters. So
maybe I just have like a stigma against masters teams. From like the 1 or 2 times that I've played on one.
And that might be the case. If that is the case, then I completely understand. But then the goal needs to be, I need to not join a GM team. You need an actual number, you know, at least before you try it again. I'm going to hit 4.1, or I'm going to hit GM 4, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to try again. If it sucks, okay, then, you know, I'll keep trying. Yeah. Okay, so let's look through your form right here. Nothing crazy here. Okay, what do you hope to get out of the session? Guidelines and ideas to implement to improve your overall gameplay. Give me an example of what you mean by that.
I guess just help with decision making in a lot of ways, because in Overwatch 1, I mainly played like Tracer, Cassidy, Widowmaker, just mainly hit scan. And then picking up Sojourn, I feel like I just don't know what the correct, because she just incorporates so many of the good things about other characters that it's hard to know like which one of those things I should be exploiting.
Sure. I mean, that's the case. What feels like with a lot of new heroes. There's a lot of like dynamics. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's different aspects of the hero. It's not very one-dimensional, which I think is good, but it does make it a little tricky. What does your triple training week look like? 1 hour strafe training warm up. You're crazy.
No, literally blast music and just.
All right. I won't judge. Is this in game or on Kovacs or something else?
No, there's a training code for Overwatch that I use. It's just a bunch of strafing bots.
Got it. Okay, fair enough. That might be a little bit much. Like, did you hear my previous spiel on the previous VOD review on?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so basically the TLDR is that I think there are downsides and upsides about every training form, aim training form. I don't think there's like whether it's Kovacs, whether it's workshop codes, whether it's deathmatch, try hard, aim arena. There's always upsides and there's always downsides for each and every single one. For Kovacs, it doesn't feel like Overwatch, but there's high repetition and there's a score. With workshop codes, there's more feels like Overwatch and there's fairly high repetition, but there's no positive feedback and there's also no actual threat of death. So it doesn't actually feel like Overwatch. For tryhard FFA, there's threat of death, there's cooldowns, there's verticality, there's everything good, but the repetition isn't necessarily super high, and you might be playing up against gold players. So what I would recommend, at least to try, is see if you can blast the music, warm up, train for an hour, whatever, do you. But could you add some dynamics to that? You know what I'm saying? Like right now, you're eating like a giant roast beef, and you're not eating any potatoes or broccoli, or you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, is there, could you expand your food pyramid just a little bit?
To be completely honest, it's like, it's not always like just a straight 1 hour of straight training, but I jump into 1v1 arena too, just to warm up before games.
That's fair. But just keep in mind that I think, from what I understand, I am not the aim expert, but from what I have understood, that some form of dynamics with your aim training is going to help a little bit better. Okay, let's keep going here. Okay, Sojourn, Tracer, Genji, Widowmaker, is that still up to date, and is that complete?
I don't know. I end up having to flex a lot.
Well, no, wait a second. What do you mean you end up having to flex a lot? What does that mean?
Well, I mean, lately I've been like kind of trying to one-trick Sojourn, but like, I don't know. There's a lot of times where there's a ball just absolutely demolishing our team, and I have to go Sombra or whatever.
Are you sure that you're playing Overwatch? A ball demolishing your team?
I know. Literally, if you had seen my game on Route 66 today, you would not believe your eyes.
Okay, Sojourn, Tracer, Genji, and then you said Sombra to counter. Okay, so is that the one situation where you have to flex?
Yeah, I don't normally flex outside of that. It's mainly
Sojourn, Sombra?
Sojourn. I don't. No, it's really just Sojourn, Genji, and then Sombra if I need to ruin someone's day. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so you're one of those psychopaths. But yeah, you put Tracer, Widowmaker in your form. Is that just outdated or what?
That was mainly Overwatch 1. Yeah.
Gotcha. So something to keep in mind, and this is something I bring up with a lot of my coaches, is especially in Overwatch 2 with how fast these balance patches hopefully we'll be having, is it's totally fine to have a dynamic hero pool. In other words, when Genji's going to get nerfed, you're not, especially as a hit scan player, you're not going to want to play Genji. So what might happen instead is that you stay with Sojourn because I guess she's still going to be strong. You're going to drop Sombra, but maybe you start trying to see how Cassidy feels. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe you pick up Widowmaker again. I want you to, from month to month, it's okay to adjust your hero pool. I just don't want you just playing 4 heroes or whatever all the time. Like that just doesn't make sense. 34 hours of comp a day. That's fine. Is that consistent? Are there off days? Are there days where you do more? Are there days where you do less?
Well, that's pretty consistent. Last week I was out of town, so I didn't play at all last week.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
But mainly pretty consistent. Yeah.
No travel allowed. No breaks. Sorry. Okay, 8 to 10 hours of sleep. Sick. 8 to 10. Wow. Good for you.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't go to my classes.
Okay, never mind. Maybe not so good for you, but okay. Decision making. What do you feel like is holding you back? Okay, so this is always the most important question: decision making mechanics. And we talked a little bit about your decision making with Sojourn specifically, but is that bigger than that? Is that a bigger problem than just that?
I think it comes down to a lot of like macro stuff. Just with like, do I like? I don't know. The example I was thinking of today, like with that Route 66 game with the ball absolutely destroying my team. I was just like, do I sit front line and just keep trying to go for a railgun shot, or do I just like into their back line and try to kill something? Because otherwise we're just sitting in choke getting destroyed.
Okay. So kind of understanding what to do in tricky situations. Are there some of those situations, I assume, in the replay code that you sent me?
It's a pretty 50-50 game. It comes right down to the wire. But yeah, I'd say so. There was definitely some. I think we got steamrolled for the first round.
Okay, and the mechanics are holding you back as well, you feel?
Yeah, I just feel like there's so many shots that I should be hitting. Like especially like I set myself up for it, and I get myself like ready, and then I just miss like the easiest shot, and it just drives me crazy.
Is that a mechanics thing or is that a mentality thing?
Probably both.
Okay. Did you? I guess you didn't hear my previous VOD review. We actually had an interesting discussion with the previous coachee who was playing Widowmaker, and the discussion was about how you put yourself in these like high pressure situations where it feels like it should be an easy shot, and then you just choke.
Yeah.
And I don't really have any secret like life hacks and how to do things better in that regard. But one thing that you can do is to not avoid those situations. And then if you do choke, what's the skill set that you can learn from that?
Yeah.
Right? Because you can either sit there and you're like, oh, you get really tilted at the fact that you choked, right? Or you can move on, go to next fight. Because the thing is that like literally everybody deals with situations like that. Literally Overwatch League players deal with the situations where it's an easy layup and they choke it, right? I mean, NBA players miss layups. So what are you going to do? You're going to cry about it? You know what I'm saying? Like that is a skill set that you have to be able to improve at. And I'm getting the vibe that you're a rather intense person that takes things pretty seriously. So that's great. But then the risk with that is that you can also be the person that kind of gets really all up in your head over stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that is something that you have to be able to put some emphasis on and fixing. All right, at least not fixing. I wouldn't say fixing because that implies turn the switch off, turn the switch on. But you have to improve at that. You have to be able to shake those things off. Especially if you're talking about getting into a GM team. If you're going to be that teammate that like chokes or gets frustrated at something and then like you're done for the map, yikes, yikes.
Yeah.
Now I'm pulling a lot from that, but I think it's just worth mentioning that, if nothing else. Does that kind of make sense?
Yep.
Okay, let's. We have a lot of gameplay here, so let's get started on this gameplay right away here. So Master Sojourn, Hollywood. I know you're Monkey player.
You do?
I do. I actually coincidentally coached your Monkey player a long time ago on this very map in Overwatch 1.
Huh.
Alrighty. So what is Sojourn good at?
Well, it's got really good mobility for one.
Yeah, I would agree. That's probably her biggest strength.
Yeah. Decent overall DPS, and then obviously the really high burst damage with the one shot.
So how does your playstyle look like? If you were to try to describe it to like a bronze player, just starting with Sojourn, what are they going to be looking to try and do?
Well, for me, it's get myself into a position where I can charge up my railgun and then find an opportunity to use it.
Okay. What does that mean? How do you charge up your railgun?
Well,
stupid question.
Shooting things.
Right, exactly. So how would you position around that?
Just put myself in a position where I can shoot things.
Sure. Okay. And then what if, as soon as you charge railgun, what becomes the priority?
Using it.
Okay.
The one-shotting someone. Yeah.
Sure. What about your E?
My E, I use it either like as like in a choke, stop them from pushing through, or like in this example, I used it a lot in this game. They had a monkey. Monkey jumps onto us, throw the E at the ground, shoot him.
Sure. Okay. Anything else that you want to discuss or go over from your form, or anything else that I might have missed?
Nothing I can think of.
Okay,
no.
Let's begin. If you have any questions or you want to stop me, just let me know and we'll pause.
Alrighty.
What do you think about that, E?
Well, the point of it was I was hoping, like, because he was pretty low health, I was hoping it would either kill him or push him off the high ground.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that we're going to be successful, like, with this E in terms of, like, creating space?
I'm going to be honest. Yes.
Yeah, no, I
push
agree.
him off the high ground.
Yeah, I agree. So there you go. How's the audio level for you? Is it okay?
Audio level's fine. It's pretty pixelated though. I don't know if that's just my Wi-Fi or what.
It's probably Discord stream. I'll stop and start again because obviously that will do nothing but it will make me feel better about myself. So unfortunately that's Discord stream, right? But if it's invisible, check out Twitch and just let me know.
It's a lot better.
Okay. It's usually mid-fight when things get chaotic. That's the bitrate starts to plummet.
Yeah.
So I'll point this out really quick here. What's the problem right here? What should you be doing right here?
Charging on my railgun and then trying to one-shot somebody on the right side.
Right.
Or,
But what's the problem with what you're doing literally right now?
Shooting shield.
Shooting a shield. Okay. Do you have other options right now?
I guess it could be shooting the person up top. Or shooting the people right side, yeah.
See this?
Yeah.
This is very, very free charge.
Yeah.
That's going to charge significantly faster. And the other difference, obviously, is that it's actual pressure, actual damage.
Yeah.
The other thing, too, is what do you have available right now?
I've got my E and my
E,
slide.
right? So you need to be looking for value with those cooldowns right now, because that monkey's in, right? That monkey's in. He's going to die. You need to be able to zone that backline or get a kill in that backline while that's happening. Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing I will say, and I promise this is the last thing, is that if you're not looking at backline, then they could be creeping up on you. You see? So you need that information. Okay. So let's keep going. Too much shooting shield. Way too much shooting shield. Okay. You really hated that shield. You were locked in. Okay.
You're not gonna like this replay.
Oh boy. Probably okay, but just for damage, really, this fight's already lost. I would be, that was silly. That was a little bit of autopilot there.
I think like everybody in this game ended with like almost 20 deaths.
Oh my gosh. I'm just glad I wasn't watching this game. Everybody failed. Nobody's a winner here. This is kind of what we want right here. You see what you're doing here? Like, you didn't even need to fully charge the shot. There's an opportunity to kill. You're tracking. Obviously, he's moving in one direction, so easy peasy. But yeah, this is exactly what we want. There you go. Easy peasy. Now, right there, what do you think about this E?
I was hoping to push the on out.
Mm-hmm. Did you succeed?
I mean, not really.
Yeah, not really. It's not a terrible E in theory, just not the best E in terms of execution. The problem with E, and the reason why I always harp about it, is it's a 15-second cooldown. If you don't see something immediately, don't panic. I promise you there will be a better E available. Let's look right now. 3, 2, 1. Is there a better E available right now? I've seen a Zenyatta in this choke. I've seen a Winston diving top. And now I see a High Noon and Cassidy.
Yeah.
Within 10 seconds, I've seen 3 better E opportunities. Oftentimes, like especially with the E cooldown, it's not so much about getting it on cooldown and using it as much as you possibly can, but about like what are you getting out of it when you do use it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Especially with such a long cooldown, you're only going to get a chance to use it once or twice in teamfight anyway. So you might as well make it good. Let's see this shot on the Cassidy here. It's really important that we get this right. Okay, 55 charge. 65, 75. Probably too soon, even for a headshot there, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Especially
I don't really look at the charge a lot. I just kind of off of sound.
Yeah. It's something that you'll get a better feel of, but especially with the Cassidy 225, you're gonna need more.
Yeah.
Cut. What do you think?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Right. Very impactful E. Push the button. You're right. Push the button.
See,
you got the
I'm not.
You got the positioning. I know what you're trying to do there. Yeah. You're thinking, I want to charge up a shot and then press Q, because that's the tech that everyone talks about. But when you get the position, you're not going to be able to stay here forever. Use it.
Yeah.
Classic barrage. I think this is reasonable. I just, obviously, like, primal, so
yeah,
that was fine. Now, surely.
I see.
So you see it again here. You see it?
Yeah.
Just walk through the choke and shoot squishies.
Yeah.
The thing, it's just like this was tricky before, because before it was like barriers fed so much charge and things like that, but it's just not the case anymore. It really rewards you for like just getting tinklies on squishies, which I like. I think it should reward you for getting the harder shots, you know? Nice little tech there. Again, right? Immediately E or Q here, if not both. You're probably gonna Q here, but the E should have already been out.
I don't think I can Q.
You're crazy.
Yeah, no.
I mean, maybe this fight's already won, so maybe I'm the crazy one. But I think like as soon as I see this here, you're beating in. You're only up 1. I would have pressed Q there. But nice shot either way. So don't worry too much about it. Let's keep going.
No, I like when I play Sojourn, I flip flop between like holding onto my ult for too long or just wasting it.
Well, the tricky thing with Sojourn ult is it really is a ult that benefits more from really powerful positioning. So if you don't feel like you have good sightlines or you don't have a good angle for it, then it's okay to just kind of wait. But then as soon as you get that position, you shouldn't really be hesitating. That's the thing. It's a lot like Genji Blade in that aspect, right? Like where you can't always just force it. You have to just use it. And so here's the thing. Full honesty, this E sucks.
Okay.
And you're gonna sit here and you're gonna tell me why. I'm gonna press 2 buttons, and then you're gonna see why it sucks. Because in theory, it feels good, right?
Yeah.
Ready? 1 button, 2 button. Oh, I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna press 1 more button. You ready for this? What do you see? Tell you what, I can do better than that. I thought of a better strategy. I'm gonna press 1 button. Huh? You ready?
Okay.
See what's happening right now?
Gonna be honest, no.
Okay, that's
Maybe
okay.
I'm just dumb.
No, maybe I'm just a bad coach. Doesn't matter. Either way. Is there a team fight happening right now? Is there like actual trades? Right. No. So then what's the point here?
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I just don't really treat it like it's on a 15-second cooldown sometimes.
Right, exactly. Because you're thinking, oh, I'll use this here and I'll get it back by the time the fight actually starts, because the fight's gonna start about now you need your E, right? But guess what?
Exactly, yeah.
But it's got 5 seconds on it still. I mean, you probably could have used it several seconds ago. So the placement's fine. Just timing is horrible.
Yeah.
See, like here, I don't think there's like a great opportunity to use your E. Unfortunate.
I hate second point attack on Hollywood.
So does everybody.
Much.
So does everybody.
I hate it with a passion.
So does everybody. The good news is that once you win one fight, it becomes second point attack for the enemy team.
Exactly, yeah.
So. What do you think?
See, if I had good aim, yes.
What should you be trying to launch before you press your Q?
My E, yeah.
Yeah. Why?
Well, it makes the shots easier to hit.
Yeah, it sure does. Makes the shot easier to hit, makes them run like ants, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. You really whiffed everything, didn't you?
Yeah.
That being said,
you hate to see it.
You hate to see it. The E opportunity was missed, but was the ult completely worthless?
No, it forced him off of high ground.
It forced him off of high ground, right. Now, better Sojourn hits the shots, but okay. Now,
yeah.
One other micro thing, I don't want to swamp you with this one, but this is a very, very important one, especially given the circumstances you were in. What do you see wrong micro here? Watch carefully.
Well, push. Oh.
You see?
I was gonna say I'm pushing out, like, out of cover.
Yeah. Look at the weapon gun play as well, though. You could be shooting between shots.
Yeah.
Little shots in between. Little faster charge. Little more damage. The only drawback is that you have to transition to projectile mode just for a brief moment, but that's the only real drawback. Okay. This is not where you want to be.
No.
Don't think we need to clarify that one. I'm sure you are well aware. This guy,
he wants me.
Really ruining your day, yeah. I'm starting to see where the 20 deaths numbers comes from, though.
Yeah.
Funky.
I have the least deaths on my team with like 14.
You're killing me. Welcome to Overwatch 2. Tanks are not a priority almost ever.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to shoot him. You got to shoot him. But
see, I'm just like envisioning him coming back in the middle of the fight and destroying our backline. And
here's a little life hack. You have to shift.
Yeah.
And
not for me specifically, but I'm talking about like our Mercy and Lucio.
I mean, maybe, yeah. But the better thing would be to make sure that it's just him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Tanks do less damage too. So like, I don't know. You're killing me. You're killing me. This Winston is out of the fight and still doing more tanking than doing more than you are. You're just crazy. Like, it's not even like you can't do both. Like, you could have been like, that Winston's like completely MIA. I'm going to use like the next 6 or 7 seconds, and then I'm going to focus Winston later, if that's what was okay.
Yeah.
But this is, oh, come on. You're killing me, man. You're killing me. All right. Oh, dear.
So definitely better ease.
Yes. Getting a little staggering going on here. Alright. It's fine. He really wants that sticky. He does get it. Alright. Cart's still moving. Probably should just get out. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. You're fine. That's crazy. Alrighty.
Masters, by the way.
Nice, 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 nice. Look at that split. There's somebody behind you. Surely you survive. You do. Oh, this is just delightful. Now. Nice, nice. Press the button. Do it. Do it, you coward.
I think I do.
Do it. Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Could be using the M1 between, right?
Yeah.
Nice, nice, nice. Dare I say, even snazzy.
Thank you.
Okay, very nice. Okay, so lots and lots and lots and lots of negatives, but lots and lots of positives as well. Obviously, you're masters. So, okay, so what are you seeing so far?
Definitely better use of my ease.
Sure, that's probably the lowest hanging of fruit. Huh.
Yeah.
Think back to first point attack, because that was a major concern for me.
Shooting shield, not
Yes.
focusing like squishies.
Yes, there's free squishy pressure available to you.
I think I'm still in the like Overwatch 1 mindset where you pressure out the tank if he's feeding, but
Yeah.
I guess nothing dies in this game, so
Yeah. Well, it's like also it's like if you think about like even like the monkey here, it's like he's up here, right? But there's just free targets literally standing right here.
yeah.
Like I'm not saying never to shoot tanks, obviously, you know that, but it's like when there are other opportunities available, then take those opportunities too. You didn't press Q, but I think the E and the tank priority is probably the biggest thing here.
Yeah.
Like right now, shoot the monkey. It's fine. Shoot the monkey. But now, okay, you're crazy. But now you see it here.
Yeah.
Even this is a mistake. Even this.
They could be shooting those on.
Right. You had 100 charge. You're Widowmaker now.
Yeah.
You're a Widowmaker, and then continue to shoot that target. Like that junk should have died, or Zen or Cassie or who the heck is low HP.
So do you think I should have held my charge longer and waited for them to peak?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just takes too long to charge. Like, sit there, control the... And they're gonna walk in the next 2 or 3 seconds. You maintain your charge for 8 flipping seconds, so you're fine. Yeah. Again, do you notice how that in your E logic kind of ties into? Where you were like, I need to use this, but if you'd waited literally 2 or 3 seconds, a better opportunity would have presented itself?
Yeah.
That's kind of like what we're seeing here, too. Well, this is a disaster. Okay. Okay. Nothing there. Go back. Surely. Fine. Nice. Again, like, that's fine, right? For obvious reasons. This is good. Walking forward. Nice. Ah! Oh, gosh.
Wasn't even close. Wasn't even close.
There's just something so very deliberate, just like sweeping the house. Okay, whoopsies, gotta make sure. Oh, yep, gotta make sure we take care of that. Okay, now we're good. I don't know. That was amusing. Okay. Alrighty. All good. That was fine. Now it's time for the enemy team to suffer. So. Ooh. I mean, honestly, your comp is kind of tough because you really would like to have some form of healing, but you're running a pharmacy, so your comp doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Certainly not with the Sojourn. That's tough.
So you think I should have swapped?
No, I don't. I'm just saying, like, it is difficult. Well, I wouldn't even think necessarily that. I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna understand if this feels difficult. There's gonna be strengths and weaknesses to your comp, right? Like, your comp isn't gonna just dive to their monkey, like, almost ever. There's nothing that their monkey can dive. But also, for example, right now, kind of feels like
exactly. Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
See, I feel like that part with the E I've got down.
Yeah, you got IC Monkey IE. I mean, you're nailing those for sure.
I know, right?
Yeah. I mean, that was a lot of damage. It was like 120, 130 damage. And the slow effect as well. Oh, poor Snowman.
Snowman was not having a fun game.
Gatekeep the sucker. Don't let him get up. Do it. Don't be a coward. Don't be a coward. I know, you're not gonna push it. You're too scared. But you could have, you know? You had the position for it. You still had your shift. You still had your...
I was just... Yeah,
I know what you're scared of. I know what you're scared
Yeah.
of. You're like, if I get shot by that Cassie, then I'm like, I'm gonna waste the ult. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
like, I think like if you have the cover there, maybe it's okay. Maybe not. I don't know. Yay! He actually walked through a bubble. I'm surprised he didn't just like, you know, just lock in on the bubble. The brain just completely shifts off IC bubble. All right. To be honest with you, like so far, it's like. Outside of a little bit of the first point, this has been okay. This really hasn't been too tragic.
Yeah.
And that's often the thing with Overwatch, right? It's like everybody's generally you're a Masters player, you're a good player. It's going to be about finding like where are you trolling the lobby. Let's worry about that.
Yeah.
Let's not worry about the details that you could have done better to win the fight. Like let's not worry about that ult, to be honest with you. Yeah. So let's worry about like what are the real bad fights. Let's fix those. Oh no. So like right here.
Yeah.
This is what we focus on, right? You see that?
Using a slide to get to the health pack.
Right, you use
I didn't think I was gonna make it.
Yeah. So like that's the thing though. It's like it's just dropping off faster, getting the health back, or shifting out this direction. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To a safer location. He probably primals and chases you and kills you anyway, but at least at the very least you force him to make a play rather than just kind of spoon feed him this kill. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that went wrong in that fight. Like your beat was late, whatever, but
Yeah.
okay. Please don't stagger. Okay, you're good. You're good.
See, that I feel like it was a waste.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably, but also I don't want to. I think my bigger concern here is that I would have wanted you to throw your E. You know what I'm saying? If you throw your E here, that would have been better. I mean,
did I have it?
You did, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, not great to be honest with you. But I think that there's a world where this is winnable, sure. But yeah, not great. Ha! Get rolled.
That pissed me off.
Yeah. I can imagine. Let's. Oh. What was that shot? Unscoped? Yeah, that's just good. That's just crazy. That was a good shot.
Might have to adjust my approach.
Oh my goodness gracious. Is that just blade or?
Blew my eardrums out in the game.
Did it?
Yeah, because I have the sound on elimination. Blew my eardrums.
I see. That's crazy. Alrighty.
See, like I should have eaten that.
Right. Well, I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
What is your purpose? Are we fighting here?
No, but like the brig was in.
Sure. So what you
And
would
my
do
monkey
is you
was
would well, first off, you need to be really careful with your cover usage here, right? You almost died
Yeah.
here. But then, yeah, absolutely. You could have E'd and shifted, and then that brig is isolated, for sure.
Yeah.
She grabs a Mega, and she gets Lamb. But then, do you see this E sucks? Like, this E is, like, actual garbage.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh, maybe that will hit the brig. But, like, I promise you, just wait. Wait, you got the isolation. Wait, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now. Right? There it is.
Yeah.
Throw the E on cart, or walk forward, break bubble, and throw it E later. Like, there's so many opportunities here.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Oh, you're gonna hit that. Oh, nice. It's still good value, right? Nice. Haha, I know that E. I can do that. Oh, nice. Nice. Very good. This is where you could throw your E out if you wanted to, right? You'll have it before the fight starts if you throw it in, literally in their spawn, right? So it's fine. Actually, you know what? You already have ult, so maybe it's not worth.
Yeah.
That E, definitely not worth, right? Because it's like the monkey E, but there's no, like, he's not really actually diving on you, and it's too late, or too, yeah, it's too late in the poke phase, right? So need to be careful. Now, surely you're going to do two things, right? What are we looking for here?
Probably an ult.
An ult and
an E onto their core team. Nope.
Kind of. I mean, well, let's look.
See, I heard the rally, and I knew she was going to be walking forward.
Okay.
That's why I threw the E there.
I think it's okay.
Probably could have been farther back.
Yeah, it could have been placed better. Yeah, it could have been placed better, but the theory was fine. Nice. Probably would have ulted there.
Yeah.
Every time. You are ready. We could only.
If there's ever a competition with throwing a Sojourn on a monkey, I've got it locked.
Yeah. 100%. All right, here it comes. Here it comes.
This ends now.
This pissed me off. Like,
Oh no. Okay, yeah, that's unfortunate. I think there was also again a window there for you to press E. You know, it's like there's a window there. Maybe not the best of windows, but like this fight's basically one. Just use it. You know, that's a situation where. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, there's nothing more painful than dying and seeing your Moira holding right click right in front of you.
Yeah, that's definitely painful. That's definitely painful. I mean, what do you think your Mercy's been, or Moira has been dealing with, like watching you place your E's for like the last 25 minutes?
Exactly, yeah.
It's the quickest way for clinical depression. Okay. Now, nice shot. You're killing me.
Yeah.
So I was fixing to be like, this would be a good E for you to use to zone off the Reaper, right? To force his shift. But then you ended up just headshotting him. So I'm like, oh, okay, never mind then. But then you plus your E afterwards.
Yeah.
It's just strange. You see what I'm saying? It's strange.
Yeah.
And then you can even see it here. Look at your mentality right here. Watch this. Do you see this?
I'm literally just throwing it out and wasting it, yeah.
Right. Now I want you to look at your target priority here. Watch this. Watch this in 0.25. This is beautiful. Watch this.
Ignore, yeah, okay.
You see?
I ignore the on end.
Yeah, get the kill! And like, kill the grandma, right? But you're like, ah, charge shot. That's just where the dial has been pushed too far in one direction, right? And or hasn't been updated with the times. Like you're going a little, you don't even know it, but you're a boomer right now. You're going full boomer mode. You're like one of the boomer Sojourns. Back in my day, we used to farm it off of shields. You know? Yeah, not the best. What on earth was this? This is Grandpa. This is Grandpa reaction speed right there. Alrighty. All right. Here it comes. The best E we've seen yet, surely, right? The best E you've used yet. Here comes charge shot. Please use it. You got it.
I got it.
He does the thing.
That's the one.
Say the thing, Bart Simpson. Oh goodness. Okay. Surely they don't win. That's a good E. Surely. No. I mean, this is probably just gonna be a lot of mechanics, I think. Oh no. E. Please. Ah, too late. Okay. Well, we once again go to the drawing board and ask, what do you think? What do you sing more of or less of, or do we adjust what we were thinking?
Still seems pretty consistent. Like my E's suck donkey ass, so definitely work on that. Target priority is a big one.
Ults still feel awkward too.
Yeah.
Now, again, we discussed this earlier. Ults are definitely tricky. There isn't just like, oh, you're being an idiot. Like, just use this. It is tricky, to be honest with you. But I think there's definite room for growth here. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, I've seen this before. I like this though, right? I mean, obviously Winston was behind the corner, but like, hey, there's another target behind Monkey. Shoot. Yeah, just cover usage. To be honest with you, especially we saw this a lot in third point. Your cover usage leaves a lot to be desired, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So in case 3 things wasn't enough to work on, let's try 4.
Yeah.
You might need another brain to do that, but that's okay. Here they go for pretty cheap on the black market. Alrighty, we're back with the Farah, Mercy, Lucio. No comment?
Yeah.
You know, it gets to a certain point to where you begin to question about the value of those. Now, when and where would that not be a good E for that purpose?
Like when he drops down immediately.
Sure.
Then he just forced out an ability for nothing.
Right. Now you kind of need to read the tempo of the battlefield, don't you?
Yeah.
So you look at this situation right here. Is he really diving for a kill?
No.
Right. So he's not really diving. He doesn't want to keep going. He just wants to distract you and waste your time. I mean, I would go as far as saying his using bubble here is kind of crazy. Like this is actually kind of risky for him. So I don't know. Something to consider. It's a complicated game, right?
Yeah.
Nice shot. I always believed in you. I really did.
Sparks of brilliance every once in a while.
Every once in a while. Hey, you shifted
cooldowns.
away from the enemy team, so that's a plus. We're learning. And that's going to be the team fight. Okay. Nice. Not the worst hold in the world. Certainly not the best. All right, let's take a look. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Look at your charge. 25. You see how fast that was?
Yeah.
Like, it would have taken you an entire clip shooting a bubble to get that much charge.
Exactly, yeah. So this is the last round.
Jeez, go ahead, sorry.
I was hoping to gloss over that.
Yeah, it was a good try. It was a good try. You almost timed it perfectly. You go ahead. You were saying something.
I was gonna say this is the last round attack. I just felt like, I don't know, like I genuinely didn't know what to do here because it felt like, despite us having an advantage, we still lost the fight.
Okay, we'll take a look.
Not this fight specifically.
Yeah, but
like
the one
other
after.
ones.
Nice. Even there, do you see that? Just like it's such a small thing, but it's something worth pointing out, right?
Like I could be shooting.
Right. These guys, right? It's just they're pretty easy targets right now.
Yeah.
And it's permanent damage too. It's like stuff that might actually lead to kills. Where it's not even necessarily the fact that you're shooting the diva. It's the fact that you're shooting a diva with full HP, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing. Okay. You almost had me. Like, look at this guy. This guy's a jackass. Look at his positioning. He's swinging wide to try and kill your Pharah. Like, he's so free. You just did this with the Torb last fight.
Yeah.
But guess what? You can shoot a diva and she will get healed up again instantly and get all of her matrix back literally 4 seconds later.
Yeah.
I didn't really honestly see a window for E, to be frank. Like that, the one window you saw, she was like full 12 seconds of matrix, so missed the shot. Right here is probably a pretty good window. I know you're thinking like there's not really a team fight happening, but you got 8 seconds left and it's kind of a mess. So I probably would E like here, you know. And then again, it's like it's not going to get a kill, but it will cause a split that maybe you can capitalize off of.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is okay. It's a little late, and it's not perfectly placed, but it's okay. Again, cover usage here, though, right? There's really no reason for you to be here when you could just be tugging the corner here.
Honestly, I think I was just desperate.
To
kill something.
Yeah, I get you. Just get off the diva. Get off the diva. Nice.
And then here I was just like,
whatever. I mean, to be frank with you, I think you did okay. I think you missed an opportunity. You put too much pressure on tank. But remember, a loss is never like... You can't look at this team fight as the reason why you lost, right? Like, you can say, I played okay, but this loss is a combination of so many things that went wrong leading up to this point, and then now it's kind of slipping out of your hands. You know what I'm saying? It's like eating nachos and Doritos and crap, and then for months and weighing 565 pounds, and then getting up to do a marathon the next day, and then really trying hard, but you just couldn't run the marathon. Wow. Right? It's everything that happened up to that point put you in a bad spot. So, what do you see here? What do you see here?
Like in this specific, I have my ult.
Just the whole map, right? Well, actually, let's not the specific fight, like, because I know this is like the third time I've asked this question, but we're always like adjusting our viewpoint the more footage that we get, right? So, what do you think is the big one for you?
My E usage.
Okay. Then what do you think is the next thing to consider along with
Target
that?
priority.
Okay. Then what's the next thing to do along with that?
My ult.
Then what's the next thing to do after with that? We mentioned there at the end.
Cover usage. So you've got a plethora of things to work on. Now, what I used to do when I would VOD review people is I never gave them more than like 1 or 2 things. I've changed that. And the reason why I've done that is not because I think that you can practice all those things at the same time, but what you do is you have a portfolio of things to work on from a week-to-week basis to keep things fresh. Because there's a risk of you working on E usage for a week and then you're like, I never want to think about E again. And then
but that's all you have to work on, right?
Yeah.
You need to have several things to kind of sequentially, and a bit today I'll work on this, next week I'll work on this, and so keep things fresh, keep things interesting, and so you'll be able to progress.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
No, nothing I can think of.
Okay. So here's what we did. So we finished early. So what I want you to do is I always offer to people the opportunity to send me replay codes along with timestamps and be like, what do you think about this? What should I do this? Where should I position here? Obviously, that same goes for you as well, but the same goes for you extra because we're going to be ending just a little bit early. So if you have any replay codes, a couple of timestamps, shoot them my way and I'll type up some notes. I might even take some screenshots and give you my thoughts on what you should be doing differently and what you should be doing better. Remember what we talked about with your warm-up? Maybe we can optimize, adjust some things there.
What do you recommend? Like, just generally, what do you use to warm up?
So I'm going to tell you two things. Number one, I'm not the aim expert. I'm the critic. And number two, I was talking about this with the previous coachee, but warm up is oftentimes like your therapist or like your doctor, where they're good doctors and they're good therapists, but sometimes personality and is a big factor. For example, if I'm working with a therapist that maybe doesn't know as much as the other therapist, but I get along with her or get along with him much better, then she or he works better for me. The same thing goes with aim training. If you find what is objectively not a bad aim training schedule, but maybe it's not optimal, but you really enjoy it and it works well for you, then you need to go with it. So I'm not going to tell you what the best one is because I don't know. And even if I did, it's more important about what works better for you.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So experiment more. What I'm telling you is I'm giving you some feedback, some things to try, and encouraging you to experiment more. Add some more dynamics with it, and over time you'll figure out what works best for you.
Yeah.
Sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. If you do any questions, obviously DMs are open, replay codes, etc. Keep in touch.
Alrighty.
Good work.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. See you, Snazzy.
Bye.
All right. So that was Snazzy, Sojourn Extraordinaire. It is the ending of times, chat. I have a feeling that we will start to see maybe a little bit less Sojourn, maybe a little bit less Genji in the weeks to come forth. So I literally said a few weeks ago that, oh my gosh, I never got DPS VODs in Overwatch 1. But chat, I need to have a breakdown here. Let's actually do this right now. Let me look through my coaching VOD compendium. Let me read off the heroes that I've coached. So today, let's just start with this, okay? Mercy, Tracer, Soldier, Ashe, Winston, Diva, Genji, Winston, Widow, Roadhog, weird one, Winston, Ashe, Cassidy, Diva, Soldier, Ana, Ashe, Genji, Zarya, Tracer, Zarya, Diva, Reinhardt, Cassidy, Tracer, Soldier, Ana, Zarya, Diva, Winston, Echo, Ashe, Sojourn, Sombra, Ana, Winston, Genji, Sombra, Soldier, Sigma, Ana, Sojourn, Winston, Ana, Kiriko, Genji, Sigma, Zarya, Soldier, Genji, Ana, Sojourn, Ashe, Mercy, Lucio, whoa, Tracer, Widow, Genji, Kiriko, and then today, Genji, Widow, Sojourn. Man. Genji, Sojourn, Genji. Crazy. Let's actually go through the heroes that I have not received coaching or I've not done coaching for. You know, what's actually funny, chat, is also on my private coaching, I've done more Genji and more Sojourn as well. I think. No Doomfist, no Junker Queen, no Orisa, very little Reinhardt, no Overwatch 2 Roadhog, a little bit of Sigma, no Wrecking Ball, a little bit of Ashe, or Bastion, excuse me, no Cassidy, no Echo, or very little Echo, no Hanzo, no Junkrat, no Pharah, no Reaper, no Symmetra, no Torb, decent amount of Tracer actually, no Bap, no Brig, decent amount of Kiriko, little bit of Lucio, teeny bit of Mercy, no Moira, teeny bit of Zenyatta. Where's the Bastion VODs, man? Well, listen, you're in luck. I did do a little bit of Bastion coaching recently. You can check that in my Discord, !Discord. So if you guys are like, I want to see some of these other coaching sessions and I don't know where they are, or I don't want to wait till they go out on YouTube, you can go into my Discord, I'll pull up the channel right now. Look at this. Join !Discord, scroll all the way down to Spilo stuff, coaching VOD compendium, and here you go. Here's the Twitch VOD timestamps. Now, I have gotten feedback that people would like to have a separate YouTube channel where the full VODs or the full streams are uploaded. I will consider doing that in the future, but as of right now, this is what we've got. So if you want a hero, you want to know, these are all of the heroes that I've coached on stream that are available for access, and you guys can check this one out. And I'll update it after every single stream. In addition to that, you can also go to, let's see here. Give me a second. I don't want to expose my coaching order form. Okay, so here, you can scroll down, click on my name, go to videos, and recent highlights and uploads. I also rename all of these along with the contents included, including the things that were not. Oh, thank you for the sub, Frostfire. I appreciate it. That were not coaching session updates. For example, this is from the other stream the other day. Come on, title. Come on, title. Where's the title? It's weird. The title's not showing up. Either way. Is it titles? But yeah, there it is. Okay, so Masters Tracer, Widowmaker, Masters Genji, Gold Kiriko, Tempo explained, Alameda explained, plus co-stream. So you can see everything that I was streaming ahead of time, and because they're highlights, they should not expire. At least as far as I know, they don't expire. I have highlights going back to, these don't have the details of what's in them, but I have highlights literally going back to, when did I start doing this? I mean, a long time ago, right? So as far back as 2 years ago. So, okay. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Thank you for the sub. Kat, are you here? Do these VODs ever expire? Oh, yeah. As far as I know, the highlights don't expire. All right, Kat, let's do this. It's roast time. So we got a gameplay review, which for those of you who don't know is basically where we do the quick 30-minute just focusing on gameplay, no in-depth, no voice, just roast away. Don't have to necessarily be roasts, but it's kind of a force of habit that I call them such. Looks like, is this the right one? Yes. Okay. Looks like we might be getting some Kiriko. No, you did not miss it. Okay, Kat, let's look at the coaching form. I will look at the coaching form really quick to see if there's any low-hanging fruit that might help you. Big love, Spilo. Yeah, well, okay. Diamond. Nice. That's not what I wanted. Diamond Kiriko. Need to update the VOD command as well. Give me just a second. I really have to pee, but I am going to be a tough guy. I'm gonna wait it out. I always find a way to drink too much tea during stream. What do you hope to get out of the session? I want to know what I should be thinking without getting overwhelmed. How do I change the game on my own? What should I be looking at my play during a VOD review? Okay. What is your typical training week? I'm for 7 games every day. Most of the time I play 11 plus games. Spends the time watching education. Okay, sounds good. Kiriko OTP occasional on a BAP if absolutely necessary. 7 hours of sleep. Sounds good. What do you feel is holding you back? Understanding. I feel like I have a very basic macro understanding and don't really hop into the game with it. Okay, this is exactly what I need to do given this composition, enemy position. I'll occasionally pick up on things like, okay, we are very slow, probably comp. Okay, so you're trying to apply like macro concepts to the gameplay. So macro is great, but oftentimes it's better to find out like what are the strengths of your character and then playing to those strengths. And then any outliers on your team or the enemy team, like if the enemy team is running hard dive or they have a Widowmaker or you have a Bastion, being able to play around those, but don't sweat too much trying to read every composition that you're playing with and against. Jolly, thank you for the sub. Jolly Rat, such a great name. Because honestly, there's just too many factors, and it's not the most important thing that you can be doing. For example, I know a lot of people in like Plat, Silver, Gold who consume a lot of my content, and that's great, guys. I really try to make it accessible and usable. But the problem is that even good content, which I hope mine is, you can overthink things that aren't necessarily the most impactful to your gameplay. For example, if I'm playing sitting there trying to figure out what kind of composition we should be doing or where should I be some, and then I start making mistakes in my own play. You're obfuscating the most important things because you're off chasing rabbit trails that aren't as important as just play the hero correctly. Okay, what are your long-term goals? Surpass my 2 friends in top 500. Dang. Okay, let's do this. Okay, Kiriko. I'm gonna unplug as well. This is what I love about gameplay reviews. There will be a little bit of an echo occasionally, but I get to unplug. I get to just unwind. I get to eat a carrot stick. And we get to watch you sit AFK and spawn. Kiriko. Good range. Off angle pressure. There's a surprising amount of healing. So Bastion is actually really nice for you because very fat target to shoot, you know? So we'll talk about this briefly, and I'm just gonna say weave anytime that I don't see it done correctly. It's like right now, there's healing that needs to be done, and there's damage available. So right now, weave. You see this? Damage, damage, heal. Damage, damage, heal. Now, the optimal way of doing this, those of you who've already seen Kiriko VODs know this already, so I'm not going to go too deep now, but it is full heal, Afuda, heal. Full heal, Afuda, full Afuda, 1 kunai. Full Afuda, 1 kunai. Now, you don't have to do that. For example, right now my Reinhardt is basically full, so maybe I'll go 1 full Afuda, a couple of shots, then maybe some healing, and then a couple of shots. So maybe I'll go 2-1, 2-1, right? So for example, right now, you're doing a lot of damage, but I would like you to put out a little bit of healing between these. You kind of see what I'm saying? Right there is an opportunity to shoot as well. Right there, another opportunity to shoot between your heals as well. So right now, the problem with that is you look at this Reaper. If you landed 1 more shot on this Reaper, even just a body shot, that would have forced his Wraith, which would have created a lot of space for your team. The problem is you will be able to go back and look at your games, and every time that you miss a weave, maybe not every time, but a lot of times when you're missing weaves, you'll see that, oh, I could have forced a cooldown, I could have forced more healing, I could have gotten a kill. And already we're seeing in your gameplay a lot of opportunities where, again, we're not talking about like crazy flicks, heal, shoot, heal, shoot. They're just like heal, shoot, heal, shoot, heal, shoot. Very, very micro flicks that there's damage left out on the field. Again, right here, it is absolutely crucial that you were able to heal your Reinhardt here and still be able to shoot the Reaper / Bastion. They cannot be allowed to stand here and do damage. Even if it's 40, 80, 120, you must be able to weave in shots here. You must. Your Reinhardt relies on you being able to help shoot with him. Otherwise, he's going to be in trouble. Like, again, right here, do you see this? Shooting, 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 healing, shoot. I don't really understand that Suzu, to be honest with you. I don't think there was any sort of burst damage or CC to worry about. I think positioning was relatively okay. There was really no opportunity for you to TP, but you held in a good angle. This looks like you're probably going to TP out. Just be careful of... Just be careful about CC when you do that. Thank you. These are situations, right, where you can fully focus on damage because there's almost no healing. Now, you might want to throw a series of Afuda and then continue to damage. Let's keep going. Good. Haha. That happens sometimes where you're like, my brain just gets confuddled and I start throwing healing at the enemy team. It's okay. I mean, I see no reason not to Kiriko ultimate this right now. I know you're thinking, oh, Torbjorn ult, but then they nano. Kiriko, now, right now. Too slow. Too slow. You had the opportunity, they were taking space, they're walking on top of you, should have used it. So, think about this. What's the mistake after you're late on your Kiriko ultimate? See if you guys can see if you guys can spot it. Right here. Crucial error happened right here. Actually a really important error happened right here. And I'm going to eat a bite of my rice while I wait. It's been sitting there looking so good. I've just had to stare at it for 3 hours. 3.5 hours. Yeah, no weaving. But there's an even bigger mistake. What's going to happen to your Reinhardt's HP right now? What's going to happen to your Reinhardt's HP right now? Right now! It's a Nano Reaper on top of your Rein. He's going to explode. So, what's the solution? Remember what your Suzu does. It is not, listen, so many people get this mindset that Suzu is an immortality field. It's not. It's not. Totally different. It is an invulnerability cooldown. But it stops the line from going down. Like, immortality field is the floor. It hits the floor. It can't go any lower. But here's the thing with Suzu. Suzu can put the floor anywhere. Suzu can keep them at full HP for 1.5 seconds, right? It completely annihilates and ruins all damage. So exactly, right. You see a Nano Reaper on top of your Reinhardt, especially when you have your Suzu or your ultimate active, where you'll get your Suzu back sooner. Your immediate mindset needs to be, I'm looking for any opportunity to Suzu to create an HP advantage. As a Nano Reaper and a Zarya is a point blank range in your Rein. If you Suzu this right now, your Reinhardt's HP stays at 360 in the morale, in the armor threshold. And you're able to not only do that, but you're able to heal him underneath the Suzu as well. So by the time he shields here, he's actually not at 140 HP. He's at 450 HP, if not more. And you will have your Suzu back in like 5 seconds. Still more missed opportunities to weave as well. You guys see this? More missed opportunities to weave. Right now especially. Look at that. Look at that. Lots of missed opportunities to weave. You probably should have E'd that as well, given the target and the location. You had it available, you did not use it, so... Okay. So there's a balance. I wouldn't say just use the Suzu on nothing. Like if there's something that you might need to counter, then obviously it's dangerous using Suzu even inside of her ultimate. But that was a clear, massive burst on your Reinhardt that you could have saved preemptively and then had a Suzu sooner afterwards. How do you weave exactly? It's just full of Fuda, one shot. Full of Fuda, one shot. Full of Fuda, one shot. That is the maximizer heal and damage output. If you want to lean towards more damage, 2 shots of Fuda, 2 shots of Fuda, but that does slow down your healing.
What's up?
There it is. Probably Suzu that, yeah. Could have even Suzu that sooner, right? Okay. The only thing I would say is maybe playing inside here wasn't the best. Probably too easy for them to access you. If you had a chance to play like Fire Station, like you don't have Ana range, but you're pretty close. Like you can easily heal your Reinhardt from that position from literally here if you wanted to. This would have given you a more easy spam angle. I know you can't aim into the train car, but as they walk out, you would have felt a little bit safer and would have given you better vision of the battlefield. Not really sure, but just something to keep in mind. Okay, let's keep going. Nice. Unfortunate, a little late with the Suzu. We see the weaving occasionally. That's the thing. It's like you're aware of it. We see it occasionally, but not near enough. It needs to be ingrained into your brain, bread and butter. You do it autopilot. There it is. You see? Good. Reasonable. You are down one, but it's a great ult, so... Weaving opportunity there. Well, I guess not really, considering that person was shattered. You need to get out of here. You tunneled way too hard on DPSing there. EM. That probably would have been an E again because you can anticipate that there's going to be a burst of damage on him once he gets grabbed. So again, something to consider. Maybe, yeah. So again, I want to look at this here. I think, maybe you could have helped him out there a little bit. I'm not super sure. I'm honestly torn in those situations. So we're seeing a lot of weaving issues. Really not optimal use of Suzu as well. And a little bit of greed pre-fight as well. To where like this is something, okay, so this right here is something that you consistently do with the hero, but my problem is not the fact that you're doing early like good damage. My problem is that obviously you need to be aware that you are down 2 and that you need to be able to play a position where you have better cover. Your position here doesn't have great cover. It's not terrible, but it's not great cover either. This would unironically be better to probably just start position here, put out early damage, heal, early damage, heal, or just simply sit with your Ana and heal damage from here, and play a much more conservative style until your team is actually back. I appreciate that you're stress testing the mobility here, but what keeps happening is that you're pursuing these duels, you either die to them, or because your head is turned elsewhere, you end up not really knowing what else is happening throughout the rest of the battlefield. That's the problem here. So I think a little bit more awareness of what's going on around you would go a long way. And you're probably gonna die. Nope, you're out. Got a nasty stagger going on here. You really need to be careful not to die. Again, look at the heal range. It's actually insanity. Some opportunity to weave here again. I know it's harder to weave in these chaotic fights, but it's actually even more important to weave in these chaotic fights because a shot or headshot in this soldier is actually unbelievably important given where you are right now. Even just a body shot, right? You're doing it a little bit. Unfortunate. TP gets screwed up. Alrighty, let's keep going. Suzu. You could ult this. Heal, shoot, heal, shoot, heal, shoot, heal, shoot. Massive opportunity here that you keep missing. This right here is really inexcusable. So the Suzu's fine. I don't really know why you're looking down. I'm not sure if you're thinking that you have a Suzu, but you're like, oh shoot, I don't. So this has to be shot, right? This has to be shot. There's so many opportunities right here that you're missing. Your TP isn't great. You get the Suzu back though, but you basically heal bot the entire time when you had like so much opportunity to do a little bit of both. Exactly, the North Ranger. Like, the thing is with Kiriko is you can have your cake and eat it too. You can do both. It's tricky, and there are times where you can do more damage, and there's times where it's better to do more healing. But the problem with you, Kat, is we're seeing a lot of hot and cold with you. That was a very cold fight. That was where you were only healing, doing nothing but healing, even in the middle of your ultimate with targets available, only healing, only healing, only healing, only healing, no damage whatsoever. And then we see you pushing forward very aggressively or chasing the duels very aggressively, very selfishly, in situations where that's not also the best play either. Your play is very hot or cold, and I think there could be a lot more nuance in between for you. You could be doing more damage when you're just heal botting, and you should be doing more healing or more support when you're only focusing on damage. All right, let's keep going. Whoopsies, I skipped forward a little too far. Your other healer is a big factor in that too. Yes, that is true. That is true. This looks good. I appreciate not Suzuing your Ryan. I just don't think it's necessary, given his positioning. Again, do you see the transition here? Healing. Now, right now, weave. Get those shots in. No shots have been fired. No shots have been fired. Not a single heal shot has been fired. No, not a single heal shot was fired in how long? Or a damage shot. Right now, we could start to see weaving at 3:30. And does it take you 8 seconds? Yeah, 8 seconds. 8 seconds of free damage that was given up. 8 seconds. Criminal. Again, more heal botting. You have to be better at this. Suzu's fine. There's a little bit of weaving there. More heal botting. And remember, it's not so much the focus on healing. Obviously, healing has been most of the time in these last 20 seconds the most important thing for you that you could be doing. But it is not so much so that it is at the expense of you doing zero other pressure elsewhere. You can do both equally. It costs you nothing to even just throw a shot in their general direction. Throw it into Diva if you don't feel comfortable flicking enough. Then just throw it into the Diva. But big missed opportunities here. Many missed opportunities. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We should be helping that. We could have helped out. I would prefer that over pushing cart for a few seconds.
Something tempting you?
Huh. You missed the Suzu, that kind of sucks. Probably would have just waited here. I think you had time to wait for that cooldown to come back. For your Genji coolback, excuse me. Certainly we've got time to do more than just heal bot here. Very messy fight. Not the best GP. And you're dead. Right? No? Okay. Yeah, now we're dead. Again, weaving here. Weaving again. If you're not hitting the shots, or not even trying to, it will be impossible to heal up. Right now, you are down 2. Right? Down 2. Down 1. Okay. So, your Reinhardt will not be able to stop this Reaper from walking forward. If you don't hit shots in this Reaper, he will kill your Reinhardt. This is what we're talking about. If you do not hit shots on this Diva, then she will walk forward. Wait, what? Was that blocked by Suzu? That must have been blocked by Suzu. That's so frustrating. Ha 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 ha. Look at this, chat. Oh, no. That's so tragic. It's okay to heal here. Use it. Shoot, for crying out loud. What happens to your Kiriko out here? Seriously, what happens? It just dies. I swear, Kiriko Ultimate chat seems really, really wonky. It's worse than Shatter. It feels like because it goes uphill, it gets blocked by the payload. We saw this on Circuit Royale as well, where it got blocked by the payload. But it's not supposed to be blocked by the payload. It's usually not blocked by the payload, but sometimes it is. It's the fact that it was uphill, I think, threw it off. Which that annoys me.
Sojourn en route. Payload stalled.
What have been the big things? Mostly weaving. Mostly weaving. Your mentality, as we said, very hot and cold, where you very exclusively heal bot, or you focus on DPS and hard flanking alone. Like, this is a perfect example, right? Like, I'm not saying that this is necessarily a bad play, but this is a very much, I'm going to try and go for crazy pick plays. But then in the middle of a fight, when you have an opportunity to be, like, have a more balanced approach, you don't go for it. I don't have a problem with this. I do have a problem with this. Like right now, only DPS. Now watch it. I guarantee you at some point in the next 20 seconds, it's going to be all healing. And here it is. Oh, nuance! Nuance! Oh, never mind. The nuance is gone. It was very short-lived. Again, very DPS. DPS, DPS, DPS. Now, again, I want to point something out. I am 100% for putting a priority on healing, and sometimes you can only heal because there's nothing easy to flick to, and if you had to do like these crazy flicks, then you couldn't do your job healing properly. I'm also very, very aware that like right now, there is nothing that you should or even be possibly consider healing. So there's no reason to not damage now. But there have been many times in this where there has been a more nuanced approach, has been viable and should have been the play, and you're missing those opportunities. This is fine. Oh, that sucks. Huh. Be very careful about those duels without your Suzu. Every character, if you don't have your Suzu, your character is actually not that good at 1v1ing. At least at that range versus that hero, right? One Helix and you are ripped in peace, so to say. Cover. Ah. Okay. Again, right here, it's totally fine to heal bot. Why? Because that person is critical, they desperately need healing, and there's no easy target to flick to, right? Oh, no, that's bad. That positioning wasn't great. Maybe we win. We do. Surely, 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 surely. Oh, no, we don't, chat. Okay, so your ability usage so far has been okay. I want you to go back and look at the VOD when I talk about the Suzu usage in the ultimate. That was the truly poor Suzu usage. We've been using, you've been stress testing your TP usage okay. I think your cover usage could be a little bit better. I think you're egoing a little bit too much early fight with your cover usage and how much poke that you're greeting for. I think there's been some better positions that have been available that you have not taken. But by far, your biggest issue has been your weaving. because that has been a factor in every fight that we've seen so far, and we've seen 10 or so, maybe more, maybe a dozen, right? So it's one of those things that I mean, you saw it in the Gold Kiriko review, where it is a small factor, sometimes a big factor, but it is something that can show up in every single fight, right? It's low hanging fruit, and it's something that will consistently and always be relevant with Kiriko. I think Suzu were okay. There was some of them that could have been better. I talked about those earlier in the review. TP usage was okay. Like I said, cover usage could have been a little bit better, but got him. But outside of that, I think that's mostly good. If you have any questions, let me know. I will send you the post-coaching checklist when stream is done. If you have any questions, obviously you can just DM me and I'll get back to you. Okay. We're going to take 2 seconds. Let's look up my favorite non-copyright classical music so I can go to Tinkletown. We did Chopin last time. Let's do some Mozart. Be right back. 1 sec. My cat is conked, man. Check this out. Look at that. Look at that. Hey, Amari. It sounds like she loves that blanket, man. Okay, let's catch up on chat, and then let's try and figure out what we're gonna be doing between now and Overwatch League. Because I've got some ideas, y'all, but I'm pretty flexible. We got to do Ask Spilo. We have to do Ask Spilo for sure. Because I've got some catching up to do. But first off, thanks all for the follows and the subs. I really honestly have not been able to catch all of them. But I really appreciate that so much. As always, super appreciated. I struggle with Lucio as my other support. Any advice? I did a Lucio VOD. Did you see my Lucio VOD review in King's Row the other day? Because we talked very broadly about Lucio. So if you're asking for broad advice, then I would take a quick... Ooh, Maga reveal tomorrow? Was that Shaquille O'Neal meme? Real stuff, man. Oh, I mean Kiriko with Lucio. Kiriko with Lucio means that you have to spend more time paying attention to your tank. Because obviously your Lucio will want and will take more freedom to be able to utilize things, but also keep in mind that you have... What is my hair? Like, what is this? We'll have... keep in mind your Lucio will... you have crazy range. Excuse me, I'm trying to find the words here. You have crazy range, so you should try and utilize that as much as you can. But yeah, you're going to be spending more time healing tank, most likely, with Lucio. Okay, let's see what we got here. Maga reveal? Where? Overwatch. Get an early look at the next Overwatch 2 hero Friday, November 4th at the grand finals. Tune in. That's pretty smart. Where? What am I looking at here? Help! Oh, hero reveal tomorrow. That's it. Yeah, I know. She was tiny, man. Glad you liked it, Soviet Apples. You have one of the most unusual and creative names I've ever seen. Oh. Maga was leaked. Well, I'm going to purposefully avoid that. But yeah, MAGA tomorrow, MAGA tomorrow, MAGA tomorrow, y'all. MAGA tomorrow, MAGA tomorrow. By a good source on Reddit. Interesting. Okay, let's see here. We wanted to do some. Where am I, chat? What's going on? What's my name? Ask Spilo. Okay, so let's do that right now. Because if we're not sure what to do, let's just do that. So !Discord. Jump in Discord. We're gonna do is ask Spilo anything, questions that you may have or you may have asked that I may have missed earlier on. Now is the time to ask them. I will change up the thing. There's my ugly head in Discord, and then there at the bottom, type it in there. If you guys don't know already, if you put questions in here after today or I'm not able to get to them on stream, I always put the timestamp afterwards. Me or somebody else, usually Kat as of recently, puts the timestamp afterwards so you can go back and catch the questions that you missed. Let's Is it not working, y'all? Is the exclamation mark Discord? Weird. Give me a second. It might just have expired. It's not supposed to expire, but I mean, I guess eventually it will expire, potentially. I'll generate a new link then. Give me just a moment, y'all. Commands, edit, Discord. That should work. I need to shut Nightbot up. Nightbot is a little bit ambitious. We should probably slow down Nightbot, actually. Okay, try that one. I did make it a permalink, but I guess it's been around for a couple years, so I guess permalink is just not literally perma. So yeah, I'm writing down Nightbot here. Okay, so that should work. Exclamation mark, Discord, and then ask Spilo within things. Okay, let's start with this first question here. Does a monkey need to be less selfish with bubble? I used to bubble very deep in Overwatch 1. Almost all the time it feels like Overwatch 2. No. I mean, you need to be playing just as selfishly as you did in Overwatch 1. It's the same thing. It's used to enable your aggression. It's not used for your backline. If your backline is dying when you're going for a bubble, that means that your target priority is bad, your timing is bad. There's something wrong with your gameplay. Like, the whole point of Monkey is that you're jumping and diving threats to your team, whether that's the enemy Ana, whether that's the enemy sniper, whether that's some sort of a DPS, an off angle, and creating space and winning those duels through that. If your backline is dying, maybe it's just your backline dying and you got to go next. But no, that does not change how you play whatsoever. If you sit inside your backline, even more so than in Overwatch 1, you're absolutely screwed. You're absolutely screwed. You don't. That would just basically exacerbate the problem. Not at all. That is up. Yes. That is up. Okay, thoughts in general on playing close on Sojourn to lane, either real shots, for example, E slide and kill. Very situational. It's very situational. Like, it depends on the composition. So sometimes I kind of, for example, if the composition that you're playing versus has better range than you, in other words, if I'm playing up against a hard sniper comp, I can play my Sojourn more aggressively, especially if I'm playing with a dive tank, right? If Doomfist goes in, Ball goes in, Winston goes in, Diva goes in, and so on, or a Tracer or Sombra or whatever, and I want to play hyper aggressive, dive into the middle of the enemy team, usually that's not the play, but there is more flexibility and freedom with that when you're playing an aggressive composition as well. Now, when you don't want to do that is when you need to be using your slide for defensive purposes. So especially against the opposite side of things. Let's say that you are playing into a more dive-oriented comp, playing more aggressively, launching yourself in the middle of the enemy team to make a shot slightly easier is obviously not going to be much of a trade. There are times where throwing in your E, sliding into the middle of the enemy team and be like going full Rambo, especially with your ultimate or if you were nanoed. I could see that being situationally okay, but you're going to know when it's okay. You're going to know when it's not okay. It's going to be pretty obvious here. I don't have any insider or secret information here that's not already pretty obvious. What's feeding, what you think is feeding. What you don't think is feeding is not feeding. Okay, what is my order of priorities? Help a teammate as a support. Let's just do it with Kiriko. With Kiriko, it's making sure that there's nobody critical. And then as soon as that's done, damage. As soon as nobody's like under significant pressure, damage, and that's what makes a hero like Kiriko so well, is that you can often do both. That's why the weaving is so important. In terms of order of priority, you should always help. The order of priority should be number 1, who's at the most threat of dying. Number 2, who could benefit the most, or who is going the most aggressive, or who would benefit the most from your help. Let me actually close this down so I can whip out my epic pen here. In other words, if my Reinhardt's critical, I want to heal my Reinhardt. But if my Reinhardt's not really critical and is fairly healthy, and my Genji's missing 60, 70, 80 HP and is playing relatively aggressively, then I want to help him. Okay, there we go. Very similar to like how you would prioritize a Mercy pocket, right? Should they be topped off for health always? I mean, remember, you're playing it, not always. Like if they're missing 15 HP, it's probably okay. But remember, you're playing a hero that can often top people off and still be able to do relatively decent damage pressure most of the time. That's one of the luxuries of your hero. So the answer is, should they always be full HP? No, but there's a spectrum, right? Can you explain the definition of off-tank and main tank in Overwatch 2? Since the old definition of main tank created space, and the off-tank enforcing, I don't think applies anymore in the one tank arrow. Sure. So main tank is usually creating space through an engage, so pushing something. It could be Winston, like through a form of distraction. Whereas an off-tank is more about enabling somebody else to take space by allowing them to play aggressive positions. So in other words, what you could say here is you have your Reinhardt pushes, Winston pushes. Thank you for the sub, Goobler, excuse me. Whereas your Zarya can bubble somebody else to push, or D.Va can bubble or can peel off somebody who's playing aggressively and allow them to take an aggressive position. To be honest with you, I don't think there's really a differentiation in Overwatch 2 as much, nor do I think that there needs to be. Because what I just said was not necessarily 100% accurate, because if you think about it, Zarya can bubble herself twice, and so she's actively directly creating space herself. Same thing with Orisa, right? Orisa can assist other people, can peel off with her javelin spin, but more often than not, she's just playing for herself. D.Va doesn't really dive backline, but she can dive an off angle. She can control an off angle. You see what I'm saying? So I no longer think that the definition really matters more. I think that all of the heroes control space or create space in different ways. More of the traditional main tank heroes are definitely more engage oriented, whereas the off tank heroes are more pillars holding a position oriented, doing higher damage. But the difference is no longer critical enough to actually matter. The difference is no longer critical enough to actually matter, because even if you were to say the off tank is better at fortifying and holding space, well, a Reinhardt holding a choke is pretty darn strong, even if he doesn't push. I would say in general, off tanks often have more gunplay, but outside of that, that's about it. Yeah, because they're all so very different in how they play. It's a great question. I'm a former Overwatch 1 high diamond low master tank player struggling with the ebb and flow of Overwatch 2. What advice is there regarding when to play defensively versus aggressively? I'm struggling to find the triggers outside of someone blatant like nade amp for aggression. I think compromising my backline because of this. My timing must be awful given because I'll often lose these trades. So it's not so important as like when to play defensively versus aggressively, because there's often times for both. It really just depends on the hero that you're playing. So unfortunately, this is a really vague question. What I can say is this: if you were thinking, let's say you're a monkey player, okay? And you're like, okay, they've used nade, they've used amp, I can go in now. Well, you can also think of it as like, okay, they haven't used nade, they haven't used amp, but I'm going to jump in anyway to force nade and amp so that then my team can capitalize off of their lack of nade and amp. The difference is one of those is they are using cooldowns and they don't have cooldowns anymore, so I can go for the kill. And then the second one is they have cooldowns, so I won't be able to kill them, but I can force those cooldowns. So the first one of your priority is to kill. The second one is to force and survive, right? You kind of see what I'm saying? Think of it as a Genji blade, right? Am I either killing with a blade or am I forcing a support ult and surviving? It's a very different, it depends on the situation, right? So for you as a tank, you need to understand first off what your tank is strong at, what your tank is good at. Like for example, if I'm playing Winston and going aggressively means walking forward to the middle of the enemy front line, that's not good aggression with Winston. That will always be bad, right? Almost always bad. Or maybe it's playing as Zarya and I'm looking to always be perma-flanking 24/7, right? Going aggressively, and that's not going to be working either. That's not exactly how the tank always wants to function, right? So you need to know what good aggression and what good defensive options look like with your tank. And then you also need to figure out what are you actually playing for as a tank? Are you creating space or are you securing kills? Depending on the situation, if those cooldowns have already forced, for example, you're like, nade, amp, and so on. Well, what forced those cooldowns to happen? Was it your supports? Was it your DPS? Did the enemy team just feed, right? Something forced those cooldowns, so then you can capitalize off of that. But then you can also be the Chad in front, taking the blunt of the heat, and then allowing your team to push up afterwards without the enemy team having those cooldowns. In other words, we talked about, you could be the one that forces the nade and the amp. But again, you're not playing to kill there, you're playing to survive. This is a very, very vague question. The timing must be awful. Well, timing of an engage is more about, is my team in a position to push off of my engage, and not, oh, we have to wait until they use a cooldown before we push. Because again, what forces that cooldown? I'm doing okay, Yuna, thank you. What forces that cooldown? You just sit and wait until they use nade, and then you don't do anything until then? Something has to happen. You have to figure out what your hero is good at. So this is, especially because you don't clarify what tank you play, honestly, I'm having a really hard time answering that question. Is it normal that it feels like it's harder to improve in your main than on other heroes? I mean, when I have the hard... When I tried out Valorant for a couple of times, much. So you make a good point, Lexa. So there's a couple of reasons why the first hero you pick up can be the hardest. Two things why. Number one, early on, you probably dumped a ton of hours in Widow early on, but you were a stupid idiot. So when you were first learning the game, you put a ton of hours in Widow, but this was you learned a lot, but you learned a lot about, not just about Widowmaker, you learned a lot about just the basics of the game, like how the ults work and what that noise means. You know what I'm saying? So you weren't necessarily improving just at Widowmaker, you were improving at the game. You were understanding the game better. And a lot of the mistakes that you made may not have been because you weren't good at Widowmaker, it's because you just didn't understand the game. So then the large majority of your hours early in the game are not mastering a hero, but learning the game. So when you put a ton of hours into your first hero, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be good at that hero, right? So it's just picking up general game knowledge. The other thing that you accurately pointed out was, I go autopilot on her, right? So the other thing is that, like, when you start with a hero, you can sometimes box yourself in to where that is the way you learn how to play, that is how you started playing, and then you develop bad habits early on in your playing career, and then they get really sticky and cement, right? You don't have a hard time breaking the mold because that's how you've played her since you literally started the game. And remember, when you started the game, you were a jackass. You had no idea what you're doing. You were learning the game. So you autopilot her, you play her the wrong way, you play the same way. How can I make myself easier for me to learn Widow again? Well, really, you just have to break the bonds. You have to, instead of, I mean, really, the answer is just unbelievably simple, but it's just something that has to be done. You just have to stress test. You have to go out, you have to try different things, you have to experiment with different play styles, try and find, consider, like, how do I play the hero right now, and what are some things that I can try with this hero that might be a little bit better. I had to do this with Genji over and over and over and over again. When I finally figured out with Genji that what I needed was to kind of control off angles and look for smart duels, that really helped me to do a little bit better of a job with Genji, because he was my Widow. He was the hero that I started off with, I put a ton of hours into, and I was really just not very good at, because I was a very low rank silly Genji early on, right? So you need to do, you need to try and break those bonds. You need to try and break those bonds either by coaching session that I've done, theory craft a couple of things that you're going to stress test in your ranked games. I'm going to try and see if I get to a hard off angle. I'm going to see if I can think about like the longest sight line that I'm holding. I'm going to see if I can focus on winning duels. Like, it's again, you have to find a way to break out, and what you're describing is perfectly normal. It's perfectly normal. You've come from, that was the hero that you played with, that's the hero you developed those bad habits with, that's the hero that you dumped a lot of hours in, and hours in, especially early in the game, don't mean a lot. I would say I'm a much better Sigma than I am a Genji, even though I have probably less than a quarter, actually probably like 10% of the hours, maybe actually less than that. I might have 5% of the hours I have in Sigma than I have in Genji, but I'm a better Sigma. Because when I started to play Sigma, I had a much better understanding of the game, and I also had a much better understanding of what I need to accomplish with Sigma. Why is the average age in OWL so low? I mean, it's just burnout. It's burnout. To be honest with you, Overwatch League doesn't pay enough. It doesn't develop players' personalities. Not personality. It doesn't develop players emotionally enough. It doesn't prepare them for life enough. It throws them into an unbelievably competitive and difficult situation, smashes their face up against a drywall every single day for 6 or 7 months, maybe even longer, and then kicks them into the curb when they're done. It's a dream for a lot of people, but the problem with dream jobs is they're often exploitable because anybody will do anything to get to there. And then when they get there, they realize that life can be a living hell, and they go out from there. Now, I was fortunate enough to work for an organization where was really far from perfect in a lot of ways, but honestly wasn't too negative. I liked my boss. I liked working with Chris. I liked working with Nuki. I enjoyed the players I worked with. I wasn't working 95 hours a week either, but I was working. It was pushed beyond where I was comfortable in terms of where I felt like I got the most value as a coach. In other words, I was pushed into a situation where I was not using my time efficiently and was not able to excel as a coach. And I think that's just due to the inexperience of how things are done. There's a grind set culture mindset that the more hours you spend, the higher the quality you're going to be as a team. There's a lot of coaches out there that stand by that. Gunba's a big one. And I just think it's naive. I think it's naive. It's outdated. I've always been a hard worker at everything I've done, but there is a line where you get lower and lower return on investment. And this is why the average age in Overwatch League is so low, because you know what those players do? You go in, you scrim 4 or 6 hours a day, you VOD review for 1 or 2, maybe 3 hours a day, and then you go, what do you do when you're done? Well, you play ranked, and you play ranked, and you play ranked, and you play ranked, and you play ranked, you play ranked. You don't exercise, you don't socialize, you don't read books, you don't expand your mind, you don't learn, you don't educate, you don't learn life skills, you just do that. And then when you can no longer stomach it because you want to see people and do things and grow and improve as a person, and because you hate the game and or you're washed, you know what washed means? Washed means that I don't have any motivation to play the game anymore because this is a ridiculously stupid mindset, or you have been grinding so far that you've actually no longer have the ability to improve anymore because you've completely burned out hard, and then they're retired and they're washed, and that's what happens. I mean, really, they're just burning these young players out as fast as they possibly can, and then because there's always going to be people absolutely desperate to play, there's an inexhaustible resource there. So it sucks, to be honest with you. It sucks. So I'm not a fan. So I've been playing FFA and practicing my mechanics for a few years now, and I think most of the basics, enemy grip style, the minimization of movement, have done to the point that I can keep up with GM level players. I would like to know what you would recommend an intermediate aimer that has all the basics suppressed, look for improvement. So my signature aim style is tracking, so I'm trying to maximize that. No, I would not train things in isolation as much. So I'm a self-admitted non-aim expert. One thing that I have brought up in 2 reviews today that is worth bringing up, though, is that, to my knowledge, having some form of dynamics in terms of understanding the strengths and weaknesses of different aim training styles is very important. For example, tryhard FFA doesn't always put you up against aim. It doesn't always put you up against the best players all the time. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it'll go against Overwatch League players, but not always. So sometimes it's a little bit too easy. But there's a real risk of dying. It feels real. There's verticality, and there's rapid access to aim situations, right? They're constantly being playing up against. Now, something like a Kovacs or a Vaxtacode has much more frequent situations and much more immediate feedback, and you can set it to really whatever level you want, but it doesn't feel real. It's not a realistic situation. So there's strengths and weaknesses. My suggestion for you is, number one, there is no one specific aim training style trick thing that's going to carry you to the top level, nor is that something that every single Overwatch League professional in the history of the world has to spend. Like, Spark or Backbone are good mechanically, but they don't have like these specific Vaxta codes that they are a slave to. They have to do an hour and a half, and if they hadn't have found it, they wouldn't have made it to Overwatch League. The one thing that all players have in common at the top level is that they play a lot. Well, they will have different aim training. Some of them like Kovacs, some of them like Vaxta, some of them use the SATA lobby and the Legion Tower Control Center 1v1s. Some of them use tryhard FFAs, and they use it. But all of them play it a lot and grind a lot. So what I would recommend for you is find the one that you enjoy the most and try and add a little bit of dynamics to it. Try and make sure that you're not just a tryhard FFA OTP or that you're a Kovacs OTP, but you're able to mix and match a little bit so you're able to benefit from the strengths and weaknesses of both, if that makes any sense. He asked Hydron. He uses absolutely zero aim trainers outside of playing Overwatch. Yes, and Hydron is a phenomenal aimer. So there you go. Everyone's different, but there are aim trainers out there who will try and make you feel that you need them. Otherwise, you won't be able to climb. But that's marketing. To be honest with you, that's marketing. I climbed to 4.1K with zero first-person shooter experience as a guy who played Reinhardt and got bullied into playing Mercy for a season back in like season 8 or 9. And I climbed a 4.1K with better than average mechanics on Ana Zen, playing nothing but freaking deathmatch. Tryhard and arcade deathmatch. One thing I've struggled with is to understand is when to back off, when to fight if a teammate gets picked up. I default to make the call to regroup as soon as a teammate gets picked up, and it's a 4v5. When do you think it's appropriate to actually engage a fight or continue 4v5? I think it's appropriate to engage if you cannot back off. So if you're in a location where you cannot disengage once you get picked, then you might as well play aggressively and see if you can get a trade or maybe clutch it out. If you're in a situation or a position where you can actually kite out or play defensively and give up space, then that is usually the better option. But if you can't, then yeah, go aggressively for the play. Now keep in mind, when you give up space and play defensively, sometimes you can even catch the enemy team overextending and then make it a 4v4. This happens all the time. We get picked, we play back, we play defensively, we give up space. One of the enemy teams gets overeager, overextends, we kill the target, and then all of a sudden it's a 4v4 and we can actually win the fight as a result. Is it worth marking ball as tracer anymore? Yes and no. Usually not. But if there's nothing else, or there's no other priority, or he's low and you're getting good pressure on him, then it's okay. Maybe if he's discorded or something like that. But yeah, it is a lot harder marking ball as tracer with the damage drop off and the HP buff that he has now. It's a lot harder. Hey Spilo, I'm struggling to get out of silver. I think my mechanics, game sense, and awareness themselves are okay. I watch plenty of videos of VOD reviews of heroes I play. That's awesome. Okay, so here's the thing, chat. There's always a catch. Hey Spilo, I'm struggling to get out of silver, okay, as I think my mechanics, game sense, and awareness themselves are okay. I've watched plenty of videos and VOD reviews of heroes I play. Hog, Reaper, Lucio, Rhine, Mercy, and Soldier. There's your problem. You're playing 2 different heroes in 3 different roles. Not efficient way to climb. Not even close to efficient. You need to narrow that down. You need to narrow it down to a role, preferably, and with 2 or 3 heroes within that role. It's way, way, way too wide. I can predict things that happen most of the time, but I feel like my aim is terrible and inconsistent. And sometimes I feel like I'm top 500, but most of the time I feel like I don't deserve a rank at all. A few days ago, I went 1-6 in games and bronze 1. Realized maybe it isn't my turn, ultimately starting me down on a little hill. Maybe it is me. That's a great realization. It takes a lot of maturity. And when I really looked at my accuracy, see, another question. What do you mean you look at your accuracy? Were you looking at the aim stat? You should never pay attention to this aim stat. You should really not pay attention to the stats much at all. Maybe the deaths if they're really bad, but you really shouldn't worry about your aim stat. But if you're saying my aim, what can I do to improve? I'm playing off and on since 2017. It really got back to grinding a week or two before Watch 2 dropped. I always play quick play, and the one time I played comp, I was low gold, like season 7 play on console. Okay, so here are the red flags. Here are the little red flags here. Let's give ourselves some flag poles here, okay? Flag poles here. And I do not want this to be bullying, but I'm going to have to be tough on you a little bit, all right? Red flag number 1. That is a hideous red flag. That is way too big. Red flag number 1. All right, here's our little red flag 101. Struggling to get out of silver. Thing mechanics team somewhere. I watched plenty of videos and VOD reviews. Okay, so here's the problem number 1. Educational content is great. Educational content being a large percentage of what you do to train is not great. Now, some of you in chat are like, I don't really care about much improving. I just find this interesting or fun to watch. That's fine. But if you're really trying to grind, really trying to improve, you should definitely consume educational content. But it should be a supplement to the actual training that you're doing. I know people like this all the time. They're the fitness guys, right? They want to get big, they want to get strong, right? So they're looking up all the different are they going to go on, what's the best type of creatine, or they might go to testosterone supplement, or what's the best type of pre-workout, or whey protein versus the fish oil, the vitamin D, and then they got to get the anabolic window, and then there's all these other, there's a couple of supplements, glycogen level. There's like so many other like these little goofy little supplements that first off are usually unproven, but are like such micro percentages, right? And they miss the forest for the trees, right? They're not getting enough sleep. They're not training smart. And so there's nothing wrong with educational content. In fact, I try to make my educational content as actionable and as useful as you possibly can. But if you're watching, this is worded in a way that concerns me. I watch plenty of videos and VOD reviews that not only is too much entertainment or too much education take time away. If you are the type of person to watch like 10 Ash VOD reviews or 3 or 4 Ash VOD reviews before you play Ash, that is a problem. Because guess what? Each one of those Ash VOD reviews is going to have a different point, a different focus. So you found like 4 things to work on, and then you go into a game and then wonder why you can't execute all of them. So there's a lot of potential red flags with this one. And maybe that's not you, but that's a real question I have. You need goals, you need vision, you need direction. But then once you get that, go train. Next red flag: Hog, Reaper, Lucio, Ryan, Mercy, Soldier. We talked about that. That is not just a red flag. That is a big mega red flag. That's a super flag. We call that. Okay. Other red flag here. Look at my accuracy. Stop looking at your stats. It's focusing on the wrong thing. Focus on how you're going to win the next team fight. Focus on your positioning. Focus on how you should be using, what's the best way to use your cooldowns. Another red flag. I always played quick play, and one time I played comp, I was low gold. That is another red flag. So you're talking about you're playing ranked now, but is this the first time you've like actually seriously grinded ranked since season 7? Of course you're going to struggle. Competitive is way tougher and way more competitive than quick play. Your whole mindset changes. It's more efficient training. You need to play more ranked. You need to narrow your hero pool. You need to stop looking at your accuracy, and you need to start playing more. Promise you if you do those things, you'll improve. Promise you to do those things. It might take some time, but you will improve. Appreciate the question, mate. Hope that helps. When is a good time to pop Sojourn Ultimate? When you have space. When you have space, usually. When you have some form of space or you have a good sightline. Try to avoid using shift aggressively into it. Try to hold a position. It's a fruit fly. I'm gonna get it. It's gone. No, it's not. Ah! It is gone. Okay. Whenever you have space is a good time, so you have a good sightline for it. If you don't have space, try to utilize an off angle or a flank where you have better vision so that you can use it. It can kind of be the way to create space if you'd like to. Just don't die for it. In other words, you could pop your Sojourn ult on a slight off angle enemy team panics, responds, that creates space for your team, even if you don't hit a lot of crazy one-shots, right? Also, how to properly grind rank for maximum SR gain. Full energy, full focus, full sleep, actionable goals, few hero pool. There you go. I mean, I'll say those things till my head falls off. Okay. I heard a tip to stop when losing 2 in a row. That is a bad tip without context. I think the best way to handle losses if you lose 2 in a row is to take a step back and touch grass. Go outside, stretch your legs, take 4 or 5 minutes, realign your goals, and then try it again. But I don't think you should stop. I think you should pause potentially if you lose 2 in a row to recenter yourself. But I would not say stop when you lose 2 in a row. That you're not gonna listen. If you stop after you lose 2 in a row, you're not gonna be playing very long. That's not a good idea. I wouldn't even necessarily say stop if you lose 2 in a row. Maybe stop if you feel like I'm getting frustrated after I've lost 2 in a row. That's a very naive and that's a very naive way of looking at training. I take a break more time when I win, but I easily rage queue when I lose the mentality. Well, you need to get over yourself. If you're like, oh, I'm the type of person that just rage requeues, well, you suck. Your mentality sucks. You should be ashamed of yourself. Get over yourself. When your desire to improve overcomes your desire to stop being a complete brain dead jackass that wants to requeues, then you'll be able to deal with the rage requeue issue. So I got nothing to tell you. You need to get hit in the head a few more times, I guess, with dropping SR, and then maybe you'll get over yourself. Maybe review your last 2 games before jumping in again. But yeah, potentially. Kiriko comp question. How does Lucio Kiriko play versus Lucio Moira, Kiriko Moira? I mean, Lucio Kiriko versus Lucio Moira just does the same thing, but does it better. Like, Kiriko has more consistent healing. Moira has more, Kiriko, blah, 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 has more consistent damage. Kiriko can control and support her off angles more. Kiriko has a better ultimate. Kiriko Lucio, just play the comp. You're gonna turbo stomp. Kiriko Moira is just you would just basically, I mean, it's the same thing. I just don't think Kiriko Moira is that good. Like, you're basically playing a Moira that's a huge healer support when you already have a lot of healing with Kiriko. So the Moira is going to be playing more like damage Moira, but a Lucio is going to provide more value to speed in and engage, or speed out and disengage. The Lucio Kiriko is just flat out better. I just think Lucio Moira is now completely and utterly outdated on if you have like a halfway decent Kiriko, and Kiriko Moira is just a bad comp. It's way too much healing, and not enough utility to push, pull, kite, left, right, juke, whatever. Bap Kiriko, not great. I think Bap is like more of a spam / brawl hero, but if you're playing like a brawl hero or a comp that wants to push, then you'd want like a Lucio, right? So you can like actually push. And then like if you're playing like Bap like a spam hero, then you'd want to play it with like a Zen or a Mercy where there's like actually more damage, because Kiriko doesn't necessarily do enough long range damage. So like pressure on shields and stuff is not as high. Lucio Kiriko is the best support lineup right now because basically you're playing a dive comp that wants to have a lot of flexibility, and everybody has a defensive cooldown. Like right now, the reason why you play Lucio Kiriko is because if I'm playing a dive comp and I want to dive your backline or dive a squishy, I have 5 people that can do that, right? Whereas a Lucio Kiriko Bap, you don't have that. Bap has to stay behind, or he gets focused on and gets killed. The whole point of the comp is that everybody has a defensive cooldown. So then you ask, well, why do you play Kiriko Moira then? Well, because technically Moira does have a defensive cooldown, right? She's got pretty good tempo. She's self-sufficient. But Lucio just does more. Lucio just does more. Speed, aura for his team, boop threat. His ultimate is also better. He is better at actually peeling off his own Kiriko without risking his life. Like a Moira can't peel somebody and help herself at the same time unless it's heal orb. Whereas a Lucio can boop peel, he can heal aura, he can heal amp. There's more utility. Like, it's hard to really describe it, but you need to get in your head that Lucio has a good Lucio can do a lot of things, but he can't heal one target a lot. Kiriko can do a lot of things, and she can heal one target a lot. So you have 2 supports that can do a lot of things. Boop, enemies away, boop, enemies in. Speed us forward, speed us back. Heal everybody around me. Go off and off angle and duel somebody, right? As a Lucio. And then Kiriko can do all that too, right? Kiriko can, invulnerability, do damage, support an off angle, TP away, build a Q. She can heal bot close, she can heal bot far, she can do, there's just a lot of utility. Like, utility is hard to like really describe, but it basically is utilities. It can do more than just heal and damage. And both of those heroes are very good at that. And both of those heroes have free mobility cooldowns. That's why it's being played. The meta comp, if this wasn't this, would be Lucio Moira. But Kiriko just does more than Kiriko does. Moira does. Kiriko does more than Moira does, excuse me. Who is this? Tomsky, you troll. This guy out here check marking questions. The only thing I can do is wait for a nade opportunity and heal. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, when you don't have spaces to support, it feels pretty awful in terms of like your playmaking potential. So yeah, I think the best thing is to look for a nade opportunity and heal. Like, you can nade off of this wall here. You can nade off of the back wall. You can definitely support your tank. You can nade this here, right? Now, I will say, everybody forgets about this, but I'm not going to pull up the game to show this. But there is a path behind you to the back right. So follow my mouse. You go to the right, you go towards coast, you wrap up the stairs to the mega, and you can get to this high ground right up here. Sometimes, versus some comps, that's a worthwhile option. It's not something you almost ever see in ranked, but it is an option sometimes. Not necessarily the play for you here, but if you ever feel like I'm stuck, I can't make any plays, and you have time to go for that, it's something that sometimes is a play. People always forget about that path. But yeah, you are right. When you don't have spaces on it, your options often are very limited with what you can do. So don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. Thoughts on spending 30 to 40 minutes warming up for comp and tryhard FFA? That's fine. We talked a lot about mechanics today, y'all. A lot about mechanics and a lot about warm up. That's probably fine. Maybe a little too long, but it's okay. You see, this is why whenever we were talking about mechanics, I avoided telling people exactly what to do. Look carefully at what this question says. I know most people say 10 minutes is adequate, probably right, but for me personally, it takes me a long time to warm up mechanically, and I feel like it helps shake off some performance tilts and get used to dying on cooldown. Okay, do you see what I'm saying, chat? It really depends person to person. All right, I just feel more ready after comp so much. Do you consider that a crutch? No, I think that's fine. I think that's totally fine. I mean, it's definitely pushing the limits a little bit. 34 minutes is a little bit of a longer time. So maybe if you could cut that down by 5, maybe, but I don't really have a problem with that. I don't really have a problem with that. Okay. In Overwatch 2, I feel like mid-range DPS are struggling a lot because they typically don't have the mobility of close range and don't have the safety and pick potential of a long-range DPS. That's an interesting way of looking at it. Yeah, that's an interesting way of looking at it. I don't know if I'd agree necessarily. I think Soldier is still a fairly decent hero. I think obviously Sojourn is more of a mid-range hero, and she seems to be doing fine. But yeah, your point is well taken. I think Ashe is also not terribly bad, although you might classify her as more of a long range. Is there anything I should look for when I'm playing this mid-range here? Is like Cassidy Soldier, or is it just waiting for a more suited meta? No, I think just find the range where those heroes are good. And then figure out how you need to be utilizing, like positioning with them or using their cooldowns properly. We reviewed Soldier not too long ago. You can check it out in Coaching VOD Compendium. It was more of a lower rank. I believe it was a gold or a plat Soldier, so it's not super high rank, but there's probably some things that you can pull from that. We haven't done any Cassidy recently, but Cassidy is going to be all about short off angles in those mid-range, and if anybody pushes him, he has the ability to roll away and or sticky them. It's not so much the range that's the problem. It's just that those heroes specifically aren't as strong. I don't think it's so much the range, though. I mean, it's an interesting. You might be right, but I don't think that's necessarily the play. Yeah. We talked a little bit about dynamic meta, dynamic hero pool. It's always okay to change your hero pool depending on what's strong and what's not, or what you enjoy playing and what's not. But if you enjoy those heroes and you want to play those heroes, you can one-trick those heroes to GM pretty easily. Not pretty easily, but it's doable. Picture this: you're playing flex support. Why is this like Toyzen? Picture this: you're playing flex support. On and Zen, originally in the back of the team. Your team just died, so now you're regrouped and trying to rotate from main to point on Nepal Village. DPS hits gun on the high ground and shooting at you. You have Zarya. How are you supposed to rotate the point when the DPS are shooting at you and they're uncontested? I've struggled with this for an eternity. It is your fault if you get picked out of the hit scan from mid-rotation. Is this like a movement or decision mistake? We'll find the answer in the Twilight Zone. Sorry. Okay. I literally, the funniest part of it was I read it, but I have no idea what it said. I kind of got the gist, but I wasn't paying attention at all. You're playing flex support. Your team just died, so now regrouped and now trying to rotate from main to point. Okay. I love this is like the. Oh yeah, you can't rotate the point. Yeah, you can't rotate the point. Yeah, you can't. What you can do though is you're talking about like on. So here's the thing: when you have range support as on at the Zen, oftentimes you do not have to rotate. Right now, you think about it: Lucio, Moira, they can't be split from their tank, or they can't be split from the team fight. They have no range, right? But they also have mobility to make up for that lack of range. On a Zen can't rotate. They have no mobility, but they have the range to be able to stand at the choke and still be able to support the fight. Now, if the fight goes on point, then yeah, you're probably gonna need to rotate. But if the fight's on point, that means the person on top trying to prevent you from rotating can't do anything either. So you can help just outside a point on the right, on the left, in front. You can shoot the top, you can shoot the sides. So the answer is no, you cannot rotate if you don't pressure them off of high ground or get some sort of space or get matrix or whatever. But you also have the range to where that's not as much of an issue. You should open up YouTube videos like this. It just seems like you're in the danger of the tank going on you because of it being within that medium range. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But also keep in mind that the medium range heroes have oftentimes more consistent damage output. So if you do find a good position and you end up shooting a tank or end up just putting a little bit of pressure on backline, yes, there's the threat of the tank going on you, but you have consistent pressure. So maybe that's the answer that you're looking for, is finding good safe positions where yes, the tank can go on you, but you do have the option to escape / cover, and you're able to put up more consistent uptime. Like for example, with Cassidy and Soldier, you do want fairly decent uptime, right? You can't just show up, recall out, and then you're done, right? But if you don't rotate and your team does, can't the enemy team just go on you 5v1? I mean, can they? You tell me. If your team starts to rotate the point and the entire enemy team jumps down from high ground and chases you into that choke, what happens? I mean, seriously, be honest. Like, you guys bring up these theoretical situations that will literally never happen. Like, come on, the enemy team gives up the high ground and chases you 30 meters away when you have great coverage, great corner, and a mega health pack right next to you? Take them like 20 years to kill you. And when they do, your team will have capped the point, or your team will pincer them and kill them. You guys are killing me. I was given some advice from a top 500 Kiriko about loading on my own, and there was some advice was look at every death and basically think, where's my team? Where should I have been? And keep it simple with those two questions. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's certainly fine. Okay. I feel like you should not focus on changing grip and all this stuff. All aiming happens in the unconscious. So just playing like what feels comfortable, not thinking about might just be the best way. Think about it might be the best way. Okay. I would agree to an extent. So let me put it this way. Okay, I don't want to have my stupid headphones on. You guys, come on. Hi everybody. I got a little bit of Barney going on there. Yes and no. So there are definite times where focusing on mechanics is helpful. I think when you're in warm-up or in deathmatch, I think focusing on mechanics is good, or focusing on mechanical things is good. So in other words, I had a really bad habit with jumping early on in my career, and I broke that by playing deathmatch and by thinking about it in deathmatch. I also had a habit with rushing my shots when I was dueling tracers, as in I'd panic and just hold mouse 1, and instead of like kind of selectively aiming my shots, playing around blinks better, and I broke that by playing in deathmatch, or I improved that a lot by playing in deathmatch. So things like crosshair placement, if there's like a specific grip that you need to learn because it's the best way for you to play, but you just have to break the habit, then I disagree. I think it is good to practice those. But I understand what you're saying, where when you, first off, in game, you shouldn't really be focusing on mechanics. You should be focusing on something else, positioning or some other goal that you have. But I can also see how it can be a slippery slope. I have known players who get really obsessive with, like, it becomes more of a hobby than the reason why you want to work on your aim in the first place. So everyone starts learning aim because learning aim is good. But then some people kind of get so obsessed with, like, the perfect crosshair, the perfect sensitivity, the perfect mouse grip, the micro flick versus tracking, and blah, 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 right? That it, like, bogs them down with details, and then it becomes more of a hindrance to them improving than it does. So there's always an extreme to that, in which case I would agree with you, but I don't necessarily agree that focusing on mechanics while you're warming up or aim training is a bad thing. You will get practice from just aim training brainlessly. Like, that will work. Your body will do better, but I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. Yeah, I guess I can see that. Yeah, I mean, I'm just that is getting to such a niche aspect of, like, your physiology that I just don't have the experience or scientific knowledge to really know, to be honest with you. So I could see it either way, to be honest with you. Hi, Spilo. How do I effectively find something to work on and practice on my own? I've been bored and I'm in for a year and I've considered getting coaching, but I'm really trying to do everything I can on my own before I do so. Totally fine. Feel completely understandable. Isaacs once described VOD reviewing as finding thing that makes you cringe and how to fix it, but I've really struggled to see what I need to work on since I don't have the higher insight experience. Is there anything I can do to overcome this feeling, or should I just bite the bullet and get coached? No, I think there are some things that you can try. So I think the number one thing that you could try, and this is a good habit for everybody to get into, is have the mindset of a beginner. So what I mean by that is talking about VOD reviewing and looking for things to improve, but you're like, well, I don't know what could be doing better. That's okay. That's okay. Go find out. For example, if you're an Ana player, should I be using my nade aggressively or defensively? We'll go stress test that. And then VOD review afterwards and find out which ones were good aggressive and which ones were bad aggressive, or which fights where it felt good to be defensive and which fights where it felt like you did nothing and you just lost a team fight. Could you have had a better opportunity to nade? What about monkey engages or Genji flanks, or when is it good to go aggressive with a window when it's not? The whole, guys, like, people have been climbing to top 500, and there are people in Overwatch League that have received minimal coaching. Minimal. Maybe none. And they are just the type of people that, first off, play the game a lot, but also just spend a lot of time trying different things, trying to see what works. And so you can improve, but you need to have the mindset of, like, I'm really going to try and find out what works best by not just playing the game, but by trying to push different extremes, by by stress testing different playstyles. And we've talked about this being a really good mindset for people, even if you are getting coaching. See, my whole goal, like one of the big risks, this is a big thing in team coaching as well. It's like, you don't really want to be thinking for your players. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to help them and guide them on the steps, but ultimately try and get them to have, like, a better understanding of the game, but also just a mindset to where they're more willing to figure out things on their own, right? Like, you don't want to spoon feed people answers all the time, especially when you're coaching. So, like, for you, you're like, well, what do I need to be doing better? What do I need to be looking for? Well, I could probably give you something in a coaching session for the hero that you want to improve on in that particular instance, right? But what's going to serve you better long term is actually figuring out, like, the mindset of stress testing and trying different things, and then being able to go back and think about it, about whether it was good or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, people have been learning and figuring things out for thousands and thousands of years. You know what I'm saying? Coaching expedites that process, but it's not necessary. Right, exactly. I mean, you need to fit, not just the scientific method, you know, exactly. Experiment. Don't be afraid to lose a bunch of games. Go try things. And then use VOD review to figure it out earlier. Now, what I will say is that you will try and use on an 8 aggressively, or try and use this aggressively or defensively, or try this, or what if I did this, or what if the best is, right? And then you might come to wrong conclusions. That's part of the scientific process, right? Is you will come to wrong conclusions. But as you come to wrong conclusions, you'll keep stress testing, and then maybe a year from now, you figure out that the wrong conclusion you had back in October 2022 or November 2022 was wrong, and now you know why. And you keep evolving, you keep stressing. That has to be done. I'm constantly second guessing my theory. I'm constantly expanding and listening for criticisms. I learned stuff from Egoist Cat. I've learned stuff from A10. I've learned stuff about, I'll sit in the shower sometimes and just think like, what about this? What if this? What about this? And second guess my own thought processes, right? So if I don't have somebody that's giving me feedback, I'm gonna try and give myself some feedback and try and poke some holes in my own theory. And that's kind of like the way I would approach the game. That's what I would look at. I would do that. And I would also take a really close look at how you're training, how efficiently you're training, the hero pool, how consistently you're training, your warm up, what you're doing between cues, how much sleep you're getting. Those are all low hanging fruit for like any extra little boost as well. Okay. How does ult management work in a professional team? It really depends from team to team. Usually the professional teams, there's a little bit more autonomy for each player, but there can often be shot callers within it. But usually there's a little bit, at least a little bit of autonomy. So what you're saying is that I should be playing right now. Yes, but you should only be playing right now after you donate your life savings. Pull up at least 50, 60 different bot accounts on Twitch and bot my stream up from that way. Once you do that, donate life savings, maybe personally call Jeff Bezos and bribe him to plug my stream, then maybe it's okay. Bronco Baker, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Any tips for how to play Winston? Hey, guys, look who it is. I feel like I command a lot of space with him and a huge distraction for the enemy team, but I'm struggling to win with him in Overwatch 2. Yeah, so these are always the tougher questions because without seeing gameplay, it can be tricky. I'm going to say it again. I say it every time I do Ask Spilo. If you guys want to throw in a replay code in here and give me a timestamp, I'm not going to watch the whole replay code, but I will watch one team fight to give me some context. Like, I didn't know what to do here. I don't mind doing that. So I'm okay with me. It's okay with me. Makes it easier for me to answer questions, if anything. Command a lot of space. So by tips with Winston, okay? How are you creating a huge distraction from the enemy team? Are you to be able to survive? Are you utilizing high ground? Are you utilizing cover? Are you making sure that you have bubble? Are you on the right targets to where you're actually threatening the right targets? In other words, if you're jumping the Reinhardt, you can create a lot of attention, but you're not going to do anything with it. It's better to create a lot of attention and actually have a chance of getting a kill, no? So how you're creating space, and then the big one that so many tanks struggle with is when, right? You know me, I'm the timing guy. Timing and angles, that's my spiel. Timing, angles, range, and plan. When you're creating a space, if you create a huge distraction and command a lot of space, but your team isn't yet able to push or isn't, now that doesn't mean your team needs to push with you, but your team is in spawn or your team is coming out of spawn. Now you're like, oh, that's not me. You'd be surprised. You would be surprised at how often you're likely create this or make this mistake. When you create a lot of spaces and when you create the huge distraction is extremely important. So pay attention to your timing. And I guess the low-hanging fruit for you is that probably everyone can get better at is use of cover before and during your engage. If you can engage onto a high ground or a ledge or a corner or a wall to where you can kind of buy yourself some extra time because you're able to avoid more damage besides just your bubble, that's actually a really low-hanging fruit that most Winston guides, tips, coaching sessions don't even talk about. Cover usage is actually really important. Do you recommend having an alt account? It's just, I recommend having just the one account, but if you're the type of person that plays a lot and then after like 3 or 4 hours, you're like, I want to keep playing, but I'm kind of tired and I just want to kind of play for fun, then that would be the reason to have an alt account. Would be if there are times where you play really seriously and then times when you play just for fun when you're done. So that way you're like, oh, I'm not going to play as seriously, so I'm just going to kind of relax. Maybe that's an alt account time. But outside of that, I don't really see any reason. Even if you're having a bad day, you are you at your best, and you are you at your worst. There is nuance to human beings inside and outside of Overwatch. You need to embrace that. You need to embrace that and work at making those bad days not so bad. Or just be like, I'm having a bad day. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm going to learn something from this day. Don't try and hide it. Don't put makeup on your account. You know what I'm saying? Can you give me the tips that apply for most hit scan DPS, how to fix range? One tip is just to know the range that your hero is playing. It sounds super 4-head or 3-head, but like make sure you're playing Widowmaker and medium to long range sightlines when you're positioning with her. Make sure that you're playing Soldier on medium short range to long range sightlines. He's a tricky one. He depends really on the enemy comp. Please make sure that you're not frontlining as Ashe, right? That you're taking angles that feel better with the hero. You, again, would be surprised at how many people do not play good off angle ranges for their heroes and don't use cover well enough. How to fix ranked anxiety: play the game. Play the game. Play the game. Do not avoid the situations that make you scared. Play the game. Do not sit in quick play. Do not off roll. Play the game. This question about alt account and ranked anxiety go hand in hand. I'm telling you, play the game. Owl is live. Sick. I'll pull it up on a second. You know what? I'm going to farm my points right freaking now. I need my skins. I need skin. Blizzard, give me my skin. Bleh. I say that sometimes, like, be around my family, like, oh yeah, we have the 6th skin. And they're like, oh yeah, that's without context, that's kind of a strange thing here. I'm not done yet, cat! I'm not done! Wait for the message to disappear. Wait. Ah, there it is. I don't know why that was so funny. Okay, how would you explain the basic strategy behind Echo play? I think it's about mid-range, high ground, and then really just kind of taking what's given to you. Because you think about Echo, you can kind of already start to see the dynamic hero style kind of come into the game, because Echo is like phenomenal at winning duels when she gets to close range, but she's also really good at tank pressure too. So I would say like close to mid-range, utilize high ground. Your job is to just either take duels where you have the advantage, or to just put spam pressure out. But again, when there is not a very clear playstyle with a hero, then there's often a very clear range or position for the hero. And that's the case with Echo. Echo is very, very high ground oriented, very, very high ground cover oriented, and very, very much mid to close range. Just a thought. I don't normally make videos with Spilo. They don't take a lot of editing, but it's not. I put them in Spilo. You can look at them later. So, how would you explain? Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm a Lucio one trick on console GM since season 25. I learned Kiriko, but I started learning anything other than Lucio. How should I approach learning a new hero other than Lucio? I feel like all I'm good at is Lucio, and I want to expand my hero pool. Well, just play the hero. Play the hero. Experiment with the hero. And remember, we talked about like this is a great question for you, right? So like it's about the learning playstyle where you are very willing to just experiment and try different things with Kiriko. You're gonna have to be willing to lose a little bit of SR. Trust me, I know how. I dropped 500 SR picking up Ana, and I'm very glad I did. I had a great time playing it afterwards. So you need to kind of learn how to play Kiriko. Start stress test the hero. Try and find what she's good at. There's guides and hero stuff out there. I put some VODs in her. I've got some more VODs in her out there that might give you a little bit of starting direction. But more important than anything is being willing to stress test and find like theory craft with the hero and experiment with the hero. And that applies with every hero in Overwatch. You need to be willing to stress test the hero a little bit. I did that. You guys watched me do this on stream with Orisa. You guys watched me do this on stream with Orisa where I legitimately had no flipping idea what this hero was good at. So guess what? I did a lot of diving with Orisa. I did a lot of spamming with Orisa. I was flanking with Orisa. And guess what, chat? I found out that flanking with Orisa sometimes is actually pretty darn good. In fact, it's oftentimes the play because she doesn't have, like if you're getting out poked, she's actually a pretty crazy dive hero if she's got her cooldowns. So you need to stress test these things. You're welcome, Lexa. How do I know when a character is the best pick? For example, Ash, Widow, Cassidy. Watch this. I'm gonna spoon feed it to you. Range. I mean, there's some things like you're like, oh, well, Ash, Hanzo, don't they have the same range? Well, kind of, yeah. So then which one's better? Well, Hanzo is going to be better when there's more opportunity to wall climb. Ash is going to be better when there's more opportunity, where like a coach gun is going to be more useful versus the enemy dive. I would probably like Ash better versus some dive comps, and Hanzo better versus some spam comps. Cassidy is going to be better when the ranges are a little bit tighter and there's not as much relevant high ground because he can't get onto it. Range and positioning. Ah, what am I doing, chat? What am I doing? No! No, stop! You know, no! I can't undo it! No, you ruined it! Dang it! Oh, I didn't even notice. I was like, what are you guys talking about? Dang it! I'm alright. You guys suck. Specific question: how would one play Reinhardt and Circuit Royale A defense? That's a tough one. You can hold probably the front corner. Spawn camp don't really get raw. Raw. Well, at the very least, we'll leave. Wait, what happened to my check mark? Did I remove it? Raw. Okay, how would one play? Okay, whatever. Just embrace it at this point. Just gotta give up. Spawn camp, don't really get how to do that right on that map. Hasn't worked for me yet in ranked. I mean, spawn camping is tough on that map because unlike Havana, the spawn doors are a little bit further apart, so it's easier for teams to take flanks on you. But it can work. And that, by the way, has been a strategy in Overwatch League in the past. It's not been a very good strategy, but it's been okay. Play first corner arrow inside the tiny room in the first corner. Feels very committal since I'm inside of the room in the door. The first corner is usually the best room. Yeah, this is the best solution. It's not a very good solution, but it's the best that you've got. And you can tuck inside the room to stabilize if your shield is low. But unfortunately, when you're playing Reinhardt and Circuit Royale, you're not playing it because it's optimal. You're playing it because you like playing it, and you're going to take 2 team fights, because if you die in that first corner, okay, you get a guaranteed recontest, and maybe you can get another recontest. So it is what it is. Play high ground. Yeah. I think probably 2 is the best one, and if you have a good comp for it and a good team for it, number 1's not too shabby either. How should one change playstyle with Genji, if at all? Killed me off there because I think I read it wrong. If in preparation for the number 50, no, you don't change it. You don't change it. You really don't change it. No change playstyle. You're just a little bit worse at what you did before. We're not playing in the room on the left side. It's too small. You can tuck into the room when your shield breaks, but there's like you get in there. It's just kind of like it's a really nasty little room to get a lot of spam in there. So, yeah. Okay. What was I gonna do? I mean, I wanted to do companion stream. How are we doing with Overwatch League right now? Watch point isn't even started yet. Chat, we got like 37 minutes. What the heck are we gonna do for 37 minutes? We did ask Spilo. Let me look through my list of ideas here, see if there's any like fun like macro ideas. Oh, I know. I'm an idiot. Thank you, Cap. Yes, it's clear. 100. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm an idiot. I'm an actual dimwit here. We are gonna look at Sojourn POV. So, chat. If you were going to pick a Sojourn or a Winston player, which one would you choose, and which Overwatch League player would you choose? Because we can do a quick POV if y'all want. Hammer point. Shy? I was thinking Shy on Sojourn, yeah. Maybe Shy Sojourn. Maybe Fearless Winston. Yeah, that's a good shout too. What do y'all want? Maybe that's what we limit it to. Fearless Winston or Shy Sojourn. I'll create a poll. How about that? We'll do a poll. Merit, that's another good shout. Reiner Winston. Bobby! Thank you for feeding my future children. Dented Ground, ODG, Rogue Bunny, Robbie78, and the North Ranger. Congratulations on all the subs. Let's set up a poll here. Poll. What to watch? Fearless Winston, Shy Sojourn. Let's do that. Y'all vote. Poll is started in chat right now. You can click at the top of the chat channel. It says what to watch in all caps because loud is funny. And yeah. Fearless gog. So I don't quite understand what you're saying there. What does gog mean? Dante Winston's also not a bad idea. This is not one and done, y'all. We can do more. We might do some more tomorrow. We might do some more POV stuff on Saturday. You know. Oh shoot, this poll is way too long. I think it's like a 2-minute poll. Whoops. Well, isn't that my entire brand? Listen. Yes. So chat, if you haven't voted now, vote now, vote now, vote now, vote now, vote now. We'll go for like another 30 more seconds. Because I'm not going to wait for this entire 12-hour poll to last. I really messed up. And of course, you get a ranked game. Oh, Fearless just like catapulted forward. All right, we're at 5, 4. Okay, wait, vote. No, the votes are still coming in. 5, 4. Oh, no more votes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fearless Winston. Okay, we're doing Fearless Winston chat. Fearless Winston. Fearless Winston. Let's change our rank to the appropriate rank. Huh. Okay, Dynasty. Dynasty. It's my best New Zealand accent. Okay, let's do this, y'all. So, we've talked about this on the macro on Tuesday. It is all about the timing of the engage being synchronized with the Reaper and with the rest of the team. Oftentimes, the Winston will not immediately go deep because that's a good way to die really fast if you don't have cooldowns, but we'll look for either a cooldown advantage to a hard push or a way to set up a deeper engage. So what we're looking for Winston is Fearless is good positioning and good timing. Only other thing I could say here is target priority can be interesting here. So finding ways to force the enemy Sojourn's cooldowns, Kiriko's cooldowns, Reaper's cooldowns, then hard push off of that. Probably going to be spending a lot of time shooting the enemy Reaper / whatever he can with right click and guarding his bubble like his life. His bubble is his life. Do I do Preds? I do not do Preds now. There we go. Do you even notice the target priority right there? Who's he shooting first? He's shooting the Sojourn, right? Now, choking out tank. Notice that he doesn't use bubble there. He does not want to use bubble until the enemy team is actually committed. They get the space early. That's awesome. No bubble, no bubble, no hard commit. Now he'll probably hold this corner here, and there's the bubble. Now, very important, a couple of things here. First off, his priority is bubbling once the enemy team walks past the choke because he's now isolated all of these targets. And then it's even very interesting to know who he's actually shooting here. I would have expected him to shoot the Reaper here for better return on investment. I think forcing Reaper Wraith here is more important for the Winston, and that's something that his low damage can still do relatively decent here. So I'm a little confused here. I don't know why he's focusing the Monkey right now. I don't feel like this is the proper play, but maybe I just don't understand something that he understands. We'll play it by ear and we'll just watch. I would have much preferred him to focus down Prophet as he turns the corner here instead. Right now, I think zapping on Proper would have 100% forced Wraith there. Interesting. Now's the hard commit. It's not a very deep commit, and actually the crucial... Can you guys spot the crucial mistake here? What's the crucial mistake here that Fearless makes? Now, one thing I'm going to point out here is that Fearless is probably the best monkey in the world, but even the best monkeys in the world make fundamental basic errors. I told you Dallas was going to be good, yeah. Watch this. He jumps in after the cap, so it's already too late, but then he jumps in with 1 second left on bubble. He focuses Reaper, which is who we expected to focus, right? He needs to focus his threat, and because he can't reach backline without going too deep, right? He's going to focus the Reaper. But the problem here is look at his bubble. He is just now placing it. He jumped with 1.5 seconds left on bubble, and that was just long enough for a look at his HP, look at his armor. By the time the bubble places, he's already at under 300 HP and has lost his armor. He needed to wait literally less than 1 second before jumping so that he would have been able to bubble dance this Reaper a little bit easier. That's why he dies. You see, he actually dies before his bubble breaks. You see that? Crucial error there. But I love the Reaper focus. And they do get a lot of space off of that. So I'm not going to break down why Dallas wins that. It's just, there's just too much to break down. I want to focus mostly on Fearless, but it could have been mechanics. It could have been a better Sojourn shot, a better Sojourn E, a better amp, better focus fire. Could be a lot of things. So Dallas wins it. Are they going to pressure the choke? Reaper gets through. Winston gets through. Just zapping squishies. Again, you see this here. Always trying to zap the squishies, chip them down just a little bit. Now, this is interesting. This is a very aggressive engage. But remember, it has to be earned. You cannot just aggressively engage with no reason. So there's an aggressive engage. He goes in very deep, even a little early. But that's because they're going to Kiriko ult. So he's going to immediately bubble. He's going to get bubble again very, very soon. He creates a split. And then at the same time... they're going to be able to push out and cause the isolation here. Now, I'm actually kind of curious. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of this is the tricky thing with Kiriko ult, where like you want everybody stacked, but I wonder if there's some way of like creating a flank here with a Reaper, maybe Sparkle off of the flank here could have been good. But either way, it's tricky though because Sparkle fires so fast within the ult. It's like you almost want everyone to stack up if possible. Okay, so they cause the split once they've rotated, and that's pretty much it. Nothing too fancy, right? You think they probably wanted to force a split. I agree. This is just trying to slow down the enemy team. There's no real serious crowd control here, so there's no like sleep dart or anything, so there's no real reason not to just kind of stand here and be a general nuisance and maybe make it slower for them to come out of spawn. Just buys a little bit of extra time. Maybe they were like, we need to farm up our beats, so we need to slow down this engage a little bit. There's the fake. Now, the question now is what has Fearless seen that is allowing him to hard engage here? Because again, we talked about hard engages not being wise. Now, what's unusual about this composition, first off, is that if you hard engage, even though it looks like with Sojourn and Kiriko and Lucio that there are squishy targets you can dive, all of those targets have escape cooldown, so what ends up happening is if you hard commit without a secondary option, you will die. It's just primal. Exactly, you just primal. He hits them when they're at their weakest, which is rotating, and look at who he's focusing, chat. Who is he jumping? This is not an accident. This is not an accident. He is focusing. He's focusing either Reaper or Sojourn. Reaper is great to focus because once he uses his Wraith, he doesn't have the range. He's a very vulnerable target, right? So you can focus the Reaper early. Or you can focus Sojourn early because once she uses her shift, she is also vulnerable. So you can use your jump bubble to force the cooldown and then continue and pursue afterwards with your primal. Both Reaper and Sojourn, in addition, are excellent targets to focus because they are the targets that often end up killing you. So if you're able to take those targets off the field, you're going to do your team a huge service. All right? So probably see Fearless pursue the Sojourn. And again, that's all it takes, right? Just a little bit of chaos. And now he's on the Reaper. Actually, that probably was a Kiriko to force or TP there. But again, Reaper. That's what's going to kill us, y'all. That jump was kind of questionable, not gonna lie. Would have thought that he might have gotten punished for that one. Very passive, just controlling front line. That jump is interesting. Always Reaper, always Reaper. Good bubble split. Nothing really fancy here, to be honest with y'all. He's doing a good job focusing the right targets. He's off of good timing with his team. He's utilizing cover really well, and he's being patient with his hard engages, and he's making sure that he's earning the hard engage either with the Kiriko ultimate or Primal Rage. Now again, it's interesting here, his choice of target. I would have expected Reaper. I would have actually liked... I think this is a mistake. I'm very certain that this is a mistake. We've just seen Reaper Wraith. They're going to Kiriko ult. Do not focus the monkey right now. I think this is maybe because they think they can blow him up because it's a Kiriko ult. So they're just going to go bam, 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 bam. But I would have preferred them to pursue the Reaper instead. And then Kiriko try ult on top of the Reaper. Again, it's just not what Fearless is best at, is shooting a monkey. There's a Kiriko ult benefit. Again, immediately bubble and they go from there. Okay. That's awesome, Connor Parks PvP. I appreciate that. I'm glad to hear that. I will say though that doesn't necessarily, you might have just gotten on a lucky streak, to be perfectly honest with you. I think there's definitely good value there, but a lot of times coaching can be 20% of the value. You might have gotten lucky, who knows? I appreciate it nonetheless. I'm not trying to rain on the parade. I'm just trying to be realistic here. Can't always expect big win streaks, you know? Okay, this is really interesting. Now, here's the interesting thing, chat. Chokes are very important. Chokes are very important. So what chokes are is they are corners that, for example,
I don't need this tip. Your audio is fucked, Spilo.
can you guys hear me? When did it cut out? Huh. I guess I need to lose audio more often. Thanks for the bits. Guys, okay, chokes are just basically places where to shoot people, you have to walk into the position where, like, okay, I'm going to demonstrate this really quick. I really think this is important. I'm messing with you. Okay. Chokes are basically where you're holding the choke here, right? All your buddies are here. And what ends up happening is you create a 1v5 because as one enemy goes through the choke, that enemy is shot at by 5 people, right? But these people, these 4 people, can't shoot you because of the corner. So then either the enemy team has to clump up into giant one herd and walk through the choke, in which case any spam damage is going to hit everybody, whereas your teammates might be positioned here, off, all these sweet, juicy off angles. Or they go in 1 or 2 at a time and they get turbo blasted, right? So chokes make it so that they have brief moments of 1v5, essentially. Now, what's all that being said, Fearless pushes out of the choke. Do you see this? Now, I'm curious to see, there is times and places where pushing out of the choke can be good because it catches the enemy team off guard. It catches people off tempo. For example, you can see it right now. Prophet is technically isolated. So if Fuel could quickly recognize this, they can force his Wraith without using a single cooldown. But I don't know if this ends up working out. Yeah, so this is not good. I'm actually very happy to show you why this is not good. Because look at Fuel. Fuel does exactly what the reason why chokes are good. A reason, like right here, look at this. 1v5, right? There are multiple members of Dallas right now that are doing nothing. Edison can shoot nothing. Fielder can shoot nothing. He can heal, but he can shoot nothing. Chio can shoot nothing. Sparkle can shoot nothing. Whereas Iris can shoot shield. Vendam can shoot shield. Smurf can shoot Fearless. Prophet can shoot shield. Fitz can shoot shield. So this is a 1v5 for Dallas because they had a choke and they gave it up. Now, you can see this because look at, obviously no team has lost HP, but Fearless has used Bubble. Now this is clearly them trying to isolate and punish Prophet. Clearly. But Oh, this is why, chat. This is why. That's why. Never mind. I'm sitting here so confused. Like, what are they doing? This is why. They have a bubble advantage. They have a bubble advantage that they want to push. Oh! Okay, I don't know if I've just autopiloted for the last 10 seconds or not paid attention because I was talking about chokes. Okay, but Smurf goes in, uses bubble, doesn't get anything out of it. Prophet also uses Wraith. Fuel now have a Wraith advantage and a bubble advantage that they want to abuse. So then they try and hard push, but the problem is they give up the choke to do so, which isn't necessarily bad if your timing is perfect, right? If you go 3, 2, 1, boom, and explode on Prophet, this guy is dead. GG's, you're over. There's nothing his team can do to him. They can Suzu him, but that's another cooldown. Then they have literally nothing left, and you win the fight after that. So Fearless says, bubble advantage, bubble push. I promise you, Fearless is going, push, whatever it is in Korean, okay? So, but the problem here is there's another Overwatch fundamental that lorded over them. He said, you may have a cooldown advantage, but don't forget chokes. Don't forget timing, right? So they won the cooldown trade early on, but then because they rushed it or whatever, the choke screwed them over, but more importantly, their timing was horrible. You see this? By the time they actually get to Prophet, their bubble is broken. They're now walking into the middle of a nasty crossfire. They don't get the kill. And guess what Smurf has, chat? Smurf has bubble in 2 seconds. Their day is over. That's it. So I'm telling you, chat, things like punishing cooldown advantages and things like that are really important. But you know what's more important than punishing cooldown advantages? Timing. Timing is more important, chat. Timing is more important. And Dallas muffed it. Dallas scouted the cooldown advantage, but they were not able to get quite on the same page. The best thing to do there for Fearless was to simply wait like literally 1 second. Be like push, 3, 2, 1, go. But yeah. Okay. So he comes back because they decide to counter rotate back towards main, or at least fake that they're going to do that. Now, this is actually so important, chat. We're going to actually shift our focus to Smurf. Why does Smurf jump away? Why does Smurf jump away? Is he gonna die? No! Why does Smurf jump away? What happens if he stays? Yes, he knows that whether it was the fake rotate or whatever else, or his team is not set up, or he got poked out, if he stays, he's going to get his bubble force. Now, that's not necessarily bad. Using bubble for value is good, but he knows that his team was not ready for this fake rotate. And if you look at it, look at Prophet. Is Prophet ready to punish? No, Prophet's half HP. Prophet can't push right now. Look at Fitz. Is Fitz in a good position to do damage or get a fat E? No. So he knows through communication or just a gut feeling that my team is just not ready to punish this choke. So if I use my bubble now, it will be literally just me getting good value from it, nobody else. So I'm going to get out so I don't get my bubble forced. And you can watch Dynasty's position. Watch this. Fitz gets baited here. Fitz gets sucked down here. Fitz. Fitz is now not in position. Prophet is actually pretty... I don't know what happened to Prophet. I don't know if he got railgun body shot. But Fitz and Vindame are not in a position to follow up off of this bubble. So he gets out. Now, Prophet has to follow. If Prophet doesn't follow, that's going to be a cooldown advantage. And there it is right there. You guys see that? You guys see it? There's the Wraith. There it is. Dallas fake rotates, trades Sojourn E for Wraith, and it manages to get out of the choke. So, I don't know how I feel about Wraith versus Sojourn E, but either way, the fact that Dallas got out of the choke without using bubble is pretty nice. Christopher just won Coach of the Year. This is my surprise face. Now, rigged. Chris deserves it. Did a great job. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Okay. Now, chat. Reaper shift diff. So, what is Fearless going to do now? Why the heck is Fearless jumping in deep? Well, we know now, don't we? The fake rotate and Sojourn E forced a Reaper shift advantage. When Reaper doesn't have shift, he cannot play as aggressively. When Reaper cannot play as aggressively, then the Winston doesn't have to play as safe. Do you see? Do you see? This is why they go for that aggressive jump. He gets a Wraith advantage. That means his Reaper can play more aggressively. Now, Sparkle's about to Wraith this right here. Oh, whoopsies. Should have Wraithed that right there. Now, let's check out Fearless's timing. Was his timing good? Was he too early? I think was probably pretty reasonable. I think looks okay to me. Manages to get a lot of space for his team. They get control of the corner. They bubble trade. Sparkle just messes up. I think it was a pretty reasonable fight there from Fearless. No real complaints there. Now we've got Primal. So maybe we get a cooldown advantage before we go Primal. Maybe we just go Primal. And there it is. Do you see? We got Primal Rage. We got Sojourn. I'm going to jump on the Sojourn. I'm going to immediately force shift. And then I'm going to Primal. He's screaming, go, 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 team, go, team, go. And there's the Sojourn. And then look at the split. Look at it. Team is inside of him. Great timing from Dallas. They're able to quickly get onto the middle of the enemy team. And Fitz is in serious trouble. That's it. Now the Reaper. Now the Reaper or the Kiriko without her TP. Very well played by Fearless. I don't know what happened elsewhere in the fight, but you guys are going to start to see things more often. So we're going very slow right now, but we can almost predict his move before he does it now. Reaper focus. Walking out of a choke, very focused on that Reaper. I mean, Kiriko presents herself, so... And then now, look at that, look at that, look at that. You see that? Reaper shift, can play more aggressively. I don't think he meant to jump on the Reaper there, but yeah, okay. Setting up on high ground. Good scouting, good setup for the engage. Helps you in a good position. Hopefully Dallas is ready to pressure. Now look at this. Why is Fearless going in? Now obviously there's ults online, so that's the number one thing. But also the question is, was Dallas ready for this? Looks like it. Look, see the E? You guys see the E? See the E? See this? Probably gonna see, I don't know what we're gonna see here. I would imagine probably a Death Blossom, probably pretty soon. They're gonna try and force that cleanse from Iris and then Death Blossom. That was it, I think. Yeah, that was it. But they're probably not gonna push inside though. Ah, do you guys notice the timing of this push? Why do Dallas push inside? I said they would not push inside, and then they do. Why do they do that? Why do they do that? Why do they push inside? They said they wouldn't push inside, but they did. They tricked me, but why do they do that? Reaper left. Yep, exactly. Reaper left. Go. That's our window. Now, I don't actually think this was necessarily a good play. I think the easier play would have been to simply shoot Prophet and force his Wraith out. I think that would have been fairly easy to do. But there's at least some sort of logic behind that, right? This is a huge boot from Vindame. Really shuts down. Look at this. The bubble's a little bit late, so this is the timing, right? The timing here is not clean between Dallas. Look at this. Boop right there. But the cleanse from Fielder is late. The cleanse is used to prevent the boop, but the cleanse doesn't happen until he's already been booped. So that's a timing issue between Fielder and Sparkle, okay? You can either help your Death Blossom with Suzu, or you can help your Death Blossom with Bubble, one or the other. Very crucial that you get one of those things, though. So then it's a mess, though, because Dallas has walked into the middle of a small room with a Reaper off. Well, actually, the Reaper off angle doesn't even matter. They just had to walk into a small room into the middle of Monkey Cleave. That doesn't work out well. The Death Blossom gets booped. Disaster. So once again, bad timing really scuffs up Dallas. They're going to lose this run. Okay.
If we do this right, they won't even know.
All right, let's take a gander here. Cover usage is going to be really important in this right here. Now, a couple of important things happen here, all very, very quickly from Fearless. One, immediately tucking to cover so he doesn't take too much damage from the Kiriko or Sojourn. Then both Reapers TPing for Mega, because this cover, again, very powerful, right? And then you notice immediately, this is why I was so confused when he was focusing the Monkey earlier. I don't know if it was just like a brain flub or what. He immediately turns onto the Reaper because, again, return on investment on an armored Monkey versus a Reaper, much better. So immediate pressure on the Reaper. Watch what else happens here, okay? So Fearless takes the Mega. Now, I don't think he would have wanted to take it there, but again, small little resource that you steal from the enemy team. Look at all the pressure onto the enemy Reaper. I'm actually not sure how Sparkle loses this HP trade. Let's actually take a look at this really fast. It looks like Lucio headshots. Yeah, Lucio gets damaged earlier. Yeah, Lucio gets damaged earlier, and Chio isn't able to get there in time. So it's really just a man advantage here, really, that costs Dallas this. But this is all fine from Fearless. Good target priority. Just the lack of Lucio there really hurts. I know we are bleeding a little bit into the macro here, but I think it's worth pointing out whenever it's not unbelievably tedious. Can they bait a cooldown out without walking forward? Can they force a Reaper Wraith? Can they bait a Sojourn? Can they bait a Sojourn shot? Now this is interesting. They kind of look at this. This is not going to kill the Lucio, but cooldown advantage right here. If you're a Winston, can walk onto a squishy without having to press shift. This is crazy. Like, this is really bad from Vindame's. So Vindame's gonna have to panic. He dies for it. I mean, to be honest, y'all, he just feeds. That's great recognition from Fearless. If Vindame was not here, we would have seen a 3-2-1 explode on the Reaper. Now, this is what's crazy. What's the problem about this from Dynasty? Look at this from Dynasty's perspective. What's the issue here? Even if Vindame doesn't die here, what looks really bad right now? Remember we said the weakness of walking out of a choke for Dallas is 1v5. But think about it. Is this really a 1v5? I see 3 people. I don't see 5. There's a split here. There's a split from the Dynasty. Some of them, now I'm not saying like it's bad to be split. You could have had your Reaper here, your Lucio riding up with your Reaper, your Kiriko on point, your Winston actually with the Reaper as well, and then your Sojourn off-angling. But again, it would be all off-angling in the same spot. These guys are positioned to fight here, whereas these guys are positioned, including Fitz, are fighting here. So this is not even scary for Dallas to walk out of. Even though they get there eventually, actually they don't even try. They don't even get there. It's just a straight up fight win. Again, cover usage, you notice that? He tucked behind the wall. There's the target focus there. Very important you get that Sojourn down. I don't know why Smurf is up there. I think they were capping point. There must have been a miscommunication about where they wanted to hold. But this is what I'm talking about, y'all. Like, communication and teamwork. That's why Dallas is usually the more consistent team. We've seen some timing issues with Dallas. Okay, they're breaking the choke rule again. They're pushing through a choke. But why are they doing that? This is why, right? They're breaking the choke rule because they think that they have Kiriko ultimate first, so they want to use it quickly. He gets booped on his jump, so he immediately bails. He doesn't keep reaching for the backline because he knows it's over. I'm not going to be able to kill the backline. So now what they're going to try and do is Fearless is going to try and zone backline, and the rest of Dallas is going to pursue the Monkey. So then now Fearless is thinking, okay, Monkey's overextended. I can't kill backline. So my job now is not to kill, it's to survive. Remember that question we had earlier about when to play aggressively versus when to play defensively? This is the answer right here. Fearless knows I can't really kill backline right now. I'm gonna get no help from my team because my team is all focusing on the enemy Monkey. So my entire job is only to make sure that I'm surviving, so while we can burn down Smurf. Okay? Now, he has Primal here, so we might also see him... Okay, well, that was easy. Primal Rage just to be safe. They're up 2, but there's a chance that he gets traded and then they're able to clutch out. But Fearless has a very clear target with these Primal Rages. Very, very, very clear target with these Primal Rages. I'm not sure what we're going to see here. It's likely we're going to see... Yeah, I was curious to see why they were holding so close. I was expecting them to play a little bit more open space with their Sojourn ultimate and play a little bit slower until they got their beat/Death Blossom, which is exactly what they do. They end up backing off to the next corner. Now, Fearless has to be careful here. It is pretty easy to force a bubble from this, so he'll probably jump out because, again, his team doesn't have a good angle on the enemy team, and the enemy team can get a good angle on him. So he will almost certainly jump out in the next, like, half second. Yeah. So from here, he'll go to the next corner where his team is a little bit... Do you see now, this position here, his team has a much easier time putting pressure on the enemy team, right? It's not perfect, but it's much better than it was inside that choke. Jump out again, but they've traded bubbles. Would have preferred more patience with that Sojourn ultimate, to be honest. That was not a good Sojourn ult. Cover, 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 cover. There it is. Ooh. I think that was actually really quite good from Fearless there. Jumped in, survived. I'm not sure what happened with the beat. I don't know if it was just a mechanical play. To be honest with you, also not having their own Sojourn ult because it was literally just wasted the previous fight also sucks as well. Alright, timing gonna be crucial again here. Uh-oh, they're pushing. He could probably just completely disengage this. Yeah. And now that's a lot. Oh, Edison. How does Edison die? Where is Edison? Where the heck is Edison? Oh, he gets rolled. That's unfortunate. Okay. So we're probably gonna see Primal Rage coming up soon, and again, it's gonna be on that Sojourn. Point pressure, focus on the Reaper, right? And then here comes the Primal Rage on the Sojourn. Oh, he doesn't even need it. So to be honest with y'all, that was just we have better fighting on ult than you do. So we're just gonna go to point. So they're just gonna go plot bubble on point, and guys are just gonna Kiriko ultimate on point. If anybody touches, they die. That's really that simple. And then by the time, and then they just Death Blossom on top of that. That's pretty much it. I mean, it's that simple. They had 2 for 1. 2 for 1 with the better ultimate situation as well. Okay. Primal Rage on Sojourn if needed. That's basically it, y'all. So what we've seen from Fearless is good cover usage. Timing was good, could have been cleaner at some points and instances. I think specifically that point on Nepal Shrine where they were trying to push a cooldown advantage wasn't as good. Very much focused on the DPS, the Reaper, not getting sucked into the Winston versus Winston foolishness. And then when he had a cooldown advantage or Primal looking to go in extra aggressive, extra deep. Because again, that you know that I'm not going to get punished for going as aggressive there because I have the resources to do so. Are Owl VODs public? Sadly, no. I'm working with a contenders team, helping out a contenders team in access for an OBR account so I can do these publicly. Is this second nature to players, or they actively think about this? Yes and no. Most of it is second nature. Some of it is not. With good teams, more of it is second nature. With bad teams, less of it is. The goal, like anything, like a bronze player learning how to become silver, or a masters player learning to become GM, is consciously practicing it. What Fearless might be working on is communicating better with his team, his timing. He could be trying to, I know they're actively thinking about their bubble usage a lot. I know he's actively thinking about target priority for Primal Rage, but some of the other things are probably a little bit more autopiloted. Okay, let's watch a little bit more before the next match goes. Let's just watch a little bit of King's Row. We'll keep going until the match goes live. Now, why is he not holding this choke here? Well, because the angles that his team wants to take aren't very good on this choke. But if he holds this choke, his Reaper's got a good off angle, his Sojourn's got a good off angle, his Lucio's got a good position, his Kiriko's got a safe position. So the tank doesn't hold necessarily where the tank wants to hold. The tank holds where he wants to hold and where is helpful for his team too. Notice he doesn't use bubble, doesn't need it, don't use it. Uh-oh, Sojourn split, guys. Sojourn split, guys. Careful. Reaper TP, Reaper TP, Reaper TP. Now he TP's up here to flip and shoot this guy. He TP's up here to flip and shoot this guy. Maybe his Reaper will come with him as well. Okay, there's the Reaper guys. They're rotating, they're rotating, they're rotating. I'm gonna meet them there. Not using bubble. I'm not gonna use bubble until they walk out of the choke into my team's LOS. You're not gonna bait me. You're not gonna bait me into wasting a cooldown before the fight starts. You're gonna have to walk into my team space where I've got great off angles with my Reaper, with my backline. Look at this. There's the bubble, right? They earned it, right? They earned it. Dynasty earned it. They walked out. They threatened him. They took damage, and notice that he's able to get his bubble off in time before he starts to lose too much armor. And look at that cleave, y'all. Look at that cleave. Bang. You'll see a lot of, from what I'm seeing, by the way, with Suzu, is a lot of Kirikos are Suzuing those initial trades once those bubbles start to break, because that's when Prophet or Sparkle can land like one big shot and get a cooldown advantage. So they use the Suzu to preventively prevent their Winston from getting to 1 HP, or from their Reaper from getting one shot, or from their Reaper from getting just rolled. So that seems to be the general impression that I'm getting. Don't take my word 100% for it, because we're not super focusing on that. So we'll probably see a soft engage Bubble as late as he... okay, yeah, that bubble was a little late. That bubble was too late. He waited too long in the bubble there. He should have bubbled a little bit earlier while he was still in armor. He tried to edge it, and he went a little too far. Now, this is cool. They farm up the ultimate fast. I don't know if this is something that they're specifically trying to do, but it could be that once fielders saw they had an advantage, that they wanted to play slow. Aggressive jump. We have ults. They don't. Let's go. Nice. A little bit of early pressure here, but again, never anything that's going to cost his team a lot of HP. He just wants to farm up a little bit of extra primal. Now, he has primal now, so we already know what's going to happen. We know how his engage is going to look in terms of aggression, and we know who he's going to go aggressive on. The only question is when and where this aggression is going to actually happen. Okay, it looks like Dallas might be holding a little bit more aggressively. And he's going to look in for Sojourn. Where's Sojourn? Where's Sojourn? Where's Sojourn? Where's Sojourn? Doesn't end up needing to use it yet. So they're actually going to try and kite out the ultimate entirely. So you see this? Dallas just pieces out. Fearless follows. Now here's the thing, chat. It would have been really easy for Fearless to just press the button there, right? This is where timing and teamwork matter. He realizes his team calls, we're going to give up space. We're not going to do it. We're not going to fight that Kiriko ultimate with your primal rage. We're just going to kite out. And then late beat. And then we now walk forward. And then now we might, yeah, there it is. And even then, he still knows there's a Reaper inside of a Kiriko ultimate, so I might die. So there's no greeting. There's the Reaper focus. They're going to kite this out one entirely, I promise you. And there's the second ultimate to match. Chio gets caught, though. Isn't able to get out. Good cover usage. Hard engage because they're up a bunch. Can he cut off the Lucio? He does. Nice job. A little bit of early pressure. Oh, he messes up that jump. He actually messed up that jump. Maybe he did. Okay, let's look at this again. I think he meant to get to the corner a little faster. So here's what Fuel is doing again. Again, the goal is to play aggressively and to look for an opportunity to Kiriko ultimate. So Fearless is playing very, very ballsy. Even just kind of slopping his jump away. We'll probably see Kiriko ultimate in a couple seconds. As soon as they push, right there. And then on the Sojourn. Oh, winnable. Winnable. Ah, unfortunate. Okay.
Stop the payload.
Yo, we got the big stage today. Okay, they're gonna play the corner, and they're gonna absolutely turbo stomp Dynasty once they turn that corner, hopefully. Trying not to use bubble until he absolutely needs to. There's a Kitsune rush. He really needs to be careful here, actually. I'm actually not so certain about this primal, to be honest with y'all. I would have preferred him to just jump, disengage entirely. In which case... Yeah, he had time to jump out here, I think. I think he had time to jump out. It's hard to say. It's hard to say, chat. So basically... He's playing this choke really hard. Dynasty has to use Kiriko ultimate to break it. It's the most powerful ultimate in the game currently in this meta. So he's gonna then primal rage to honestly disengage. Dallas has to disengage this. It could also be that his primal rage here is what creates space that allows his team to actually safely disengage this. Do you see this? Nobody's focusing him down, or everybody is focusing him down so that his team can get out safely. So a 1-for-1 trade and giving a little bit of space isn't too bad with that ult trade. Next corner, and now we'll probably see maybe just a neutral engage. Ooh, Reaper, 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 Reaper. You guys see it? Always Reaper. If there's anything in the front line, it's not Winston, it's Reaper. Anything on the flank, it's Sojourn, right? Kiriko as well if he can access, but yeah. Now, why did they give up that choke? Well, there's nobody there, right? It's just Fearless. Timing. Not good space to hold if your team isn't there to hold it. Now, we'll probably see Dallas again, looking to use the Kiriko ultimate as soon as Dynasty commits. Then Dame will probably pop beat, and then Chio will probably mirror, and Dallas will probably win. That kills everything. No, Dallas, that's not the play. That is not the play. Yeah, not the play. 4v5s really matter in Overwatch 2. That is not the play whatsoever. Especially when the enemy team is in a really safe position as well, to where you can't really hard commit. Like that beat was just to stand there. You know what I'm saying? That was not wise. Zoning Monkey. There's the Kiriko ultimate. Dallas probably loses this fight. Oh wow, Sparkle just completely destroys. Oh my gosh! Fight-winning shots right there. That literally wins Soul the fight. There's actually nothing to say from Fearless' standpoint here. There's almost an unwinnable fight.
30 seconds remaining.
Wow, okay. Cover. We have Primal Rage, so maybe we see some aggression on Sojourn mid-fight. There's nothing that he needs to use the Primal to survive for, so we'll probably see more of an aggressive Primal. He doesn't need to use it to survive Kiriko ult. There it is. Where's Sojourn? There's Sojourn. Goodbye, Sojourn. And that's it. Okay, let's stop right there, chat. Let's go ahead and hop into the viewer. Out of the viewer and into the game. San Francisco Shock versus Seoul Dynasty. I will keep the viewer up so that we can continue to look at a little bit more Fearless between maps. But let's get our scene rolling. Okay. Okay.
You decide to, do your worse again, a profit to scoot down the line, you think? Or, like, it feels like you're kind of all in on this at that point, right? There's definitely a sense that that's the case. They wouldn't be the first team to make a big change between upper and lower bracket play. They've had very limited time to work on this pivot strategy.
Li Zhang.
Some teams make some changes between the winner, the loser bracket, series. They typically don't take one of their better or one of the best DPSs in the league, put him on support, and then
Butterfinger, Butterfinger, I say Butterfinger, official postseason partner. Prophet Kiriko, that's true. It is gonna be interesting. Who y'all pulling for? I don't really know. I don't really care, to be honest with y'all. I'll pull for Shock just because it's the Western team, right? And like I've known of Mikey for a while, and obviously like Fen, Violet, Proper, those guys. Biggest issue you notice with Al Sojourns? I haven't studied a lot of Al Sojourn POV, but the start of Lijiang Tower Night Market versus Gladiators in London was a clinic of how to not use Sojourn E. But outside of that, I haven't seen a whole lot, and I would be hesitant to say that's 100% the issue. Okay, so Soul's going to take the TP out, which means they get the point first, but they are down one initial in the trade. That's actually a pretty interesting strategy. They want point cover first, which isn't necessarily a bad strategy. Unlike the previous Gardens, or Night Market, excuse me, point cover is pretty decent. Deep jump on the Sojourn. Mikey gets isolated.
The Shock make a play for the Sojourn, but Fitz is a little too slippery. I don't like Striker's chances here. He needs to walk back. The Shock have to regroup for a moment.
So I question Mikey's jump there, like overall Shock's decision to go that hard in the Sojourn with Shift, right? That often means that you just overextend. We've talked about this, chat. You remember all the Fearless kind of stuff about controlling a space and when to hard engage, when to soft engage? See if you can apply some of that information as you're watching right now. That's a very hard engage from Mikey again. That means that Shock loses hard on the HP trade, and then that's it. Chat, that was not at all a mechanical play from Fitz. I mean, it was obviously to an extent. But I'm not liking Shock's neutral trades here. I'm not liking Shock. Shock is playing very aggressive without really earning it. nor are they setting up these neutral engages well. This is the second time in a row Mikey has jumped in deep. Shock has tried to push in deep. It's not just Mikey. It's the entire team has tried to push in deep, and Solo's just been like, we'll use our defensive cooldown and use one cooldown to force 3 of yours.
The player who can take over a game. San Francisco need to get Mikey involved here.
Are they going to do it again? They might do it again with a support ult here. There's a Kitsune. They're going to mirror it, Soul. Beat for beat. And now we see Sojourn ultimates. 3, 2, 1. Now fits, surely? Surely. Maybe they don't even need it. Yeah, they don't even need it. Yeah. So what you guys will notice with ultimate usage is that very rarely when there are support ults online will you see people opening with Sojourn ultimate. Because Sojourn ultimate, as soon as people use a Kitsune rush or they use beat, becomes redundant. Beat, you can't kill people under beat. Kitsune rush, you already basically have infinite fire rate and build up your charge instantly, so it's unnecessary. So one of these big massive support ult trades, you'll see people finish with a Death Blossom. Finish. There it is, right? Because there's no support ults. He doesn't have a support ult. The enemy team doesn't have a support ult. It's not necessary. This is a really great, really excellent. Yeah, Shock is getting absolutely dominated here. Soul's neutral has looked infinitely better. Yeah. Wow.
Something really interesting. So we're in the green room. We're talking about some of this, changes going on here with the Soul Dynasty. Custa actually mentioned that he thought that one of the reasons.
And the funny thing about this, chat, is that what we just talked about in the Fearless review had a significant impact with what we're seeing right now.
And here at the start, Prophet putting out 3,500, almost 3,600 healing in this round.
How much damage though? Hardly any.
Hardly any damage, but over 1,000 more healing than Finn. So you started to see some of that already at the beginning, where Prophet focused a little bit more right now on healing.
Okay, let's see. Let's see how the neutral looks. Will Shock dial it back? Sometimes hard to see without the overhead, y'all.
A complete and utter shutout in that first round.
Control of Lion. Different teams taking different off angles to the DPS. You notice that both the Sojourns are taking off angles to try and get pressure on the enemy monkey or the enemy backline. Charge shot for both, most likely at this point. There's a Sojourn E from Proper a little early. Doesn't get a lot of value, though. Fitz is still sitting in his. A man after my own heart. Both teams so neutral. Now, it's going to be interesting if either of these teams decides to go to point first. Because going to point means you lose space, but you do get to capture percentage first, right? There's a rotation. It's a split rotation, but they're able to get the point first. And Mikey also... Oh, that's a good E from... Oh, Fitz the shot. That is a mechanical play. That is a mechanical play right there. I think, both teams play that one reasonably well, but Fitz hits the shot.
And I don't know if it's actually okay, so obviously the Shock don't look great right now, but this looks more like the Soul Dynasty I thought we would see. Personally, I thought when you start to hear about the meta, I actually thought Soul Dynasty were gonna be one of the best teams, if not the best team here. They have...
Okay, corner. They're very late to punish that rotate. In fact, they don't even seem interested to punish the rotate at all. They get the boop on Kiriko, doesn't matter. She wall climbs back up again. To the point, there's the Sojourn E, but again, it doesn't feel impactful. It feels like the Soul E is a little bit more impactful. Stalker goes in due deep. So actually right there, you guys could see a little bit of the shockisms right there, right? You see how deep Soul reached there? There's a Kiriko ultimate. Oh boy. It's a mess, chat. It's a mess. It's a real mess. Target focus. Focus that Reaper. Focus that Reaper. Focus that Reaper. They're on the Reaper. They're on the Reaper. They're on the Reaper. They cannot force. They're on... Oh. What a mess. What a mess. What a mess. I'm seeing a lot of Sojourn E's that are not even forcing cooldowns at all.
There's a lot happening, of course, with the Kitsune rush. Means more bubbles, crucially for the Winston. Such an important...
Oh, aggressive from the Shock. Soul was not ready for that. Here's the thing with Death Blossom, y'all. Death Blossom is simply the easiest ultimate in the game to counter in the game, and that's meta right now. If you are ready for it. If you are not ready for it, it is a team wipe. If you simply press your E, your Suzu, it's done. It's done. And oftentimes you can bait them into overextending for it as well. But so many times, that's if you catch them off tempo or catch them off guard, it is a huge problem. Soul's rotating the point. They do a split rotate again. Mirror. Oh, that's a Wraith Force from Stalker. Big kill. Mikey's out in the open. Oh my gosh, Proper. Still winnable here for really either team. Probably shock advantage here. So old game wise, really can go either way here. Again, very, very aggressive from Mikey. Really poor timing though. He's going to lose a lot of HP without getting anything done. Horrible timing from Shock there. Costs him, and then a terrible E from Proper again. Now Profit, Soul should just win the point now. That's it. Probably didn't even need to use that beat there, to be honest with y'all. Horrible timing from both Proper, really from just Shock as a whole there. Proper wastes his E. Mikey wastes Primal. Just terrible timing there. Timing is everything, y'all. Timing is everything. Wait, what? That's probably a body shot from Sojourn, combined with some Lucio spam. Maybe a Kiriko headshot as well. You never know. They'll probably give up point. I don't even think they might use Primal to stall. There, yep, there it is. Oh, Smurf should have played his life. Oh, huge kill from Vendame. Actually, this is actually very winnable for Soul. Very winnable for Soul right now. Oh, Stalker needed to chill. You can see that in these devolve fights, you see that? Soul literally just goes in one at a time there. And that might actually cost them the round. If they had just simply waited a second, I think everything would have been okay. But I'm telling you, timing, y'all, is everything. Early fight is really no excuse for having bad timing. And Shock has had bad timing sometimes. But mid-fight, anything goes. Anything goes, really. Oh, he's dead. Surely he's dead. Oh, what a huge boot from Vendame. This is probably it, yeah. That kill on Fitz was actually unbelievable. Okay. Shock pulls it back.
Just a really back and forth round there between those two teams. You actually almost have it even in terms of no kills at this point. Which is,
if you guys have any questions about this specific meta or this specific game or this specific heroes, feel free to ask. I'm going to try and focus on the gameplay, but between rounds, of course, I have plenty of time to answer questions, or even in-game, I'll have time to answer questions. Okay, let's see. I'm curious to see how teams fight this. Most teams have not been weeding in white. They've been meeting more around point here. Probably to open up better angles for their Sojourn. So we'll see.
Obviously a big pickup, then also on one of his better heroes. San Francisco do well to take that round. A big part of it is Striker. Proper has
all right, let's see it. No teams TPing. Makes sense. Don't think the distance is justified. Both teams meet up in main. Sojourn's taking angles. Looks like Fitz is taking the more aggressive angle. He's going to get help from his Kiriko. They're going to clear him out. That's going to be a monkey jump for a Sojourn shift. There's the E. Both E's seem to get reasonable value. Creates a little bit of a split. Nothing crazy, though. Both teams leaning towards point. Nothing particularly crazy happening. Fitz is again taking an aggressive position. They're going to use the monkey jump out. Smurf gets his bubble force, but it doesn't look like they got a lot of pressure at Striker in the meantime. Both bubbles traded. Mikey tries to find the bubble advantage, but he ends up overextending a little bit. They're going to try and push that with their bubble advantage. They get a lot of space off of it, but Smurf loses a lot of HP. This is a bubble dance back and forth. It's going to be which team breaks first, and the breaking point is Vendame. Wow. Okay. A lot of push-pulling there. A lot of push-pulling. I really think that the timing between the Monkeys and the Reapers there really shattered on both teams. I think they lost control. There are many opportunities, I think, like where either team could have had an advantage to push if they've been a little bit better patient, had a little bit better timing mid-fight, which is easy for me to say, but that's, I think, the point there. Early Kiriko ultimate, can they get the split, or will it get disengaged? It gets disengaged. Massive play by Soul Dynasty. And that's their Sojourn E. Huge play.
Deep into enemy territory.
Oh!
From long range.
And Violet's gone.
There's no way they would.
Ah, shock, man.
I mean, how do you fight this after that? You're the shock. That's going to be the continuing rush. They actually just kite a lot of it. Oh, outside of Mike, he jumps right face first into it.
Shock just has no respect at all.
Will be a flip. Force
They didn't use any ults though, so I respect it. I think a disengage there probably would have been smarter, but not the end of the world.
The shock do have that sound barrier though, and they have that overclock to come back in with a fast fight.
Smurf is having the lion's share of his team's kills so far. 12 final blows for 6. Next closest is Fitz behind him at 8. Big impact play, very Gushue-esque. Actually, no one ever said that before.
Mikey jumps in deep. There's a backline split from both monkeys. There's the pressure on the Sojourn. There's the beats. Stalker gets caught out. Stalker does not get beat. That's crucial. Proper is killable. Proper will do 3 HP. Dies. Wow. Huge. Okay. Either way, looking pretty decent for Shock right now. Oh, I spoke too soon. That's a massive shot. Huge stuff from Fitz. Maybe he dies. Maybe they die. Maybe they die.
The Dynasty control the point right now, and the Shock are running out of gas.
Mikey's so low, it's going to be Fitz just turning the corner, and this is going to be a lot of points.
Wow, that's really rough for Shock. Like they got that one hand on a silver platter because Vindame did not get Stalker died before he got beat. I don't know if there was a miscommunication there with Wraith or beat timing, but that was a huge issue with Soul. They somehow managed to turn it. Aggressive Death Blossom, but you notice the difference between that one and the one Shock pulled is it was simple as Soul was ready for it, or Shock was ready for it. It's that easy. Aggressively pushing with Death Blossom is not an easy thing. You just press E, and then you can oftentimes just counter the entire push, and that's exactly what Shock does.
And there'll be a bit of a chase in percentage.
You fall asleep at the wheel, you get team wiped by a single ultimate. If you don't fall asleep at the wheel, oftentimes using Death Blossom like that is worse than just playing neutral.
You're going to have to wait for Smurf to come back. Do you try and maybe catch him off guard with a Kitsune Rush? You both have them, so you expect kind of like, if you're going to use
Okay.
this whole Dynasty engagement,
Kitsune for Kitsune, that's going to be the real question here. Can they get the timing right? It looks like Shock wants to go aggressively there. There it is. Kitsune for Kitsune. They hit the E. Proper is isolated though. That's really important.
Proper getting pressured heavily by Smurf, who now has to back away.
Beat.
Sound barrier, Vindime doesn't have one available. The Shock
They don't have one available.
So they do. They run over Stalker. Smurf has to get away to the
They really need to reset here. They really need to reset. This fight's lost. Fight's lost. Fight's lost. Fight's lost. Fight's lost.
Striker almost losing that battle against the Kiriko. The Shock
Prophet should be able to get out. He does. Okay.
huge sound barrier there from Violet.
Not the end of the world though for Soul. Not the end of the world though for Soul. They have a nice ult bank, a nice ult advantage here. It's all going to come down to, are Shock going to be able to build up those 2 DPS ults before the fight starts? Oh my gosh.
Striker was trying to go for the mega
Monstrous kill right there.
I think Fitz is ability to pick him off, but Mikey gets there, and where's the touch? Smurf just getting there, but just a little too late. San Francisco gets shut out of the first round. 0 final blow. They turn the map around, and they come out with an early lead.
And I think actually
Oh man.
there to try and get close to the point, and Violet's like in a position where he just knocks him off course, and he tries to use that second leap and like get around the corner, and he like may have like flipped the corner and not able to make it.
That sucks, man. Ouch. Boy. Okay. What is this overlay? You got a problem with that? This overlay is really old. I just haven't had the chance to update it, y'all. It's legit like 3 or 4 years old, I'm pretty sure. Or like 2 or 3 years old. Yeah, whatever. All right, let's watch a little bit more Fearless.
Ready.
That's depressing. What are the decisions behind Prophet on support? Y'all are asking questions that I just cannot answer. I don't know, man. I'm not a Soul Dynasty coach. I don't know. They weren't happy with the previous support's play. They want Stalk. I don't know. I mean, I would say they want Stalker and Reaper, but that doesn't mean that you play Prophet. There's the timing, y'all. You see that? You see this timing on the neutral? It's not even a deep dive, but look at the Lucio, look at the Winston, look at the Reaper. You see what we talked about this? 3, 2, 1, they turn the corner. This is a choke, right? This is rough for Dallas to break through, but they break through as 5. It's explosive. It's really nice timed. Really nicely timed. Isolation on Reaper. That's a really disgusting Sojourn E. We talked about Sojourn E value right here. Here's your Sojourn E value, chat. Big shot, Sojourn E. unbelievably difficult for Dallas to deal with this. I mean, this Sojourn basically single-handedly wins Dynasty, this space here, if they do win it. But this feels great from Dallas, but then it's like, oh my gosh, this feels horrible. It's a monstrous Sojourn E. It's a big kill on Fitz. You're going to be able to reset and push back in with the respawn advantage. I come in, guy, both if you can. Both if you can. In this particular composition, you're going to see Lucio playing more with the team than more split off. But there are certain compositions where it's not so brawly and stacked up, where Lucios will split off and help different off angles. Wait, what is the question? Who do I coach for? Oh, huh. Oh, that sucks. Sparkle got his Wraith forced early. Ah, did you see what they tried to do when they forced Sparkle's Wraith? Look at this. Look who Smurf goes for. He's looking for Reaper. He gets booped. Great boop by Chio. There's a counter bubble. Might pursue, but again, he's pursuing near cover. He's very cautious. Reaper focus first. Ooh. Sniper game. And there we go. I've been coaching in Owl for 2 seasons. Contenders. Yelling at bronzes for way too many years. Professional bodybuilder, athlete. Philanthropist. Male model. You see the corner here? Bang. Oh, that's such a nice payoff, y'all. Do you see this? Okay, so this is actually super crucial. This is a micro play here, but this is where it comes down to timing and target focus. Watch this. Watch this. 3, 2, 1. Kasune rush. Reaper focus. Now, why is this so important? Well, he gets... This is it. You see this? He got E'd by his Kiriko, so he didn't need to Wraith, but the timing was so scary that Prophet thought he was going to die. And this is why it's crazy. Now you're thinking, it doesn't really matter because he's going to get his Wraith back soon anyway, right? Right, but which Reaper is shooting right now and which Reaper is not? Am I gluten-free and CPR certified? Yes. Which Reaper is shooting? This one. So then they will win the neutral. It's that simple. There are 5 people shooting, there are 4 people shooting, and one of them is not the Reaper. Sparkle is doing this. Prophet is not, so that's completely free space for fuel and maybe a fight win. Sure enough. Crucial. That was actually so important, that micro play from Fearless and his team. Forklift certified? No, unfortunately not. I asked, but they set the standards really high. Really high. You should try to get attention on these tweets between mats. What tweets? What are you guys talking about? Leak the juice. Oh, what's the... Oh, I was like... Oh, okay, I thought for a second there I was like, is it starting? But it's not starting. Okay, we're good. This is just spawn camping, essentially, so they can get cart for free, and they have a Sojourn ult, so they're like, we'll just take a fight out in open space. Here comes the Sojourn pressure. That was... Actually, I was like, why is he focusing Lucio? I think it's because they were trying to Ajax him. They're trying to get a kill before he gets his beat off. And again, the Sojourn hunt. You know, it's the Reaper, right? Even if he's like, oh, the Reaper kills me while in Primal Rage. I mean, yes, kind of, but also you can just completely zone the backline, right? Goodbye. That's fight. That's map. Game, set, match. Crazy. Honestly, Prosper, good luck. Enjoy getting your butt handed to you, because every time you play up against a tier 2 player and get your butt handed to you, you got an opportunity to learn. Have some confidence. Don't be scared, because every single time you lose, you learn. Every time you win, you get confidence. There's no drawback. You got forklift certified by applying for a cashier position at Lowe's and going to the interview and saying I'd rather work in the back doing deliveries to the forklift. Nice. Between maps, they show tweets with the right hashtag on stream. Oh. I could say succulent jute, please. I mean, I don't know if they're gonna have. See, they're not gonna put like promo. I mean, it would just be like lame, yeah. I'm gonna be like, hi, it's Coach Spilo. Give me cash. Hashtag Owl Grand Finals. If you guys can think of something funny that maybe they'll put up on stream, I'll consider it. Yeah, maybe I should. Maybe I should. Maybe something. What would be something funny? Maybe there's a buff hardtack picture or something like that. I might do something, chat. I might do something. We'll see. 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 Wait a second, y'all. Let me see if I can find the picture. Cried, where is it? Okay, wait. Dang it, I can't find it. I can't find it. Shoot. Trying to think of a good picture to throw in here. I mean, this is a horrible picture, but what do you guys think? What do you guys think? The caption, feeling spicy, hashtag Owl Grand Finals. Just something super bad. I'm Buff Hardtech. Can I approve these playoffs? I love how you were on the Malhari train. Yeah. All right, let's remind me, chat. Remind me. Okay, let's get our owl thing going here. Vince, WK, thank you for the sub very much. I appreciate it. Still looking for my Owl Grand Finals. Alright, let's do this. Tracer, nice. So Tracer is a player that basically is used to, or hero that's used to just control off angles in space more. So on a first point like this, where there's a lot of space, maybe it's used to just contest the enemy Sojourn, to contest point easier. It's a more of an open, wide open map, wide open space. Okay, well, then my Stalker's dead. Wow. All this time spent talking and thinking and theorizing, and the guy's dead. Okay. Choking they're just choking the dynasty out, because if you're able to get proper on that high ground there, it's like actually so much harder for you to get pressure on anything. Ooh, Tracer diff. Just kidding. He's dead. I'm also gonna. I'm not going to say diff. Diff just gives me an aneurysm every time I hear it. You have to watch the Overwatch League stream. Yes, that is the rule for everybody. Watch if they do Overwatch League, people wearing dark suits and carrying very sharp blades will cut you. There's Stalker off of Tracer, because I think the point narrows up a little bit, so Reaper's going to get more value. Coaching diff? I don't know. Not necessarily, no. Okay, probably Kiriko mirrored. There's the E from Fitz. That E is pretty reasonable. Get some good pressure there. There's the jump for the shift. They match jump for shift. The Kiriko ultimate is going to get kited. That was kind of doo-doo from Prophet. No offense. The margin of error for getting yourself kited is so small. Here comes the Kiriko ultimate from Fen. 3, 2, 1. Oh, no! They got shot! We'll shock, pull a shock, and commit. We'll shock, pull a shock, and commit. They do get out the Sojourn ult though, so that's good. And they still have their Kiriko ultimate, which, you know, strong. Diff. Every time I hear the word diff, I'm like, diff, guys, diff. Diff, get it? It means I'm better than you. Nah. A little bit of a reach from Shock there. They went awfully far for that. Felt like maybe a little bit of an overextension for that play. A little bit too far. Yeah, make it stop. I know, that's what I'm saying. You stop. Right, so really crucial fight wins for Soul. After that initial Kiriko ult kite, I was a little bit concerned, but I think things are relatively stabilized here. Shock still do have a massive ult advantage, but they're missing the support ults, which are the most important ones. And Soul still has fight positioning here, so it's not unreasonable for it to expect Soul to potentially win this fight. If they can play it slow, if they can play it space. Kaluj will probably go in deep with Primal. They're... Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, he's punishable. He's punishable. We can force that Primal out early. And there it is. There's the space, right? And that's what keeps happening. That's the positioning diff, okay? If we really want to be cringe once more. It's not even necessarily because Fitz is crazy. It's just holding those high ground positions makes it really difficult for Shock to access Soul. Whereas Soul can just stand on high ground, keep their positioning safe, play really aggressively, poke out people who are pushing cart. Probably see Shock rotate to top, at least partially. But now Soul has the Kiriko ultimate to mirror. Okay, so the Reaper flank, there's the Winston deep. We're going to see early Primal, right? There's the Primal. That's melted pretty fast. Primal does get a lot of space, though, so they trade an ultimate for positioning, which is not bad. There's the Sojourn ultimate. That might also get kited. Oh, they were going to press Kiriko ultimate. That guy's dead. Wow! Mid-fight Death Blossom, it's over. I mean, I think what Shock did there with the Primal Rage initially was okay, but I would have... But and that's just Kiriko ultimate, right? They just responded and they just run him over. I don't know. It was hard for me to see if Shock overextended after the Primal. I think the Primal was fine. They actually got a lot of space out of it. But yeah. And now the ult economy is essentially reset fully. Ooh. Profit's low. Uh-oh, Stalker's isolated. That's a cooldown trade right there that favors Shock because it's a cooldown for cooldown, but they also got space out of it. Now Soul is on the flip side here. They've lost space. There's a Kiriko ultimate. Dynasty will beat! Ah, no, we didn't get it off in time. That's actually unbelievable. That's so unfortunate. Margin of inches, chat. Inches. But the crucial thing there was the fact that Dynasty mismanages the cooldowns. Whether I think it was their Suzu and the Reaper Wraith, which meant that they ended up giving up high ground to essentially nothing. They just gave it up. They messed up their cooldowns and they gave up high ground, and that made it really hard. They gave Chuck a massive advantage in that next coming fight. Either proper come. We have to be better with their E's, sir. So frustrating. They just instantly lose high ground there. Whatever. I mean, I guess they were going to give it up anyway, so maybe I'm being nitpicky. When I see E, guys, I'm saying the Sojourn Disruptor shot. That's what I mean. Here comes the Primal Rage. Isolation. He doesn't want to chase. We can isolate that monkey. Here comes the Primal. Oh, he's not going to use it. That's a greed. Yeah, he messed up. He tried to greed his Primal because he didn't think he needed it, but then he needed it, but then by the time he pressed it, he was already disengaging out. There's a Kitsune, but this one cannot get kited because the Kaluj is in deep. That's going to be a fight win. Kitsune is just over if it's mid-fight. And that's the case with a lot of ultimates, though. It's not just Kitsune, but like, if there are a lot of ultimates that are kiteable in this comp, but if the enemy team has cooldowns, they are kiteable. If they do not have cooldowns, then they are not kiteable. It's really similar, actually, to the Junker Queen meta. Very similar to that. A lot of similarities. High ground position is still controlled by Soul, so this is once again similar to second point. The good news for Shock is this high ground is a little bit more accessible than the ones on second, so this will be an easier attack, theoretically, than the one on second point. Bubble trade, lots of space, there's a Sojourn ultimate, they should be able to kite that out, should being the keyword as Fitz messes up his shift and ends up in no man's land. Shock. Oh, that's a huge kill. That was the one opportunity. And this might be a stagger. This is ugly. Vendame is going to die. That is really, really, really ugly.
27 seconds left of the round here. Soul have sound barrier coming back in.
Look at where Smurf is. It looks like he's kind of
Unbelievably, Prophet and Smurf were able to stall out. Prophet ends up dying. Beat Blossom. Yeah. Jeez, that's actually so bad. So, Soul's ins and outs, and was not, I mean, Soul literally loses that entirely because Fitz doesn't, if their DPS do not cleanly disengage a Sojourn ultimate. They had Wraith, they had Shift. They should have been able to disengage, pull out. Remember we talked about this day before yesterday. Ins and outs, ins and outs, ins and outs. Soul completely craps the bed with their out. And then not only that, but even though they had an opportunity to restabilize, I don't know how Prophet died to Sojourn shot there. But that's a real hurt too. That's a real hurt too, I say. Real hurt. Real hurt. That's a real word.
That second phase looked pretty good for him. Probably frustrating for Soul though, despite him starting pretty well in that middle part of the map. They've allowed the shock to complete. Now that's a feat they have to themselves match.
Real fake, yeah.
It's still pretty decent defense there from Soul Dynasty. Like they gave up point A really fast. They tried to trace their look at the start. It wasn't great. They make a switch over to the right. It really started to pay off. Where, you know, shock at about 5 minutes here to cap that second.
It's hard to defend third sometimes, I think. I don't know, a lot of payload maps tend to be a little bit snowbally. Because remember, if you have the if you win one fight, you get the position, so you often win the next fight. That's the rule with a lot of the payload maps. We saw this with Hollywood as well. If you win that fight on second and you get high ground control, now the defenders are the attackers, and they have the positional disadvantage. Coffee and Contemplation. I honestly thought that said Coffee and Constipation. I said, that is just an awful Twitch username. Thank you so much for the sub.
You may have felt like, hey, like, no, we don't need to spend Prophet, you know, and his abilities on Reaper.
Alrighty, let's see what we got here. Butterfinger! Butterfinger, guys. Butterfinger. Just in case you weren't sure, Butterfinger. When in doubt, Butterfinger. Alright, Soul gets out of the choke. Bang. They get the choke. Now they get the high ground. How are Shock going to handle with Soul getting the high ground? That's not what Coffee does usually. Well, I'll take your word for it. There's the early E, tries to discourage them from rotating. That's kind of a preemptive E, where it kind of predicts where the enemy team's going to go. Good space for Soul. A lot of good space for Soul. Fitz is an awesome angle right here. A little bit spooky. He's going to get his E soon, which is really crucial. I feel like Soul has a slight advantage as long as they're able to control this high ground here, although it is a little bit exposed when you are on the high ground. That's the one weakness of this map is the high ground positions and some of the points are completely wide, flip, and open, so they're not necessarily just free. That's a really nice E from Proper. Really nice corner control. Both Monkey. I don't know which one is worse here, losing your Sojourn or losing your Monkey, to be honest. Clearly losing your Sojourn, I suppose. Huh. Alright. Clean.
I feel like Proper a little bit angry, right? Finds himself in the loser bracket. He knows how good he's played.
Shock is so cramped up. Better that and Constipated. Okay, nothing really fancy here with, I mean, Shock just are going to build ults first. That's pretty much it. So, oh, early aggression. Will they match? Ooh, there's another. This is actually really quite decent from Dynasty. Not a bad trade. That Kirikou rush is a little questionable. These Kirikou ultimates are... Oh, wow, that's a massive primal juggle from Smurf. That's a fight-winning juggle from Smurf right there. That Kirikou ultimate was atrocious from Prophet. Reached way too far, and they might just straight up win because Smurf is able to isolate Proper. That's crazy. Is Owl alive? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, it is. Duck those with boughs of holly. Okay, here we go. How are Soul Dynasty going to deal with this Shock's high ground position? How are they going to rotate? So we could talk a lot about ults here, but I think it'll be more interesting to talk about positioning and how Soul moves and rotates, okay? I think that will be more interesting here. Will Shock play aggressively? Will they go for the spawn camp? Looks like they will. Soul played it very slow. Yes, Shock will give up high ground, play aggressively, and Soul punishes accordingly. Now, to be clear, holding this choke is pretty strong, but I think the way the Shock did it ended up being a little bit too aggressive. I think the Lucio was on a flank, and then Fitz just gets a bead. And that's going to be it. And that's really, really rough for Shock because Dynasty is going to get not only the fight win, obviously, but also they're going to be able to get where Fitz is right now, the high ground. So now Shock are the attacking team in terms of the positioning war. Now, Dynasty have to put a person on cart, so they don't have everybody on high ground, but that's rough. Early E from Proper. They're going to push out from high ground from the stairs. Okay, so that's interesting. They were able to utilize that choke, that little staircase, and actually clear Dynasty off of high. So that's great. That's great for Shock. Kaluj is just tickling Salker. Oh my gosh. Mechanical play. Mechanical play. No space, no nothing, just mechanical play. Winnable, winnable, winnable. Might see a beat here. There it is. Kaluj plays to live. Oh, the isolate Smurf. Smurf doesn't get his primal rage in time. Oh, no shot that killed Violet. Pardon my zoomerism. That's actually insanity. But overall, that really does favor the Dynasty, or the Shock by a lot, right? One ult for 1, 2, 3. That's pretty stinky. We don't love that. All right, let's see again the rotations from Dynasty. Dynasty goes under. They go directly to cart. The Kiriko ultimate on cart. It's going to be mirrored by Fen in a few seconds. There it is. So 1 for 1. Soul does get space, but the problem is that Shock still has a lot of ults. There's the beat engage, and that's going to be it. All she wrote. Soul's really, really... Oh. Some interesting trades here from Soul. So while that doesn't have an impact in the fight, and Shock will be able to get back in time, it does make that Dynasty will have a little bit more space earlier in the fight, so they'll be able to potentially clear high ground, maybe get a little bit more of a cart push. Oh, maybe it won't. Never mind. Shock got back too soon. If I was Dynasty, I'd just play it really slow. I think both of the Shock's ultimates are very, very kiteable and counterable. Just play for space, play for time, clear to control high grounds, maybe clear out Striker, maybe clear out Kaluj. Here comes the Death Blossom. And they had the bubble, so it's just uncounterable, right? Striker being toxic. Shocker.
It's just really, I mean, it's terrible for Soul Dynasty. You're not actually able to kind of get a back and forth fight there.
There's the spawn camp with Proper. They're going to try and make it really difficult for Soul to touch point by doing that, right? That's the reason why they're doing this. Maybe they get a fight win, but maybe they don't. But if it makes it really hard for them to touch point, which they're doing, then it's over. Yeah, that's it. That's game. Nice shot from Shock. Nice shot from Shock. Let us watch more Fearless. Actually, should we do a tweet, y'all? Should we do a tweet? What is that? What is the hashtag? What is the hashtag, y'all? Our grand finals. Let me see if I can get this picture pulled up here. Anybody know what the actually or for sure know what the hashtag is? Just holler. Our grand finals. Shock versus Dynasty got me feeling silly. What do you guys think? Al 2022 and Al Grand Finals. What do you guys think? All right. All right. We'll give this one a holler. We'll run up the flagpole and see if anybody salutes it. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's watch some. Somebody keep an eye on the stream. I'm gonna be reviewing, but if you guys see our delightful clown face, just let me know and we'll check it out.
Ready for battle.
Hello there.
Look at this guy pop and shout to get him out of spawn faster. What a Chad.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the pain.
High ground control, and we talked about Tracer again. Again, Tracer, why? Just given the breadth of the map, the space of the map, and the size of the map, the Reaper is going to be less valuable. The Tracer is going to be more useful for pushing cart, for controlling cart, for taking off angles, for pressuring the enemy Sojourn. So that's where the Tracer is better. When the maps are a little bit more narrow, Reaper is more valuable. Guys, the solution is often really, really simple. Why are people playing Tracer? Because she's more mobile. Reaper's better close range. That's it. It's really that simple, yo. So he's gonna try and stop cart without taking too much damage. That's the goal. And when he's playing versus the Tracer, there's gonna be more time spent on actual dives because the neutral front trade is not as important. There's gonna be more about controlling the enemy Sojourn and enemy Kiriko from taking good angles. Back to high ground. We stopped cart, but I started taking too much damage, so I am out. We might see a counter dive here, but it also will probably be better doing what he's about to do now, which is jump Iris, forces Suzu. And there it is, right? There's a cooldown advantage we can now push. Do you guys see that? We've seen Bubble. We've seen Suzu. I can now push the core because this core does not have Suzu and does not have Bubble. Maybe we don't get the kill, but maybe we get an HP trade that favors us. Okay. Oh, shoot. He's like, oh, shoot, oh, shoot, oh, shoot. Early Bubble, though. Early Bubble. They can maybe push that. So this is where, like, the tricky thing is again, we talked about this on Nepal Shrine. Does Fearless want to punish the cooldown advantage that they have? Or does he think that the choke is too nasty? Right now, he thinks the choke is too nasty, so he's willing to let them waste Bubble because I can't push up there, right? That's always a balance. Which is more important? Haha. Smurf uses jump. They have good angle, and again, look at the angles they have in this guy, right? On Smurf, look at that. Every single angle in the world on him, so they should be able to punish. We didn't make it, chat? No shot. No. We'll chat, we'll wait for one more after this. One more round, surely. Rigged, man. There's probably a no nipple rule on the Overwatch League stream. Shame. Sad. Sad, man. They're gonna be missing out on pure art.
Someone call?
My ultimate is almost ready.
Controlling Tracer, because there's nothing else better to do. Both teams end up at the choke. La-di-da-di-da. Probably what we'll see from Fuel is a late Kiriko ultimate once they commit. Give them a little bit of space, then punish them. Now, let me pause for just a second. You guys have probably noticed across the entirety of these maps that Fearless, for the most part, doesn't go for a lot of dives. He's playing when he gets primal, when he gets an opportunity or cooldown advantage, sometimes he's going aggressive, but he's often playing relatively passive. Now, I don't want you guys taking the wrong lesson from this, that this is how you play Monkey. This is how you play Monkey in the mirror and versus these specific Brawler Lucio style comps. Because all of these comps, like, think about it. If he hard dives any of these heroes, they're all going to have defensive cooldowns and they're all going to be able to punish him. But if you're playing this into like an Ana Zen composition, or if you're playing this into a Sigma comp, or a Diva comp, or a Zarya comp, totally different story. So what we're talking about is some things that Winston is good at, but also keep in mind that Fearless is playing a much more conservative, even frontline focused style of tank, more so than he's playing a style of tank that you're going to be able to mimic in your ranked games. There's some things that we can learn from this, pushing cooldown advantages, playing cover, playing corner, playing around your team's timing, going aggressively with Primal on isolated targets. But keep in mind that there's certain playstyle things are different, right? Are different, all right? Don't lose your head, you know what I'm saying? There's a Kiriko ult mirror. He's going for backline, right? Because remember, now there's no Reaper, okay? So there's nobody really for him to contest. He can't really contest Tracer. Tracer's too hard. So I'm going to zone backline. I'm going to zone Sojourn. I'm going to zone Lucio. Or Kiriko, right? Even if I just force her TP and Suzu, it's still fine. Alrighty. Dorado up next. Really? Pog! Okay, going back to point, because that's where we're fighting. Probably see some aggression on the Sojourn with this Q here. Maybe they go for an Ajax on the Lucio here. Unlucky. Edison gets isolated. I don't know how. I'm honestly very surprised by this Primal Rage. I do not think this is a good decision. This is a 4v5, and I know why he's doing it. He's trying to buy time so that his team can re-engage, but I don't think it will work. I think the Sojourn is still too far away. He's noticed that he's not even playing it for kills. He's just trying to buy time to stop cart, but I think this fight is lost. All right, how are we doing? We're on Dorado. Let's go ahead and stop there. It's a good time to stop. And let's hop back in to the great, wonderful land of Overwatch League.
Still of all time. Why not have the
That is not the correct scene. That is the correct scene.
It didn't work for Sol on Paraiso, right? They tried this.
There's a Tracer. Interesting that Shock is playing Reaper. Interesting, interesting. So we'll probably see proper nice. So Prophet is going to be able to control. I really do think I like Soul's comp a little bit better for the map. Reaper is pretty reasonable on this point because it is a very congested point for the most part. Tracer's still good, but I think once second comes around, we might see Striker go Tracer. Hard brawl. Prophet's still contesting cart. They're able to clear out Prophet early. That's actually pretty crucial here. Uh-oh, Striker gets punished. I'm curious to see what happened there. How did Striker die? How did Kaluj die? They honestly felt like they just got melted. So I don't know if there was a lack of a Wraith got forced earlier, or if there was... Like, sometimes the thing with the Wraith is, the guys, that you don't want to use it unless you absolutely have to. So again, we talked about, like, edging with Bubble. There's a lot of edging with Wraith as well. Trying desperately not to use it to the last possible second. So what ends up happening sometimes is that you do end up getting it yourself picked because you don't use it. Not to mention, there is a lot of forms of burst in this. So... Ooh, gosh. Probably see the overclock here. Maybe, well, there's support ults now, so maybe we don't see overclock, right? We talked about not using your overclock when the support ult's online. Here comes the mirrored support ults. We'll probably see beat trade before we see overclock. Oh, he just dies. Oh, trade for trade. Here comes... Oh, Fitz is dead, y'all. This is actually a big deal because Fitz is their only ultimate, but he's dead. He's the guy that died. That's rough. Oh, big pick, though. It's in fights like these where it's very congested that Prophet is going to feel very, very, very worthless. Not particularly useful. That's it, yeah. But this is where the Tracer should theoretically be better because the fights will be more wide open. What is Prophet doing? Is he gonna swap? Is he gonna swap, chat? I'm confused. I feel like Tracer makes the most sense in second point, if anywhere. In theory, anyway. Maybe he just feels like he's not getting enough done, or he's just... I don't know. I don't know, chat. That's where I'm gonna admit ignorance. I feel like Tracer would be good there, but maybe people don't need cart push because they're all fighting on cart anyway. Could be theoretically decent. I'm not sure. Ooh, Kaluj just has to be careful.
They're able to top Kaluj up there. He actually turns back himself. So that Kitsune rush basically nullified here. Soul able to avoid it.
Yeah, but it's gotten a ton of progress here for the Shock, right? I mean,
Yeah, this is rough for Soul.
to just basically get the card in a one-fight territory, Primal Rage.
Okay, switch step used there by Iris. He's out of the fight for the time being. Kaluj takes a face full of damage and has to give up that high ground again. But it doesn't matter. The Shock are happy to push the card.
They're going to be able to pursue and kill Prophet. Prophet gets split.
Get away. That's gonna hurt.
I'm not sure what happened there, but Soul gets super split with the Reaper, and they're able to isolate that. That's a big deal. And then Smurfs just gets completely melted.
And Prophet's playing by the cart, and he has to use the Wraith form to, like, back up.
This is a mess from Soul right now. Massive stagger.
In terms of, like, being able to give him healing. And as soon as they see him just wraithing away, and there's no Kuriko or Lucio in sight, I mean, that is a free kill.
Soul only just now getting those key support ultimates back online. But they've already given up so much of the map. We're inside the Lumerico power plant now. And San Francisco, 3 minutes and 23 still to work with.
And if you're Soul, you just can't get
Soul is flipping the map, which is actually pretty decent. You stopped cart earlier, and the high ground is not quite as relevant. Huge shot. And now this puts in a Shock in a really awkward scenario where they need to die, but they can't really kite away. Oh, I guess they can. I feel like they should not have been able to. Wow, we're using Kiriko Ultimate. That is a major issue. I really do not agree with that decision at all. You're up 2, or up 1. That is really questionable. Oh my gosh, this is a mess from Dynasty, man. What is going on? What is going on? Oh no, they're gonna stagger. We might not even have an actual team fight here.
and you've gotten absolutely nothing. You end up actually losing the fight. Double support ult on the other side.
That's atrocious, man. Shock could just sit, push cart. I don't like that ult from. I don't like that ult from Fen, y'all.
Recognize their cue to leave.
I don't like that at all. These Kiriko ults have just been garbage, man. There's been actually like feels like 1 out of every 2 or 3 have been completely kited.
Overclock from Fitz.
Decent overclock, isolation. That's a fight win. That's actually crazy. They took turns throwing the fight.
Fitzy's jet. And Thump's fired it from across the map.
That's what I mean. I think Fitz is shot really well. Iris with 2
Oh, yo, get that man off the bench.
in the feet. This next fight, though, is one that the Shock can win. They've held on to that Death Blossom.
Yeah, I mean, Shock should definitely win this next one, but this has been
A lot of that. And you got
really strange. Like, Shock should have... The last fight was the one to win for the Shock.
That time bank has dwindled somewhat. Make no mistake. 1 minute 40 remaining for San Francisco, and there's sound barriers up for both sides. The real concern, of course, is Iris's ultimate.
Well, he messes up his TP.
Shock have to attract this to some degree. Kaluj goes forward, hoping to force some form of action here. Sound barrier strike.
Uh-oh.
Fitz actually gets taken down. Probably gonna have to go for it here.
Ha! Better pocketed or Susued. I'm not sure what happened with that Death Blossom trade. But that's a massive death here. Because any kill... Again, it's 2 CP spawns, right? Essentially. Really, really a huge fight win for Soul. Like, that's it. This is probably a full hold now. Or not a full hold, but that Soul should be able to hold now. Kiriko Ultimate for 0. Even if Shock do farm up their own Kiriko Ultimate, I think Soul obviously will have the positional advantage. That It was a huge.
That's a huge fight win for the Seoul Dynasty because, like you mentioned, they don't have
Shock will probably try and clear high ground and probably try and bait Kiriko ultimate. We might actually see a purposeful bait from Shock here. That would be the play for Shock. Is to try and walk forward, save your defensive cooldowns, and see if you can bait Eurus to waste the ult. Because again, we've seen a lot of Kiriko ultimates kited already. So maybe. Looks like Soul's playing patiently here.
That doesn't do anything but furrow the brow of Iris mildly. Now he'll get back in position. It's got to be here.
And the problem now is that there's no time to kite a Kiriko ultimate now, so it might just be pretty good. It looks like Shock might be actually trying to farm. There's 3, 2, 1 Kiriko ult. There it is. And it's a good ult, right? It doesn't feel like it gets a lot of direct value, but it completely zones the entirety of the backline and kills Kaluch. So should be okay. And they are. Yeah, that was really well played by Dynasty in a lot of ways. That third defense.
And the Shock were rolling there for a bit. You know, they come out with that tracer
Al is a patch ahead, yes.
for a little bit, but not for an extended period of time. They have to go to the Reaper eventually.
3:40 on the clock going into that.
And do you want to guess why? Well, first off, Kiriko. They wanted Kiriko.
I too am cheering for my favorite esports team.
Which is well.
Philadelphia Fusion.
Well, got some bad news for you.
That wasn't a joke.
Hey, tough crowd. Hey, there's one. There's a Philly fan right there.
I mean, it's nobody wants to watch Sombra, to be honest with you. I legitimately have this conspiracy that the patch went live because Al panicked and did not want Sombra on the grand finals. And that Sojourn was not nerfed because Sojourn is more fun to watch. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I would bet a lot of money that was at least part of that was true.
The Dynasty were holding on to.
And Kalush is in such a tough spot. Like, he gets picked off first here, but he needs to be the one that contests. And you're just trying to play for that rush, right? Which, you know, if you have the option, well, I mean, it's obviously not a great option to say, but you're going to have to probably give up one player on the team.
I mean, Sojourn is just a fun hero to watch. Sombra is horribly fun. Not fun at all to watch. I don't think they would have liked a Reaper meta, to be frank with you, but they want Kiriko, and Sojourn is a good shout too. You know what I'm saying?
San Francisco now know they've got quite the task ahead of them, trying to keep these increasingly hungry Tigers at bay. Again,
Butterfinger! Just in case you guys forgot. Deep jump from Smurf. Kaluj zones backline, ends up jumping out.
return home for the time being. Both Winston
They trade bubbles, yet the cart still moves. But why nerf Genji then? I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not saying it's the only reason that they brought in nerfs. It might be that Genji's pick rate or win rate and ranked was just absurd too. But I am certain at least the Sombra nerf was Overwatch League related. And that's why they're playing a patch ahead. I mean, that's why they're playing a patch ahead. So the patch notes might... But what I'm saying is the patch notes were changed because of ranked, but then were implemented ahead of time because they did not want Overwatch League. Like, they implemented it now. I don't know why they're delaying it for ranked. I can't tell you that, but I can tell you why they did it now for Overwatch League. Striker just gets one shot.
I don't think they expected that follow-up to be really...
Soul has done a really nice job with a lot of these rotates. So they're not always like super good with executing them, and we've been unimpressed with some of their old games. But they are pretty cute with a lot of these rotates. Like, you guys even think back to the Fearless VOD review that we're going over when they're playing Soul. They do a lot of funky stuff.
first point take. 5 minutes to play with.
Sombra's a horrible hero. I will never complain if Sombra remains trash tier. Sombra, Moira, Roadhog, they can remain trash tier for all I care. Until they get reworked into actually decent heroes that aren't garbage tier, then I will have no qualms them being completely bad. They should not be strong. Moira, Roadhog, and Sombra should not be balanced until they're actually given difficulty curves or rework or designs that aren't like absolutely horrible. Mirror, drop for drop, ult for ult. Soul is stuck in the choke, but I actually don't even think Soul is too concerned because Shock had to give up high ground for that, so not the end of the world. Nice shot. Nice shot. This is really quite good for Soul. This is really quite good. Ult for ult, and you win this fight. And then now you're going to be able to take high ground positioning, and you're going to be able to get some staggers here. Cart is moving. Oh, this is not optimal. This is not optimal. This is not optimal. Why are 2 people dying from Soul? That's not great. But still. Roadhog is too one-dimensional. He's too one-dimensional. I wouldn't even say Roadhog is necessarily easy to play, but he's just too one-dimensional, and he's not engaging or dynamic. He's a one-dimensional, frustrating hero. Widowmaker has significantly more dynamics than Roadhog does, and she is the quintessential sniper aim hero, right? It's actually crazy how Fitz is able to hit these shots even from sitting on the floor. Ooh, proper with the positioning. That's rough. That's rough. So Shock was able to actually retake high ground even though they lost because Soul just got scuffed. Proper diff, yep. And also, look at where Proper was when he pressed the Q versus look at where Soul is. You see this? It's a positioning diff. It's a positioning diff. And the reason why it was a positioning diff is because Soul were chasing staggers and then got traded when they should not have gotten traded. Soul fumbled the bag. Oh, that's an aggressive push.
I think you kind of got to live and die by that if you're Soul Dynasty. That if he's just going to kill everybody in the opposing team, like, you know, it's just a GG go again. Where is Prophet going?
I mean, Mr. X says that, but that's just lazy analysis, to be honest with you. I think the reason why Proper was able to kill 6 is because he had excellent positioning. So, I mean, it's just narrative foolishness. Okay. Who, in your opinion, are the best design heroes? I don't know. There's a lot of them that I think that have a lot of fun and interesting dynamics. I think it's a conversation for a different time, but it's a great question. I don't want to poo-poo it. I want to focus on what we're doing here. Soul rotates. They're going to try and flip. There's the Soul special, the double back. Probably see support ult for support ult. They go aggressively. There's the mirror. Dang. Shock is just a little cleaner with their timing, though. That Shock is just a little cleaner. And that is the defensive advantage. That is the advantage of pushing past the choke, is that your timing is always clean. Soul mirrors there, which was the proper play. But what ends up happening is that... Whoa. What ends up happening, though, is that it gets to be kind of messy. Oh, Smurf. Oh, what? This is a mess. Here comes the Death Blossom. That's a massive Death Blossom. No cooldowns? Even if you Suzu that, it's... Oh my gosh, Proper. What the heck is that shot, dude?
Not a Winston player, by the way. Let's him know.
Haha, Kaluge.
I love Kaluge, man. Like, just plays such a fire. You can see it on its face. Like, and that is actually a sick play by Smurf, right? To even give Soul Dynasty the opportunity to make a play out of that. Now you're looking at the overclock. So both Sojourn.
That was such a nutty shot on that. Oh my gosh.
Fitz is looking to make up for what was lost. Prophet is down already now, a 4 versus 4, and Fitz is looking for a good angle. Finn just won't stand still for long enough, though. They'll contest the card, sure. They need reinforcements.
Oh, Finn is low.
Running to try and get back into the fray. Prop will be aware of that. We'll have to turn tail eventually.
Here comes Proper.
Low. Can he get away? No! That's 2! The Dynasty now being brought down.
Proper, man. The guy just... He just presses Q and you're just like, oh, here we go. This is a mess, y'all. This is a mess. There's not a lot to break down here. Dynasty should have won with that Death Blossom. They overextend just a little bit, and Proper hits just honestly an insane shot of the Reaper there. Oh my gosh. Is this winner's bracket, y'all? Soul loses, they're still in, yeah? Losers? Yeah, losers, okay. Wait, that's it? Oh, Shock lost. Soul. Who did Soul lose to, yo? Who did Soul lose to?
Although you got great performances from Proper, I thought Kaluj was fantastic on
Yeah, Soul got dumpstered, man. Fuel? Ah, okay. Well, APAC in shambles.
Across the whole series,
APAC in shambles.
serious impact. A lot is asked of you as a Reaper player. You are the main source of damage. When that Kitsune rush comes down, you have to be efficient, you have to be consistent. Striker, all of those things and more.
We were watching the VOD. No, I know. I mean, who beat Dynasty before Shock? Shut up, man. All right, y'all. Don't forget, we're gonna finish this Fearless POV. But y'all need to y'all keep track of the Twitters. You know what I'm saying? Let's watch a little bit more Fearless. Killing me. Smarmiest people I've ever seen in my life. Give me a break. Just watched it. What are you talking about? Fucking trashed me. I feel like my face is now glowing right now because it is now completely dark outside. I have now officially eclipsed the D-Gen model and we are now evolving into the next layer. Okay, control of high ground. See, the teams are keeping Tracer here. I mean, I assume it's just because they already had the Tracer. Ooh, can you stage backline? He's just basically bouncing on Cart to try and stop Cart from going anywhere. And then if they do call for hard engage, he's ready to go for the hard engage. But there was really no reason for them to do anything there other than just shoot Cart, because it should be theoretically really hard for Dynasty. What's my skincare routine? Well, I take porcupine quills, I grind them up, open wide, I mean, there's not a whole lot to say here. He's definitely looking for the Sojourn. He's looking for the right targets, but there's just a lot of chaos on the screen. There's nothing super big brain, unfortunately, we can learn from this.
60 seconds remaining.
Skincare. Oh, if my skin is literally glowing, well, I get a little bit of radioactive material. That's unfortunate. He completely misses the Kiriko/Sojourn. So I actually think this bubble was a mistake here. I don't think this bubble was necessary. I think like it would have been better to kind of short jump this. What the heck is that? What is that? What is it? Is it a pinata? Why is it just lying there? And then be on the bubble later, because I think he could have greeted that one a little bit better. The primal was understandable, but I think the bubble itself could have been used better. Unfortunate. Pinata. A little bit of plutonium. You know how it goes. This is just a zoning bubble. I'm not sure if I think it's probably okay. He'll probably get it back by the time he needs it. They go to Reaper because now it's more of a short-range fight location. He's taking a lot of damage before this fight starts. A little bit of a lack of decisiveness from Dallas there. About just what they wanted to do. Always jumping the Sojourn first because it's better to force Sojourn's slide into a bad position than Kiriko because Sojourn is more scary than Kiriko. So you'd rather zone the Sojourn first. Dallas is good. Dallas is good. You guys have to understand that there's going to be variance in playing as well. Like, Soul could have just had a bad day today, too. They could have just had a bad day today. The unfortunate thing of the situation is that the person who wins Overwatch League is not always the best team. It's just the best team at that very moment. We talked about this yesterday. There's variance. There's severe variance in even Overwatch League teams play. Trying to bubble off and isolate the enemy monkey. Look at the focus on the enemy Sojourn. There's another bubble. Headshot diff, unfortunately. I said diff again. Oh my goodness, shame on me. And there's a Sojourn. Oh, he missed it just barely, but should still die. She does. Beat is half a second late. There's the bubble again to zone off the Winston. Disengage, guys. Disengage, disengage. We're out, we're out, we're out. Loose Chio is now dead, so he's going to try and follow up off of that, but he's going to die for that as well. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Ooh. That's scary. Backline Sojourn. Backline Sojourn. Okay, so they're able to control it out. Okay, so I think Dallas played this one pretty well. Fearless played this one pretty well. Definitely seemed to have more issues when there was like less of a direction when there was on Sojourn Tracer. It wasn't quite as obvious like where and when he should be going. But yeah, let's keep going. Which team do I believe to be the best right now? I mean, when they're playing at their best, I think Dallas is probably the best team in the league at this meta. But if Proper gets hot, if London gets hot, if Houston gets hot, you know what I'm saying? Clearing out the Tracer, zoning out the Monkey. His bubble is still alive, so he's still safe. Oh, they boop the slide. Huge. Deep jump now because he's about to get his bubble back again. So fight winning boot from looked like Chio. Tickle monster fight. Well, the problem with that is even though Grand Finals is best of 7, it's a day-to-day thing. You would need a Grand Finals over the course of like a week to really tell who is the best. But that just doesn't really work with the Overwatch format, of course. So again, you notice exactly what he's doing with his bubbles. He could jump the Sojourn, but then the Sojourn would just slide, and then he could potentially be isolated. So what he's going to do instead is he's going to place his bubble where it's actually blocking off and isolating the enemy Tracer and Monkey, still isolating the Sojourn, right? He still forces the Sojourn to shift. You see that? The result is still the same, but he does so at a lesser risk for himself, and while he's able to zone off the rest of the enemy team as well. So if he had jumped the Sojourn, he would have missed. He would have been doing nothing, really. But now he's able to get good isolation on the Sojourn, force her to adjust her angle, and still get some tickling on the backline. Dream roster for this meta? Honestly, don't know. I am, like, here's the things you guys have to realize. I am the absolute worst person when it comes to, like, doing power rankings, predictions, things like that. Because I've been in the league enough to where I just don't like, I know that I can never really know who's going to show up on a day-to-day basis. And I also don't like making judgment of players because it's really hard to judge players how good they are without knowing the full situation, right? So Dream roster, I don't know. Some players are probably overrated and some players are probably underrated given their positioning or given their situation. Let's actually watch this fight again. Hard engage fight. He's on that backline. Notice that he's picking the squishy. Squishy, 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 squishy. Bronze Winston? Yeah, of course. I mean, we're talking fearless here, y'all. Don't really know why he's doing that. I think he might be farming up Kiriko ultimate, to be honest with you. But I'm honestly not too sure. Or just getting a little bit of scouting information. I'm not honestly sure. And normally you don't see monkeys jumping tracers, but there's not a lot else to do. Now, right now, look at Sparkle. Now we can actually go for backline because we have Primal Rage, and we're not just playing to zone, we're playing to kill. So, here comes the Primal Rage. May not even be necessary. I'll use it anyway. Why not? Alrighty. We're moving along at a brisk pace, y'all. We talked a lot about the macro and the more detail-oriented stuff earlier on. So now we can just kind of call it like we see it. You don't need to bog down the details. Hard engage with the beat. Focusing the Sojourn, zoning off the backline, trying to play life now until he gets his bubble back. He's gonna go for Mega. Ah! Doesn't quite get it. Probably would have been better for him to jump out this direction than to go for the Mega. I think that was a mistake. Well, I know that was a mistake. A little bit of a flip here. Curious to see how Fuel probably just uses their Kiriko ultimate on the floor. Yep. And then dares anybody to kind of fight with them. Reaper focus. Banger. Alrighty, we keep going. We're almost done, chat. We're almost done. Tracer is just the space on this map and the cart pressure. It's a more wide open map. Now, here's an interesting question, chat. Do you think this bubble was wasted? Because I don't think his team has very good angles on this choke. So I think the answer might be yes, actually. And he might die for it. Ooh, yeah, he dies for it. He dies for it. Not immediately, but eventually. Please, Dad? Could you coach me into Alpha? I gave you the money and had the time? If by money you mean millions of dollars, sure. He's gonna go hard with Primal! Hard with Primal! Don't die, don't die. Yep, see, there you go. Do you see? This is what the monkey thing does. Watch. He zones the entire backline because they all have to peel off Fitz. And then the rest of his team doesn't AFK. They then take that opportunity to push Prophet, who thinks, surely I'm safe, guys. Surely I'm safe. He is not safe. That's tanking right there. You don't even necessarily need to get the kill on the target he's focusing. He's going to create a tension that's going to enable his team to get a kill on something else. And that's it, guys. That's all she wrote. All right, so big things from Fearless. Timing was good. Bubble usage was mostly good. Target priority with and without Primal, and cover usage. It was really interesting to see how that kind of evolved from map to map. And how when things didn't go well, you could almost predict when fights were going to go poorly. Oh, I don't know if that should have been right. And then sure enough, things go poorly from there. So, okay. Wow, I'm literally like, it is literally pitch black in here. We're going to call stream. And let's find somebody to raid. Let's find somebody to raid. Checking through my Discord here. Is there anybody in my stream my Discord streaming? No, not that I can see. Keep scrolling here. There's too many of you. No, that person's playing Tomb Raider. I try and raid people who are playing Overwatch. Because I don't care about you if you're not playing my game. You know what, guys? Chat, I got good news for you. We're going to actually raid one of my old friends. Temporal TV, a coach I used to work with for literally ages. I used to coach with Temporal way back in the day. Very, very, very smart coach. In fact, I would go as far to say that he mentored me way back when I started coaching. More so than probably any other person. So, really smart guy, really nice guy. He's currently streaming. I'm going to toss him a raid. Tell him I said hello. Well, I'll say hello as well, so never mind then. And I will see you guys on Saturday. A little more coaching, maybe some more POV analysis from Overwatch League. We might be back tomorrow night. I don't know if I'm going to stream Grand Finals. I haven't decided yet, but I'll let you guys know. All right, y'all. Tell Temporal I said hello. We're starting our raid. Everybody get in. Everybody get in. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Come on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And